Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, March 12th. May I ask you all to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. First up, we have the superintendent's update to the board.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kramer, board members. As staff and guests and other following today's board meeting online, Charles County Public Schools annually recognizes March as Women's History Month, among other recognitions. I would like to take a moment to recognize all women we have working in our schools, in classrooms, serving in administration, and supporting the school system, serving on the board to ensure that every child has access to a quality education. I also want to take a moment to highlight the phenomenal female role model who recently passed away. Former board member of education member Margaret Marshall passed away on February 28th. Marshall served as a board member for one 4-year term. She was elected to the board in November of 2014, and prior to running for the board, Marshall served as an educator with the school system for more than 25 years. She spent most of her career teaching local, state, and national government and advanced placement classes at Maurice J. McDonough High School. Even after her retirement and term on the board, she continued to support Charles County Public Schools. On behalf of the school system, thank you, Mrs. Marshall, for all you did for our students. I want to also give a quick thank you to staff from the Office of Teaching and Learning who helped coordinate another Amazing Hits Expo this past weekend. Special thanks to content specialist Ian Buter, Jack Tuttle, Simone Young, and their teams for putting this event together every year. From hands-on fun and learning activities for kids to celebrating our students who entered the Science and History Fair and participated in our water robotics program, the event had something of interest for all who went looking to learn more about history, industry, science, and technology. This week, the school system has lots to celebrate related to phenomenal student athletes from 2 of our high school basketball teams. I want to give a special recognition to a group of young women who embody strength and leadership, the girls' varsity basketball team from North Point High School. These young women will play later today at 7 p.m. Please don't watch the game while we're on the board meeting, against Bethesda Chevy Chase High School in their 8th Final Four matchup in the Maryland 4A state tournament. The game is happening at North Point, so please attend if you can and show your support for these amazing young women. I also want to wish the St. Charles High School boys varsity basketball team the best of luck. These young men have played a great season thus far, and tomorrow night will play in the Maryland 3A state tournament Final Four against Stephen Decatur High School. The team is set to play at 5 p.m. at Weiss High School in Upper Marlboro. I encourage community members to attend to show support for this talented team of young men. And tickets for both games are available online through GoFan at gofan.com. While I am on the topic of athletics, I would like to recognize Mr. Richard Paoli, Director of Student Activities, Athletics, and Aquatics. He recently received a Service to Wrestling Award from the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association during the State Wrestling Championships held last weekend. The award honors individuals for their time and dedication to the sport at the county, regional, and/or state levels. Congratulations to Mr. Paoli, and thank you for all that you do to support student athletes. Coming soon to our high school auditoriums are Charles County High School Spring Plays and Productions. This weekend, you can check out student actors from Thomas Stone High School in the 25th Annual Putnam County Spelling Bee. Student actors from McDonough High School are presenting A Wrinkle in Time this weekend as well. Information about all high school productions is posted to the main page of the school system website. You can also check out ticket information and showtimes by following Charles County Public Schools on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And I can't wait to see some of the incredible performances that we see every single year. We really do have incredible talent, and I really do say to our community members, young and old, come out and see these young people perform. They are exceptional. Speaking of spring break is coming soon for Charles County Public School students and teachers. School will be closed from March 25th through April 1st, with classes resuming on Tuesday, April 2nd. Administrative offices will be closed March 26th through April 1st. After today, the board will meet one more time this month to host its monthly work session. Due to spring break schedule, the board work session will be held next Monday, March 18th, starting at 4:30 p.m. Items on today's agenda include an overview of the elementary school redistricting committee proposals to create an attendance zone for elementary school number 23. Additionally, the school naming committee will provide an update on community feedback provided on the school name recommendations. Please follow along with today's meeting to hear these important updates. I also encourage community members to follow our social media platforms for information about our fiscal year 2025 budget request, redistricting news, student and staff achievements, and more. Thank you to all of our community stakeholders for your support of Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Next up, we have the Education Association of Charles County update from Mr. Sean Howell.
Vice Chair Kramer, Dr. Navarro, my Board of Ed, and distinguished guests, and those watching online. I'd like to take a second to start and kind of jump on what Dr. Navarro was saying about Margaret Marshall. She was definitely a very strong community presence. She was very strong on her educational stance and also did a beautiful job of role modeling how you continued that journey even after you left the classroom. Both her and her husband were cornerstones in making sure a lot of policy was taken care of and also helped run buildings afterwards. I was lucky enough to work with Mr. Marshall at McDonough, and one of the most amazing people ever. He was in our halls all the time, and I never saw him get mad. And him and Margaret were just very much cornerstones of the education of Charles County. I just wanted to acknowledge the loss about that. This is an active board that's considering many changes from grading policies to eligibility guidelines. Decisions are being made about innovative schools that will have an impact on 2 of our schools now and will hopefully lead the way for more positive changes to incorporate the blueprint. Oracle is starting to be fully implemented, and Canvas is on the horizon. How all of these changes are rolled out will have a significant impact on their success. It is important to remember why these changes are taking place and to communicate the benefits of these changes to students, staff, and the community. This will help all stakeholders understand why the board thinks these changes are important. Some of these things have been discussed for years, like Oracle, and others are awaiting decisions from this board, like eligibility. Whatever is decided, please give context to the reasoning behind the decisions and the benefits to students and staff. Reach out and provide the reasons as to why the board thinks these changes are necessary. Staff, students, and the community will respond better if they understand why these changes are taking place. It's crucial to keep the why in mind for the budget as well. We need more than just your vote, we need your voice. It is critical to explain the reasons behind the proposed budget increase. It's important to speak about why these things are important in this budget cycle and why these resources are needed now. I understand that Dr. Navarro and this board plan to make compensation to EACC and AFSCME top priorities, and EACC appreciates the follow-through made on those contract commitments from last year. The candidates that EAC supported last election cycle, including many of you sitting up there on that stage, committed to fully funding the blueprint. The commissioners received our endorsement in part for similar commitments to the blueprint. Let's present the necessary monetary increase with the beneficial reasons for these increases. This is a tough era in education, but it's also exciting to me. There are many opportunities today and ahead of us if we can embrace the changes that should occur because of the blueprint. As we continue to navigate in Education 2.0 after the pandemic, please make sure you're providing public context to the decisions you're making. It is essential to understand the why for all the decisions and changes that this board is making, and the context is important to the presentation of staff, students, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hile. And next up, we have Ms. Sarah Birch, President of AFSCME, with an update.
Welcome, everyone. I am Sarah Birch, President of AFSCME, Local 2981. While thoughts might be on income taxes, mine are on Charles County Board of Education budget request for 2025. How can AFSCME make those Charles County commissioners realize the importance of fully funding the Charles County Board of Education budget? Local 2981 has asked members to write letters, and some of the members will go with me to deliver the letters. Any new ideas are appreciated. Call me, email me, stop me in the hall. Just give me some new ideas. So many programs and benefits are attached to our budget, not just salaries. At AFSCME's monthly meeting, held every first Tuesday of the month, after the business part was completed, we covered elections. This year is an election year for the executive board, with so many new members for our Local 2981. We went over the procedures. April 2nd meeting, we will go over ratification of the 2025 contract and the proper procedures, hoping those Charles County commissioners fully fund that budget. On a lighter side, Dr. Navarro, the EACC, and AFSCME are deep into planning some fun for all Charles County employees in August with the baseball bash. There will be more tables with drawings and maybe some games and good music and food, gourmet hot dogs. March 2nd is the birthday of Dr. Seuss. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in a direction you choose. Thank you.
Looks like you are up, sir. Mr. Heim and crew.
And guests.
And guests. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joined by a group of people today. We have our two co-facilitators for the redistricting process, Steve Andrews, who's our Director of Planning and Construction, and also Jason Tompkins, who's our Director of Transportation. We're also joined by two principals who will introduce here in a moment, and two of our committee members who served on the committee during this process. I'd first like to thank all 6 of them and also our other committee members who are watching online and who could not be here today. But this work started back in November, and they met during the months of November, December, and January on Wednesday evenings from 6:30 until most cases 8:30 at night. The redistricting process is not something that this committee nor the school system takes lightly. It's never an easy decision to move kids from an existing building to another building. So a lot of thought goes into this process, and you'll see that in some of the rationale behind some of the recommendations that are going to be made this afternoon to the superintendent and to the board. So at this point, I turn it over to Mr. Tompkins and Mr. Andrews.
Good afternoon. we're going to start with introductions, and we'll just work our way down the line. So I'll start. I'm Steve Anderson. I'm the Director of Planning and Construction.
Shanice Pearl, principal of Thomaston High School.
Naja Haskins, community member. Crystal Magana, parent, I guess was my official name.
Lou D'Ambrosio, Principal of Alternative Programs at the Stethem Center. Jason Tompkins, Director of Transportation.
All right, so we're here, obviously, as Mr. Heim just mentioned, to talk about elementary school 23 redistricting. Can you jump back one if you don't mind? So on the first slide here, and this is on board docs, you see an actual rendering of the school. I think it's important. We want to show you what we're planning to be looking like, what we expect to look like. And then when you jump to the next slide, you'll actually see a current drone footage aerial shot of where we are now in construction. So we're making significant progress. As you know, the school is elementary 23. This is the process we follow before a school is named. It's just a numbered school. This school is scheduled to open in school year 25-26. The contract was awarded a little over a year ago at a cost of almost $45.5 million. The building is going to be just over 91,000 square feet. We'll have a projected state-rated capacity of 778 students, and its actual address is 5860 St. David Drive, White Plains, which is in the area of St. Charles known as the Highlands neighborhood. If you look at, I'm sorry, one more. If you look at this slide, when you're seeing the photo, the stuff you see to the left-hand side is the gym, the admin, the cafeteria, and then the higher sections you see more to the right are the educational areas. So just for a little bit of orientation. Go ahead.
All right. I have the superintendent charge. The committee was charged with creating two alternatives for establishing a new school boundary for elementary school 23. Address overcrowding at surrounding elementary schools. This process is not comprehensive redistricting, but aims to develop an attendance zone for ES 23, consider state rate capacities, anticipated growth, and target enrollment provided by schools and county government staff. Stakeholders' involvement, collaboration with community members, parents, and educators, transparency and communication throughout the process. The outcome, presentation of two alternative boundary proposals, recommendations based on thorough analysis and feedback, an implementation plan for the chosen boundary option considering short and long-term impact.
So as Jason just mentioned, there are several board policies. Board Policy 1900 is the first one. And this is where we lay out that obviously enrollment changes, growth happens. The board has the responsibility of creating zones when we build new schools and adjusting boundaries for other schools. Additionally, this also lays out when the superintendent is first involved to determine whether redistricting is necessary. So this is one of the policies that governs how redistricting is done.
Policy 1910, factors to consider when redistricting, school capacity, impact on educational programs at affected schools, student enrollment trends, the age or condition of buildings, school buildings, and financial considerations such as temporary housing and operation costs per student.
Additional factors on 1910 are transportation. You want to minimize the distance that a student has to travel or how many students have to be on a particular bus. We're looking at the impacts to the communities, how many students are relocated in the different proposals, any impacts to communities or neighborhoods as they change. Also, the board has a desirability of minimizing redistricting for elementary or middle school students to once every 3 years and high school students to one time after they're already enrolled. One point to highlight here is that if you think back to comprehensive elementary school redistricting that we did for Billingsley and Mudd's expansion, which took effect in 2019, if you were to consider a student that would have been, say, a pre-K student at Middleton who would have been moved, so if they were a pre-K student in 2018 and moved to Billingsley in 2019 when the school opened, they would now, when this new school opens, they would actually be in 6th grade. So they would no longer be elementary school students. So we're beyond the 3 years, we're also beyond the fact that those students would be directly impacted even if their neighborhood is moved. So just a point to add to that.
All right. Policy 1930, final decision-making. The board is responsible for making the final decision on adjusting school boundaries. Consideration for the final include committee's report, recommendation from the superintendent, testimony from affected communities, testimony and comments from the public. On the testimony side, all oral or written testimonies must be received 7 days before action to be included as part of the record. Public input and participation. The board and Charles County Public Schools staff welcome public input and participation. The board reserves the right to modify proposals based on public input. Decision timeline. The board aims to make redistricting decisions no later than 90 days before the scheduled implementation date, except in emergency session.
One other point to highlight when we talk about the public hearings is that we'll go through the timeline here in just a second, but you had a preliminary information gathering hearing in October. We're going to have 2 public hearings on these 2 recommendations, and then we'll have an additional public hearing after the superintendent makes their recommendation. So there are a lot of opportunities for the general public to be involved in the process before and after the recommendations are made. And it's really important that the general public understands that, as those are their opportunities to come and comment, look at what proposals are being made, and obviously consider that and what the impacts are to them and their family. All right, so general guidelines. These are some general things that we instruct the committee members on as they do their work. So the first one here is that all neighborhoods can move with the exception of anyone who's in a walk zone or a non-transport zone. Obviously, this is really important because we don't want to move kids who are right against their school, who currently don't need a bus, who would now need a bus if they get moved. So this is kind of one of those things that you don't touch those students because of where they are. Next, we want to look at that you don't divide neighborhoods. There are some that may already be divided. That is a current existing situation that doesn't factor in. But there are other times where people may say, oh, a neighborhood is divided. And I'll give you a good example of that. If you think about Dorchester neighborhood, which is one of the neighborhoods in St. Charles, you actually have 2 other sections of Dorchester. You have Dorchester Greens and Dorchester Mews, which are accessed off of St. Patrick's. They're actually separate neighborhoods, even though they're all titled Dorchester. So just because a name may be a certain way doesn't mean that the neighborhood is split. So that's just a thing I wanted to add and clarify. We're always asking that when you're moving students, you obviously count the enrollment that exists, but you also factor in any growth that's going to happen. And this is done through cooperative information provided to us and support at the meetings from the county government planning staff, as well as the town of La Plata staff. Next, they want to consult, if there are questions, consulting with transportation about any impacts to, if we move this block, what does that mean with the ride time, or how many students may be on a bus, any questions like that. All those things are factored. And then the last thing is you kind of start from the outer edges. When you're moving students away, you start at the outer edges of their zone and take away. It's a little different when you start creating a new school zone, because you obviously have to start wherever that school is located, and that starts their zone and you build out from there. But as you impact existing zones, you look at peeling away from those outer edges first to make your work.
The redistricting timeline. So on October 10th, we made the announcement of the committee members. On October 25th, we held our first meeting at St. Charles at 6 p.m. From November to January, the members met diligently from 6 to 8:30 p.m. To come up with 2 alternatives to present today. January 24th, we made the final decision on both proposals. March 12th, today, you will hear those proposals for the redistricting. April 2nd at 6 p.m. at St. Charles, we'll have our first hearing, followed by our next hearing. The second will be May 1st at 6 p.m. at Thomas Stone. On May 21st, the superintendent presents the recommendations to the board. And on May 22nd, the recommendations will be here in the Starkey building. And June 11th, the board votes on the approval of the plans.
Okay, next we have some information for you about the committee itself. As Jason just mentioned, the board announced on October 10th at the meeting through random draw the members that were part of the committee. So we had 8 elementary school parents, We had 2 middle school parents, 1 high school parent, 3 community at-large members, and 4 administrative staff. Now, it's also important to note that the administrative staff are not from the affected zone, so only high school, middle school, or centers could be, those administrators could be factored into being involved in the redistricting. Obviously, we don't want a principal from a school that's at that level involved because we want to make sure it's as objective as possible. And additionally, as I mentioned a little bit ago, we had 3 local government planners from Charles County government and from the town of La Plata, and CCPS staff that were here to support the committee. The committees met in 2 different areas, so they would do their work independently of each other, and then we got back together once they were finished to present their recommendations to each other so they could see what each group had decided to do.
Right here we have the current CCPS elementary school zones. This is prior to the redistricting.
So now we're going to turn it over and we're going to let the members from Group A talk about their plan.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in Group A's plan, overall, we're going to move 567 students. For our plan, we were trying to have the least impact on student movement. So in this slide, you see that the state-rated capacity for School 23 is 778 students. You have the affected schools in the map. The next map, which is I think a purple map, shows what the zoning looks like. And in our presentation today, we're going to walk through like what those schools are that are going to be affected in Plan A. So I think the first school is Malcolm. It's Billingsley. Oh.
So for Billingsley, the state rated capacity is 758 students, and official enrollment as of this school year was 698. So they were getting very close to their state rated capacity, but not in a dangerous kind of way. But the projected enrollment after our movement is 523. And it'll stay about the same in 2028 to 2029. So the red zone that you see on the map is the students that are getting moved to elementary school 23. And this is going to be the new zone for Billingsley.
So this is Malcolm's current zone. What you're seeing in the map is the movement of a cluster of kids that will go to J.P. Ryan. Malcolm was chosen because they had a state-rated capacity of 394, and they're a little over at 427. So as you can see in future years, moving those cluster of kids out keeps the state-rated capacity under for the next few school years. The next map shows what that zoning looks like.
And here we have Matula's zone. So the red, again, is to go for the students that are going to elementary school 23. And as you can see, they were under their state rated capacity by by a decent amount, not about 100. But the projected for school year 2025 to 2026 is 547, which means they're losing about 30-ish students between this school year and that school year, and then they'll be fulling out, by school year 2028-2029.
Can I interject for 1 second? One point I want to make about this, if you look at the sort of triangle-shaped piece in red, that is part of the Pine Grove neighborhood, but it is that southern section of that red triangle is Rosewick Road. And everything on the north side of Rosewick Road in Pine Grove is commercial or some apartments. And so there was a discussion about that and ultimately a choice to split that section because those are apartments and they're on the other side of the road, that they are going to be in one area where other areas will be in a different zone. So I do want to make sure you see that is a change from the way that block is reflected right now.
And that will be the new zone for Matula.
So you currently are seeing the zoning for Middleton. What's in red will be rezoned to school 23. Notice that Middleton has a state-rated capacity for 507, and the current enrollment at the start of this year was 696. So if you go to the next map, it looks like that the new zoning for Middleton is extremely small. However, Middleton will also be the elementary school that will incorporate the dual language program. So we wanted to leave room for those students.
We were operating off of a state-rated capacity of about 100 less than 507. So that's why the projected enrollment for 2025 to 2026 is in the 200s.
One other comment to add on this slide is that the largest red block you see there is actually 2711, which is the block where the actual school is located. So that one had to become part of elementary 23 zone because obviously they're located there. So.
And now we have Neal. So we took some of Neal's zone and put them at JP Ryan. The main reason why we did that was because we took a few kids from JP Ryan and we had to replenish. So the state rated capacity for Neal is 745, and the official enrollment for this school year is 589 at the beginning of the school year. The projected enrollment for when elementary school 23 opens up will be 578, and then it'll stay about the same for school year 28-29. And the next slide is the new zone for Neal.
Okay, so because in the last slide, we took students from JP Ryan, so we're correcting, I guess we're making that adjustment. So what you're seeing is 3 different colors. So the big takeaway here is that we took the students, JP Ryan is losing a cluster of students to Neal, so that's represented in the red, but they're going to gain students from Malcolm, which is represented in the green. JP Ryan has a state-rated capacity of 640, and they are currently at 619, so they're close. What's important, I guess, about the JP Ryan zone, too, is that this is an area that is always very transient with students. So it's even though in the projected years, it looks like it's going to be very close, if not to capacity, it's a transient neighborhood. And this is what the zone looks like after.
Okay, that concludes A, and now we'll transition to Group B.
Okay. All right, I'm the representative, the administrative representative, one of them for Group B. The alternative, as you can see, we move significantly more students than Group A's proposal, but after we took the charge of creating the zone for School 23, we wanted to look at the state-rated capacities at the other schools that were affected and make sure we're trying to even them out based on the projected information we had. So this is the new zone for School 23. It's going to have a state-rated capacity, as you know, 778. The official enrollment wasn't available in September as the school's being built now. So the projected enrollment for when it opens will be 618, and the projected enrollment will be a little closer to the SRC several years after that. So that is the complete zone right there for School 23 from alternate B.
For Barry, when we looked at Barry, again, we took in consideration the schools that are at state rated capacity or over, and we did a balancing act with numbers. And in that process, we decided to take a section of students from Barry to send them to Diggs. That red section is our proposal to send those children to Diggs. And then the next slide is the new zone for Barry. I'm sorry, I didn't even mention numbers. Puts our new numbers, we put them significantly under for the opening year and in the 5-year projection.
Okay, looking at Billingsley, you can see the red section. Again, I believe that's the section close to where the new school is, that we put those kids in. And there's also some kids there from the Billingsley section that we moved to some other schools as well, as you can see in the red with other schools titled there, to Middleton and Wade. And then we also are taking some students from the Diggs school that we just added to even Billingsley out. So overall, with the state rated capacity of 758, they're currently under it by about 60 kids. And then the projected enrollment will put them at 642 on the opening day of school 23 and still below in the 5-year projection.
So,
And there's the new zone for Billingsley.
so the area in green that Mr. D'Ambrosio was just mentioning is a section that's over along 229 Bennsville Road above Billingsley. And so currently, both sides of Bennsville Road are in one block, and so they're proposing to split that. Some of it staying at Diggs, some of it moving from Diggs to Billingsley.
So for Diggs, again, that green area is what we took from Berry to bring to Diggs, and this red area is what we want to send to Billingsley to balance out the numbers so that at Diggs, when they open in 25, they will be, I guess that's about 75 under, and then in 5 years, they will still be under their state-rated capacity. And that is what the new zone would look like.
Okay, so for the Matula zone, this is what it currently looks like, and the red areas are going to be school 23. Their state rated capacity at 658, currently at 578 as of September 30. When the new school opens, will be 478, and then over the 5-year projection will still be under the current state rated capacity.
So one point to add here, just as you saw in Group A, Group B came to the same exact conclusion as it relates to that triangle-shaped piece, which is part of Pine Grove that is above Rosewick Road, the commercial and the apartment piece. So they're going to split that block and do the same exact thing. So they're both proposing that, just so you see it.
And
But they also added the Washington Road.
Yes, there are other areas.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the next slide is the new zone for Matula.
So TC Martin, it was our understanding that when it reopens, they will have a little bit larger state-rated capacity. That's the projection. And looking at Mitchell, they were so close to their state-rated capacity, we decided to send a section of students to TC Martin, given how close that section is to the actual school. And that would, even adding students to TC Martin's will still keep them under their state-rated capacity for the projected number of students that when it reopens. Right now, it doesn't look like that because it's the current state-rated capacity because it's under construction. And that is what the new TC Martin zone will look like.
Okay, so for the Middleton zone, the same information that Group A had, we had, and we know that that's the new dual immersion school. So we did want to leave some room there for the kids that will be transported there from all the other sections. So it currently is at 506, or was it 696, well above its state rated capacity in September. At the opening of school 23, the number again, like I said, is 397, but that's minus the students that will be heading there for the regionalized program. And even with that in the 5-year, we're still under the SRC. So there's the new zone for Middleton. And it gets very tricky with Mudd, Middleton, and those community school areas when you start trying to move kids around. Our group really wrestled with that because we wanted to kind of shift it out more, but you couldn't split neighborhoods, was part of the rules we were told.
And our thought process on this one was they could come across Old Washington Road to the school instead of turning onto Leonardtown Road.
Yeah.
That was our process for adding that and taking it from J.P. Ryan. So for Mitchell, again, their state rated capacity is 578, their official enrollment is 605, so they're a little over. And then by taking that section and sending them to Martin, it keeps them under even at 5 years. That's the new one.
And then for Ryan, elementary school, for group alternative B, the state rated capacity is at 640. Their current enrollment as of September 30 was 619. After the section that will be moving to Middleton, their projected enrollment when the new school opens 574, and in the 5-year projection, it's still under at 631. And there's the new zone for Ryan.
And then Wade, the green area is going to Wade, right? From Billingsley to Wade. Yes, because they're currently, yes, sorry. On our map, it was a little different, so it's so they're going to be going to Wade. And again, we were just doing those numbers and trying to keep state rated capacity under even at that 5-year mark. And it was a balancing act. So to balance what we did, we had to send some people to Wade. And this would be the new zone.
Okay, so I'll go to Jason, I'm going to take back over from here. So first off, I obviously want to thank our committee members for all their work. It was a lot of effort, a lot of time. We appreciate their opportunities to participate, but also to come here and be the face of their committees to give you this information and present all their hard work. So this is a chart that shows you the comparison of all the schools impacted, their state rated capacities, their official enrollments from September 30th, 2023, and what they're projected to open at in the 25-26 school year when elementary 23 opens under alternative A and alternative B. Obviously, if you see it says no movement, that means that that group didn't change anything for that school. A couple of footnotes. If you look at the elementary 23, Group A has them opening at 536 students, and Group B has them at 618. Middleton is another program. As we mentioned, you'll see there's double asterisks beside Middleton. Middleton, starting in school year 24-25, is going to have a dual language immersion program. And as such, we worked with the folks in instruction and the folks that are leading this program to determine how much room needed to be reserved for the students for this program. And it was ultimately decided that about 100 students was the right target. So the committees were given a target at just under 100 threshold, just under their state rated capacity. So that's what the target was they were working for. Group A has them at 277 in school year 25-26, and Group B has them at 397. Additionally, I wanted to also note there are 3 schools listed under the state rated capacity column that have asterisks. That's because both Malcolm and Ryan have recently received full day kindergarten additions, and those SRCs have not been updated yet. They will be updated, which will increase their state rated capacities. And the third building there with the asterisks is TC Martin, which is undergoing a renovation and addition project, which will increase it. We believe that number to be about 650, but we won't know officially that number until after the school's open and we submit for that, that SRC determination process with the state.
To piggyback off what Steve just presented, we're looking at the 5-year growth pattern. For ES 23, alternative Group A has it at 5 years, opening at 629. And then alternative B has it at 731. Looking at Middleton, Middleton will open up in 5 years at 278, and alternative B would have it at 398.
And the committees were given, for elementary 23, they were given targets to where we asked them to work towards. And that threshold for the 25-26 school year was 650 students. And then the 28-29 was 730. Obviously, we want to have the school open with enough students in it that it does not feel empty. And we don't want to have it open where it's completely full at the first day. We want to have room to grow into it. We don't want to be in a situation where in 3 years we already have to redistrict or bring in portables. So we gave them targets to adjust for those kinds of factors when they're starting to create their zones. Again, those are targets, those are not exact numbers they had to meet. So as you see, there are variations in what they achieved through their work. So here we have some information for the general public on where they can find anything about redistricting. So this is the web address on how you get to the information, but there is also an email address below for any ideas, comments, concerns that the general public can send through that will be reviewed and considered as we start the process of taking in public comment.
All right. What's next? On April 22nd, we'll have our first public hearing at St. Charles at 6 p.m. Following that next month, May 1st, we have our second one at Thomas Stone at 6 p.m. May 21st, the superintendent presents recommendations to the board at the Starkey Building. And then May 22nd, the public school hearing. And then Tuesday, June 11th, the board votes to approve a plan.
So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we will turn it over to you folks for any questions you have.
Thank you all very much for this comprehensive presentation. I'll entertain some questions. Anyone? Stella Washington?
Thank you. I have two questions. We have redistricting coming up this year, right? Okay, and the plan that you are presenting to us, we're gonna vote on before redistricting.
So right now, the process that we're in right now is per the policies of the board, 2 community groups are bringing forward their work to redistrict. Staff doesn't get involved in doing the redistricting work. So the 2 committees that presented are the community committees that present to the board. And then we go through a process of public hearings, 2 of them, 2 additional public hearings. And then there is another meeting where, after listening to the recommendations, the public hearings, I bring forward a recommendation. My recommendation could be to take one of the team's recommendation or potentially maybe adjust a little bit and then bring that to the board. And then the board looks at all the options after being part of the hearing committees from the community and reading all the feedback, and then it takes action on which plan for redistricting does it want to take with elementary 23.
Okay. Okay, my next question is, I see that in Martin, the state capacity is 450. Right now, they at 551, and the proposal you're opposing is at 572. And then at Matula, the Pine Grove, you're saying that you want to take that piece and put it into Martin, because it's the pink in the pink.
No, so let me take those one at a time. So TC Martin is expanding, so its current state rated capacity is 450, but with the renovation expansion project, it is going to increase to 650 students. So the committees, when they were doing their work, were working with that target of 650. So they were looking at that larger number. Matula, most of what is happening in Pine Grove neighborhood, almost all of Pine Grove, is going to go to Matula until the point in which there is a school site in Pine Grove neighborhood. It was part of the development proposal when they first got annexed out of Charles County into the town of La Plata 30 plus years ago. So there is a dedicated school site that we have determined will be for an elementary school that will be built in the near future. I don't know if that means right now that that'll be elementary 23 or elementary 25. It's going to depend on how fast things go in that neighborhood with growth as well as other areas in the county. So hopefully that answers your 2 questions.
Yeah, expand, the Pine Grove, that's in Waldorf or is this in La Plata?
Pine Grove is in La Plata.
Okay, that's the new development outside, the new development they built, right?
Off of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're building it.
But it goes over.
The reason I said that is because we had a lot of parents complaining why they live right in La Plata and they have to go all the way towards Waldorf for their students to go to school. And they particularly said that they bought homes there so they can be in the trends to go to Matula, go there and go to La Plata. So the way we are still sectioning them out, I'm not understanding why that section continues to not be a part of Matula since they are right, they are right there.
So, go ahead, Mr. Heim.
Neither group is proposing to move all of Pine Grove. Pine Grove has different phases, different parcels that are part of that. So what Steve and the group illustrated that with this particular slide here with Group B is they're moving a section of Pine Grove. So Pine Grove, we don't consider that as one distinct neighborhood. There are different neighborhoods within Pine Grove. So there are areas that are right off, as Dr. Navarro was saying, right off of Route 6. But there will also be areas when you're traveling actually from La Plata off Washington Avenue towards Elementary 23 and you're going on Rosewick Road. On both sides of the street, you see lots of clearing out of land there right now. That's also Pine Grove. So Pine Grove grows where you think of within the town, but also goes out to Rosewick and also comes up against Matula Elementary School. So neither group is moving all of Pine Grove from Matula to Elementary 23. They're moving a part of, or they're proposing to move a part of it.
The reason I say that is because if I buy a house in a particular area, and it said when I bought my house that that's where I'm going to go to school, because typically that's what people do. They buy a home where they want their siblings, their children to go to school. So when we come up with these plans and new homes are just got there, and I would think they would go to that school, it's a problem because now I'm settled here and you come back and tell me I'm not going there. So I'm trying to help for the public to understand why we are doing this, but at the same token, really why are we doing this? Can't we just say the students there, the houses that's already there can go to Matula, and as they build out, I know we're going to have to think about other things, and then once the school is built in Pine Grove, then you can say, okay, the reason now that you're moving because you have a dedicated school in your area. So when you talk to parents, that's what the disconnect is coming, because I don't understand why I buy a house and then I change.
So can I just chime in really quick? So a couple of things about this specific proposal for both alternatives. So alternative A specifically, but also to an extent alternative B, has a section of Pine Grove that isn't even built yet.
Right.
And so I think that's one important thing. The other thing that superintendents like to tell all the real estate agents is that based on how growth happens, they can say what the current zone is of schools, but they can't guarantee zone beyond that because school systems are all over the place, and it's, trust me, it's not the most fun thing to do anyways as a school system, but depending on the growth of and how the different localities, counties approve construction and what type of construction, we may have rapid growth that even if it's physically close to an elementary school, will put that elementary school out of capacity. The policy that the board has specifies that it gives priority to walking zones. So when kids can walk to that particular school, we don't want to disrupt the walking zones. But afterwards, we have to look at balancing it. The other thing that's interesting here in La Plata, as Mr. Heim said, with Matula specifically, is that as that Pine Grove neighborhood, which is maybe a sixth of it is complete, it just started really developing. We're gonna have to see how rapid that neighborhood actually grows, and when we get access to that piece of land within that neighborhood, which we have in writing, that is going to be our elementary school number 24. So we will be building an elementary school in that neighborhood, because some of the families will have to go to Matula for a little bit, and then eventually we will have to redistrict for elementary 24 to figure out what's that dynamic relationship. And as you can see here it's interesting, the two groups, there's a group that reaches out a lot more with Group B, thinking about how to influence in this redistricting multiple schools that are over capacity and projected to be over capacity. And then Group A really kind of honing in as close to possible just to elementary 23. So just appreciate that, how your brains kind of work as a group, because it is sort of two different ways. But I will remind the viewing public that we always let real estate agents know that they cannot promise that a school zone will stay as a school zone because, you know, schools do this work all the time, and it's not our favorite work, but it's a necessary work to balance out our student population in our buildings.
Also for the public, when developers are being given these seats or they're being allocated to the developers, the Planning Construction Office and the Transportation Office get a plan review. So they get a site review plan for that. And then when that is occurring, they submit that back either to the town or the county, whoever forwarded it to us. But then they will all, at that time, put down what the three zones are for elementary, middle, and high school, and they'll tell them approximately, you know, where the bus stop would be. But they also, you know, there is the caveat with that things can change, because keep in mind, those subdivision reviews are submitted to Mr. Andrett's office and Mr. Tompkins' office, you know, sometimes 2 to 3 years in advance of the first house being built. So there is that disclaimer each time that happens. And just one last thing with Pine Grove, just for the public's understanding, that's 3,100 or a little over 3,100 seats. So that's a combination of single-family homes, townhomes, and apartments. And you know, the town anticipates, and this is, you know, dependent upon the market and the home buyer's interest, but they intend on allocating all 3,100 seats within the next 10 years. So, you know, if the market permitting and interest rates and those things can affect the housing market, but potentially all, you know, 3,100 of those single-family homes, townhomes, and apartments could be built within a 10-year period.
One other comment I want to make sure is clear to everyone is that part of one of the changes we made back in 2017 with redistricting was to make the policy so that as the proposals are finished and as the board concludes their work, the decisions are known to the public a year in advance of the opening of a building. So there is ample time for the general public to become aware of those changes, understand what they are, understand what those implications are, and maybe make changes if they are concerned or do not like what the end result is as it relates to them.
But I just want to say that I get that, but when you go into contract, you can't back out. You know, you sign on that dotted line, that's it. And from your understanding as from the public, you're thinking, you know, this is where I want to go to school, and this, I mapped this whole thing out because I'm one of them parents. I mapped my whole thing out when I came here. And had it been interrupted, I think Charles County had to put me where I'm supposed to be, but I'm one of them parents. So I just want to make sure that we now say that we tell the real estate agents that this is going to happen, because I was never told that. But for future going on, this is what we do. We just don't redistrict just to redistrict, because this is a big thing when people talking about their children, they bail a house and stuff. That can be heartening. So I just want to make sure that we have done our due diligence. They understand we done our due diligence, and therefore, you know, we will go as planned.
Yes, okay, so based off of the Pine Grove development that's supposed to be happening, we saw very large projection numbers. And I completely understand a lot of people buy their houses based off of where they want their kid to go. However, the school is located right in, like, the school site is for 24 or whatever number it may be, is located right in the middle of that zone. And the entire neighborhood will make up that school. So that's why we moved them, because if we would have kept them at Matula, they would have flooded Matula, and we have no idea what the time zone is for when they're gonna build that school. So we just wanted to prepare 23, and they have the space for it to take on any growth that may happen within Pine Grove in the meantime while they're building the school that's in that Pine Grove area.
I also, that triangle section that we both have chosen to split from at Rosewick from Pine Grove, it is also our understanding that that's going to be largely commercial.
Yeah.
So the numbers weren't in that area, and that is not even anything in the
Not right now.
No,
There's
not
nothing in
near
there right
future.
now.
But also back to what you were saying about real estate agents, I think it's really important. I mean, nobody can control this, but I think it's very important that real estate agents let parents know there is a redistricting happening right now. It's under proposal. In 2025, your school zone could change. I mean, this is something, this was announced in October September, October, that this was going to be happening. So if that is something that is important to you, I mean, this is something to consider if you're going under contract, that there is a redistricting happening. And that is a real estate agent, though. Like, that's not.
Can't hold them to
Yeah,
that, though,
yeah,
unfortunately.
can't.
Thank you for that. Ms. Warren?
Real quick, yeah, similar to Ms. Butler Washington, I've heard from the district that I live in, a neighborhood, the Stonehaven neighborhood, the complaints from the parents about the school being built right across the street in Highland community. I'm looking at this map, and for zone alternative A, does that cover, that's on, I guess, slide 28, is that right? Yeah. Hold on, I'm sorry. Yep, it's the very first one. Does that cover Stonehaven? I see from Middleton, because I know a lot of those kids in my neighborhood go to Middleton Elementary School.
Yes,
And
I do believe under both proposals, A and B, the stuff that is directly across the street from the school, which is Stonehaven, and I believe, Mike, Glen Eagles South,
Glen
correct?
Eagles, yeah.
Yeah, both
So-
of those are in that furthest right-hand block, lower right-hand block, that is going from Middleton to Elementary 23 in both proposal A and B.
Right, because they're all in walking distance of that.
Now, we will
for the most
not,
part.
we will not have them as walkers because
Well,
it's a 4-lane road and it would not be a safe thing to.
Yeah, I
to-
thought about
to
that. I'm
travel.
like-
They would be bused.
Right.
But they are directly across the street, and then both proposals are being suggested to move to the new school.
Okay, great. I know they'll be glad to hear that.
But I do want to clarify, though, the students who are going to be in Highlands, which is that side of the street,
Right.
right surrounding the school, they are likely going to be walkers when that school opens, if the sidewalks and all those things are completed.
Yes, that's understood. I was thinking about the folks on the other side, like that's a big St. Charles Park where they can't possibly walk across there. I guess that was my, one of my major questions. And then, you said something at the very beginning that you start with like the outer, you go from the outward in. So, I guess that would be to the point of why you're pulling kids from Billingsley as well? Or could you just explain that a little bit?
So when you build a new school zone, you start with the block where the school is actually located and you work out.
Okay.
But when you impact existing schools, you start around the outer edges, pulling off blocks. And, because obviously you don't want to go right to the middle, because then you've created a hole that's really difficult to fill and adjust. So as you impact existing schools, you work your way around. But in this case, because the new school had to be built, you kind of start there and work out, and then adjust those existing ones from the outer edges. Both of the committees were looking to create a zone at 23 that got to the thresholds we asked them to get to with the target enrollments. And so they were like, okay, how do we get to that point? Well, you can only go so far with what is currently there on the east side of 301. So maybe you got to look at the west side. So they went through their processes to determine what made sense for their committees to get to their numbers.
Okay.
And, excuse me, another thing to note is the school, Elementary 23 is very close to other schools that are walking schools only. So we couldn't move a lot of the schools that are already on that side of 301. So we had to pull some from Billingsley.
Yeah, I understand. And also for Neal too, Neal Elementary, I can't get to the slides fast enough. Because some of those kids in that same neighborhood in like that, Glen Eagles, Stonehaven, some of them go to Neal as well, right? And Fieldside.
North, I believe, does, and then Fieldside.
Okay.
Correct, yeah, so the neighborhood that surrounds Neal Elementary School, Fairway Village, those kids go to Neal. And then if you come out the back part of Neal Elementary School and you're on Piney Church Road, as you cross over Billingsley Road and you pass St. Charles High School on the right, and you pass the ball stadium, that neighborhood that's on the right-hand side, field side, those students go to Neal.
Right, so I see you're gonna be pulling some from J.P. Ryan, the one in the light green, is gonna go, and they're gonna go to Neal, correct? Okay, well, I like this. I need paper, though. I should have printed this out so I can kind of lay it all out. But you all did a great job. I mean, this is a lot of work, so I'm just, looking at it.
Speaking of Piney Church Road, so as you go beyond field side. That area of Piney Church Road is going to be developed. So that's going to be the next phase of St. Charles development. So Neal Elementary School is going to see growth when they move over to that next phase as they finish Highlands and they move over to that section, which is called the Piney Reach neighborhoods.
Ms. Smith and Mr. Hancock.
Only one Ms. Smith, I'm sorry. Hello. Thank you so much for the presentation. As a parent whose children sort of went through redistricting kind of when they were in elementary school, they didn't necessarily have to move, but definitely paying attention to sort of what would happen. Can definitely appreciate all the work that you all have done. Just wanted to say I completely appreciate it. Just a point of clarification, on slide 18 for alternative A for Malcolm Elementary School, what is that sort of neighborhood that's kind of off to the left of the screen? It's also highlighted in green, but seems to be apart from the larger mass. No, I'm sorry, it was for.
Oh, up in the north?
Yes, there it is.
Okay, so the reason, I have no idea what the neighborhood is called. However, we did not touch that neighborhood because there's over 100+ kids there.
So that's portions of Pinefield neighborhood that have been zoned. Pinefield is actually split. It has been for many, many years. Some of the kids go to J.P. Ryan and some of them go to Malcolm. So the piece that you see in green there to the upper left hand of the screen are Pinefield neighborhood students that have been and continue to go to Malcolm.
We definitely looked at it, and then we saw how many kids were there.
And it just didn't make sense to touch, move.
Yeah, because we couldn't replenish from a different area.
Okay. That's my only question currently. Thank you.
Sure. No, I don't really have a question or anything. I just want to say thank you for serving on the committees. It's a lot of work. It's a very important thing, and it's something that, especially to the parents and the students that live within the districts that have potential to be moved, they'll be paying very close attention to it, and it's something that we all collectively want to do the best we can with the least amount of negative impact on everyone. So I just want to say thank you, and also during my previous term, I went through the middle school redistricting, and just to give the public, anyone that's watching now, about the timeline. So right now, we're being presented with two options. We'll have about another 3 months before we make a decision, and the public will have the opportunity to provide us with a lot of information on which they would prefer. And just to give the public an example, I think when we did the middle school redistricting, the public was very involved, and that was that particular middle school redistricting kind of had my attention because it affected a school that my children go to, and it's a district that I live in. And I can say, redistricting is never fun, but I think we came to a conclusion that everyone could live with and be happy with. And I think that we can do the same thing with this. Again, it's never fun to do redistricting. It impacts a lot of people, whether you are redistricted yourself or not. It impacts everyone, and I just appreciate the two examples that you gave us to work with, and look forward to hearing the community input. So thank you.
S. Thomas and Ms. B. Thomas.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the work and the details. I too, long ago in Autumn Hills, was a redistrict parent, and I was standing outside picketing the school board so they wouldn't move my kids, and we had lots to say.
I remember you.
Yes, it was me, and I organized my community. So to Mr. Hancock's point, I do think it's important that we want the community to come out. If you want to say something, this committee has done great work, and that work is to give us a starting point. But that does not preclude the public from coming out and telling us what your, pragmatic positions are, because, we do want to hear them. And I would like to say, I do have a couple of things. As we move these children around, I know that there's some guiding principles, there's some things for consideration, but one of the things that that I want to know is we are moving kids that are in, some Title I schools, and we are moving some children that may have different demographics, socioeconomic status, et cetera. And when we talk about moving those kids from different schools, perhaps you are in a community school, or perhaps you're in a Title I school, and there are some resources that are specific for those types of students. Did we think about those impacts if we shift students, that they may move from having more resources to something that's not what they're accustomed to as we move those students around in any way?
When we share information with them in terms of enrollment numbers, we don't share demographic information regarding the students. So, that when we task them with is balancing out the SRCs of those schools around the impacted school and those schools. We also consider transportation things. We do look a little bit about programs. So, one of the examples was we took into consideration the program that's going to start at Middleton Elementary School, the dual immersion program next year. So we did take that in consideration, but as far as drilling down into demographics, we don't share that information with the committees.
So I do respect that point, but I would like to say if we see that there's going to be some resource differences that students may experience if they're, moving from something that they, again, a community school, a mental health center, or something like that, and there's going to change, while we may not be able to fully readjust our entire plan because of it, I do think that we need to mitigate any disruptions we may see to those students, and or plan for change management. Do you know what I mean? Like, plan for the fact that maybe kids were near something that they got resources, and now they're moving to a school that they may not have same or similar resources that they had in the past, because those parents may be accustomed to a different culture, a different school community, right? And I just want to make sure we think through that.
Yeah. One thing we do not do, so if a student receives special education services for a regional program, so if they are going to a regional program outside of their zone, regardless of what happens with redistricting, they do stay at that regional program for those students who are assigned to those programs.
That's a great point. I think we just want to reiterate that to the public and for parents, that if you find that you review this and there are things in this that may affect you personally in a certain way, we want to hear about it, but we also want to know what the community is thinking, so we can also give them either the right communication, resources, or information so that they have less angst about the change.
And another group is the students who are displaced, are homeless students, so they continue at that school outside of their zone if that was their original school of origin.
Right, thank you, great work, great work.
Hi, I'm gonna change the subject. I'm going to transportation. Okay, with the new school coming, do we have new buses also being added, or?
So we do have new buses that will be added.
Okay, how many approximately, do you know?
So currently we have 16 new vehicles coming, and we will allocate some to that school. So as soon as we have the full numbers for 25, 26, then we can start optimizing those routes for those schools.
So approximately, how many total would you need for the school 23?
23, looking at the number, I would say probably 10.
10? Okay.
So one of the things to keep in mind, Ms. Thomas, so those students that are going to be going from Billingsley, so if it's a neighborhood of 40 students, that piece of equipment, that bus would then go, because that bus would no longer be needed at Billingsley if those kids are going to be going to Elementary 23. So one of the things is we take some of those buses from the schools from which those students attended, if those numbers work out in terms of balancing the number of riders on those buses.
Okay, so we're approximately adding 10 new buses
For the route.
school 23. Okay. I'm just looking at the budget because we need bus drivers. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Thank you all for your work and doing this after you do your 9 to 5 thing and coming in. Really do appreciate it. My question was actually more for Dr. Navarro around Middleton. What's the plan for filling that school in terms of are we bringing in kids? I know it's yes from all over the county. I mean, since it's going to be so low, can you just refresh my memory, please?
So the way we started first when we were looking, because we started planning this before these committees got together, we looked at having it be a regional hub where we would have sister schools where we would balance out English language learners going to Middleton as their school. So for example, students who are ESOL students from Mudd and I can't remember the others. What's the other sister school, Kevin? It's for Middleton, Mudd.
Brown?
And maybe Brown. So if you recall, if you just mentally drive through those communities, they're all walkable communities. And so if you're an ESOL student, that would be your ESOL hub to be able to balance this out. One of the things we were waiting eagerly on was to see what the community recommendations move forward. And we saw that they got guidance of about 100 students. As we're looking at the populations and depending in which the board decides in terms of elementary 23 redistricting, one of the things we are looking at is originally we were saying this was a regional program for this sort of 301 side of the county and with the sister schools.
That's what I remember.
But we may be able to open up, one of the things that when we looked at these projections, we may be able to open it up in some way system-wide. And we may need to talk about transportation or that parents would have to transport. But we are looking to, like Steve said, about 100 students to add about additional 100 students in the program. And again, we're looking at projections 5-year out. But if we have flexibility, there's a lot of interest from other communities that I heard about starting a two-way immersion program on the other side of 301, so like the Jennifer community, there's a lot of interest in that. If we have flexibility looking at these numbers, we may early on open that site to the entire district in terms of wanting to come in to do those programs. We are scheduled to start next year with pre-K and K, so we build every single year that process. And I think we are coming to you for an update sometime in the next couple of months, right?
Yes, towards the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year, yep.
Okay, thank you for that. So right now then, you would envision only, however or wherever it comes from, only growing it 100 more, roughly?
Roughly, these are estimates, and so
Okay.
I think what we don't want is to put Middleton where it is right now, which is like one big, so we want to keep it as close to state-rated capacity, to that 500 and change number.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you again for your work.
Anyone else? Final point.
Thank you. Just one quick question. It sort of jogged my memory when I heard it mentioned about neglected, homeless, and delinquent students or students who fall into that category. Dr. Navarro, would there be an instance where perhaps those students would not have to move, just given their kind of unique situations and being sort of closely located to wherever their temporary housing location
Right,
is?
so McKinney-Vento requires us to transport depending on the current situation. So that's a discussion with the PPW and whoever's managing the situation of the current student around where the best transportation is. And so we provide McKinney-Vento transportation all the time. That many times may not move a student. So, yeah.
Okay, I thought there was also an opportunity for those students to not have to be moved from their school of origin.
Yes, so I think sometimes you will see that Mr. Tompkins does very long bus rides because of the situation. It just depends on what the law is, and then depending on where the case management with the social worker and conditions, they may say, no, this is the best residency as of now that is stable, and that means that this would be, if there's an agreement, this would be the best school placement. So it's very individualized, but by law, they are allowed to remain in their home school for whatever it is. I just know that home gets discussed quite a bit depending on where the situation is with the student.
Yeah, I think in ESCA, they use the term school of origin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just 1 second. Ms. Feller-Washington?
I just want to say y'all did a great job. But I had to ask the hard question because my constituent asking me the hard questions. Thank you.
And Ms. Stethem?
Just really quick, when we talk about the when we talk about the SRC numbers include, that capacity includes like the trailers. It's not just like, is it the school itself, or is it excluding trailers, or is it including trailers for capacity?
So the state-rated capacity is just the actual building. And when you talk about the state-rated capacity of an elementary versus a middle or high school, there is a difference. At the elementary level, it only accounts for general education classrooms. It does not factor in your specials like science and art and music. So it is based on just those general ed classrooms and not your portables.
Okay. I just wanted to get a sense, because I know we walked around some schools and we talk about some schools, quote unquote, looking empty, or they look like they have capacity. But then if they have trailers, what does that mean for capacity, for growth? And ask that question because as you drive around Charles County, you see lots of neighborhoods popping up all over the place. And while we have looked at the capacities, and the capacities that you guys have are going through 2029, right, in some places for projected enrollment, how are you equating also the construction and planning across the county for new things that are coming up?
Sure. So, if you don't mind, I'll.
Thank you.
When the committees do their work, and if you just want to go to a block map, Mike. So if you look at any of these blocks here, we have information from the county and from the town of La Plata about growth in those blocks. And we've asked those folks at the planning level, whether it be county government or the town, to look at the neighborhoods that are being built and categorize them so that they're able to say, this many units are going to move forward in a 1 to 2 year window, this many in 3 to 5 years, and this many beyond 5 years, so that we can equate those to students. And as the groups are moving blocks, they can say, okay, yeah, there's a neighborhood in here, and based on this worksheet, we know we move this block, which has got 30 kids, but we also know that in the 1 to 2 year, there's another 3 kids coming, so we got to account for 33 kids. So all of that is part of the factoring that's in here. And so in the numbers that are presented, if you go back to the chart, Mike, these projected numbers do include the growth. So in the 25-26 would be the growth for that 1 to 2 year window from any blocks that are moved, as well as what's in those zones for the schools. And then the following would be the 3 to 5 year window of growth, plus the 1 to 2 year window of growth.
Okay, thanks. That makes a lot of sense. So you are closely tied with the capital improvements that are going on around the county to get the numbers that you can get, right?
So
this
those
is
are
funny math, but I just want to make sure that we are absolutely, count that, because we've seen some schools that have been built, and the moment you build them, you're out of capacity and you're putting trailers in. And there's lots of people that ask questions like, why are we doing that? You should have just built it bigger. There's a whole rule about what you can ask for, funding, et cetera. But I do think it's just important for us to talk to the public about that, because there's some numbers, like it looks like, oh, there's going to be 200 students in this school. That's great. But I just want to try to educate the public that there's more about how you can ask for the money, how you can plan for the money, how far out you can plan for the money, just so people understand there is due diligence behind this.
So
that's a great point, Ms. Dunn. So again, referring back to this chart, you can see both A and B have elementary 23 when it opens under their state rated capacity, and even as we get 5 years out, both of those groups have them under state rate capacity. So we as a school system don't want to be in that position where 2 years or 5 years after we open a school, we have to put relocatable classrooms there. Now, I will be honest, that has happened in some cases in the past, but I believe over the last, with the opening of St. Charles back in 2014 and with Billingsley in 2019, we strongly tasked both of those groups to make sure that they opened those schools under capacity, but took into consideration that future growth. And knock on wood, St. Charles now in 2023-24 doesn't have relocatables yet. It's likely going to happen in the future. And then with Billingsley open in 2019, we're almost 5 years out, and we've not had to add relocatable classrooms there. And as you can see with both of these groups, they are making adjustments there to allow for growth at Billingsley. So in working with, in good faith with the county and the town, we do take those things into consideration and sharing that information with the committees. And those members of both the county planning growth management and the town were present at those meetings. Every meeting we had representatives there who were able to answer questions that any of those groups had.
Thank you. I think that's really, really good for our community members to know, because I know parents aren't always happy about trailers, and to know that we are, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, do not hold me to math, but I do think at least we are trying to get the math right.
And one other point to clarify, you did mention capital improvements. So we have a significant capital improvements program, but when the committees are considering their work, we're only having them factor in what's already been done, like the 2 kindergarten additions that we mentioned here at Malcolm and Ryon that are done and open, or schools that are under construction, such as Martin or Elementary 23. We have kindergarten additions scheduled for several of these other ones, but we can't guarantee the time frame that the state funds come or the local funds come available. So we don't want to give that for them to consider, because the only guarantee is once it's actually under construction or actually open.
Thanks. I just want to make sure the public has the benefit of that information, the same way they have to plan for their households and what they're doing. We have to plan for our community needs as well, and we are doing that. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you all so much for your work. I second a lot of my colleagues' sentiments. You know, I know it's a lot of work, and I think for me personally, it gives me a lot to think about in terms of what's the best decision, and I anticipate the superintendent's recommendation coming before us soon. So thank you all.
Thank you.
So next up on the agenda is me. I'm on the agenda. So just really quickly, the board, if you recall, and for the benefit of the public, there were some resolutions, a long list of resolutions presented back in the fall, I believe, originally, for the board to consider adopting. And so there are 4 that are on the agenda tonight or today for report items. So they include Arab American Heritage Month, Autism Acceptance Month, Month of the Military Child, and Volunteer Awareness Month. And these were drafted by myself, some colleagues, Ms. Smith, as well as CCAC, one of our community partners, who's been very instrumental in assisting us with some of those that directly relate to our special education community. So just wanted to kind of give a brief sort of synopsis of why the board does this and why at least my thought process was in bringing this forward, and then I'll give my colleague an opportunity to speak as well. So when we introduce resolutions, we want to ensure that the public and families understand why we do this. It's not just this nice little folder with words on it, et cetera. The purpose and intent is to align with the core values of equity and inclusivity. And so that's sort of the basis and the theme around a lot of these resolutions. And additionally, we want to acknowledge everyone that's a part of our school community and their contributions, right? Not only to acknowledge, but also to uplift our communities, regardless of our uniqueness or differences, and to seek to build awareness so that we can continue to foster strong relationships within our community, and that these actions will then enhance the educational experience for all students and impact positively our staff and communities alike. I also wanted to just ask Dr. Navarro if you could just speak briefly on how, when we communicate resolutions, how those translate in your purview to staff, and what sort of the expectation is, or how those words translate into action.
Sure. So what I will say is the board sets its tone by using resolutions, like you said, to bring to life the core values of the school system. What we work on is ensuring that we calendar and we have all the resolutions available so that the school staff can understand the why, and if you read the resolution, you understand the importance, and then you figure out ways to celebrate that in your community. I do want to say that there are celebrations that our schools do right now that are not part of board resolutions, that are part of important festivities in their specific school community that they want to sort of recognize as well. I have to give lots of kudos to our schools. We have a resolution on, for example, we just finished February for Black History Month, and schools did a fabulous job. And I always say, you know, the board sets the tone with their expectations in terms of the core values of the district, and then schools, I think, work best when from the bottom up, they take those resolutions and create sort of an awareness in the community. Last year, I saw wonderful work in several of our schools around autism and how to teach our students around the varying abilities of students in their particular community. So what we try to strive for is then educate our school community around the importance of those, and then schools creating opportunities for their community, the students, the staff to learn from them and understand them. We have a lot of work to do because the board this year brought a lot at once. And so I would ask the board to pace itself a little bit so that, you know, there's so many things that schools have so that the schools can catch up a little bit. But that's not to say, like, you know, I think Indian Head does a beautiful, supportive way in which they look at military families because of the communities that they're in, right? So I'm glad to see this resolution here for the entire district, even though we have some specific communities that have been embracing this for a while now. So that will be our work moving forward, is striving to sort of catch up with all these resolutions and communicating the importance of it, and then more importantly, why we are really educating our community and our students around why the resolutions are brought forward. But we will be catching up to the board. The board is fast and running, and we'll catch up.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Navarro, for that. And I do just want to say, I think the board understands that this, you know, certainly we don't want to put any additional work onto staff, and, you know, but just feel like it's important to acknowledge, you know, every member of our community, and hoping that, you know, the celebrations build each year, or the, you know, whatever is incorporated into the lessons, or however however schools choose to acknowledge or put these words and resolutions to action. That may look different for different reasons and for different resolutions, but also just wanted to share really quickly from Madam Chair Morley, who wasn't able to be here today. She had chose to draft the Month of the Military Child because of the unique position we're in, obviously being close to many bases, and, you know, just wanted to express how the board acknowledges those unique circumstances. You know, often military children are forced to move, you know, a lot throughout their childhood, and families are, you know, constantly sort of adjusting and transitioning, and sometimes how that can be difficult for children. And so just wanted to recognize their uniqueness there. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Smith if she had to share a few words.
No, just briefly, I think you both said it very eloquently in terms of the resolutions reflecting the values that this board sees and sort of what our role is in the community in building awareness. One of the things we definitely want to ensure that we're always doing and always putting at the forefront is that we are building global citizens. And in building global citizens, it's also ensuring that teachers and building administrators are having conversations amongst themselves about how to implement these resolutions, what it may look like in their unique communities, but also bringing in families and having conversations with families to better understand. So for our unique community, how should we celebrate the military child? You know, how should we celebrate autism awareness? What type of Black History Month projects do we have this year, a program? But it's having those conversations, and I love the fact, Dr. Navarro, that you brought up the wonderful space that is Indian Head Elementary, west side of the county, District 2. But definitely want to encourage, you know, again, other colleagues to reach out and actually see the work that's being done down there, to think about how they can replicate it in their specific buildings. So I think this creates conversation, but it also encourages us to actually recognize that there are multifaceted people within our community that we absolutely should be celebrating.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Warren, did you have a comment?
Yes, no, I think a lot of these that have been brought forth are really, you know, good, and I was happy to hear you say, Dr. Navarro, that, you're going to, the schools need time, because there were a lot, and not just like when they're good, but just making sure that they're being, because of the purpose and, value behind it, that they're actually being implemented in some way. And I see that they're mostly for like an entire month. So it gives schools time to implement it over time, whether it be in a class, say social studies or whatever. But that would mean a lot to me as we bring these forth, that they're able to be implemented so that the students can understand the importance. So I was glad to hear you say that, because it's like, oh, it's a lot of them. But yeah, but thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Anyone else? All right. Well, that was it for that. So they are report items. They've been posted, so board members, you can take a look, and then they'll be up for action, I believe, on the March work session. Is that where they're slated, Dr. Navarro?
Yes, which is next week.
Next week, so read up quickly. All right, next, Mr. Schwartz. I believe you have a legislative update for us.
Oh boy. It is.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I would like to say that there's nothing going on in Annapolis, but that's not true. As we know that there's a process that Annapolis uses to pass bills. One of the big dates during the General Assembly session is called the crossover date. That's Monday. Monday is the day that we expect bills to pass out of the House to go to the Senate, or vice versa if they're going to be moving at all this year. It's not a hard and fast date. If a bill passes out of the House after that date to go to the Senate, doesn't mean it's not going to pass. It just means it's not guaranteed a hearing in the Senate, and vice versa. So we're going to be able to tell, I think, starting Monday, really what is going to be what we're going to be looking at as far as bills that are going to pass this session. MABE is following several hundred bills, as PZAM is as well, and I'm certainly not going to go through all of them. I understand that Mr. Lucas did share information from the MABE Legislative Committee with you, but I'm going to highlight just three bills for your information. First is House Bill 151. This is the bill I've mentioned in the last several reports concerning Charles County Board of Education vacancies. This is a bill that Delegate Patterson has put in and would require that the board fill vacancies within a certain amount of time. The bill was as filed, says 60 days. We asked Delegate Patterson to extend that to 90 days, and we hope that that's going to be put in the bill. Right now, that bill has not been voted on by House Ways and Means yet. We expect that will happen sometime this week. House Bill 785, Senate Bill 738, the Freedom to Read Act, is a bill that's moving in the General Assembly this session concerning books in libraries. Now, the Freedom to Read Act deals with both public libraries and school libraries. Unfortunately, the bill has filed sort of intermingled the two and would have treated school libraries as if they were public libraries, which they're not. So amendments have been put in to separate schools and public libraries in the bill. That bill, as moving in the Senate, is making that distinction. The House has a version as well that's going to start moving. We haven't seen the amendments in the House yet, but they will likely match in some manner the Senate bill. The bill would require school systems to adopt procedures on how library books are reviewed in that particular school system. It also protects school employees from discipline for enforcing the school's policy on protecting library books in the schools. The original bill had school libraries following the state library board standards. We don't answer to the state library board, so that has been clarified in the bill as it's been amended and moving. So we expect that there will be some version of this bill that will pass this session. We'll see what the final version looks like. House Bill 1115 and Senate Bill 1026 concerns county board budgets. It's called the Transparency in Education Spending Act. This is a MACO-sponsored bill, and you can see by the term transparency that they think that we're not being transparent. We have pushed back strongly on that in Annapolis to explain that we are among the most transparent entities in the world. We have more audits than any other public entity, and we are very transparent with our county government. And I will say that this is not coming from Charles County government. I think our relationship with the Charles County Commissioners is excellent. I think they would say the same. Our communication between our board and their board, our staff and their staff, is, I think, a model for the state. We do quite a bit of communication regularly with our county commissioners and their staff. But that's not necessarily true around the state, and some of the counties that don't see that same transparency, as they would call it, they've pushed this bill. What the bill does is it requires that certain information be included in the local Board of Education budget. It has to be posted on the board's website, which, by the way, every school system does currently, but the bill would require that. It has to be done in a certain format, and the format that's required in the bill is not the same format that the state requires us to use. So that's a concern that we're trying to work out in the bill. The bill would also discuss the ability of the local board to transfer funds between major categories of the budget. As you know, we have to report to the county whenever we make transfers from one category to another. Our budget, for the public's interest, is broken down into 14 major categories, and if we transfer money from one category to another, we've got to go to the county government to get final approval for that. This bill would require us to go to the county government prior to transferring the funds, which is often a difficult thing because of timing. Our requests don't always match up with their schedule of meetings that we would have to get approval before the transfer. That'd be a little bit of a concern. There's a provision in the bill that would allow us to transfer a portion of any particular category up to 1% as the bill was filed of any category we could transfer without having to go to the county. That 1% is something that Annapolis is very focused on. MABE is looking for a much higher percentage of categories. PZAM is as well. MACO, of course, is trying to keep it closer to 1%. Likely it's going to be somewhere in between 1 and maybe 10 or 15%. It's going to fall somewhere into that range in the final version. The bill has not been voted on yet, but we expect that this bill is going to pass in some format this session. Having said that, I'm going to open it up for any questions about those bills or any other bills that you may have seen in Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any questions? Thank you. No questions today.
Thank you.
You're off the hook.
And if I could just put a pitch in for, I think, what Shelley is going to tell you in just a moment. She requested her report to be at 3 o'clock because her people are coming from schools. So if we could start hers closer to 3, if there's anything else the board needs to cover in the meantime on the agenda, you might want to maybe move something around a little bit.
Yeah, sure. It might go over. Yep, absolutely. So we will pivot around to the board handbook under unfinished business. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Smith or Mr. Lucas, who may want to begin those conversations.
Sure.
You want to kick off, Mr. Lucas? You want me to?
Yeah, so what's posted on board docs in our last meeting, the superintendent said, and she did send out a link so that everyone could comment on the latest draft. And the superintendent made a couple of minor edits. Either Ms. Smith or myself made any edits. So they were just, what you see there is just everyone's comments on things that were in the latest draft. And I think our task, if not now, but at some point in the near future, is just to march through those things and kind of adjudicate them as a group. Ms. Smith, anything else you want to add?
I would actually inquire with Vice Chair Kramer. So one, definitely appreciate laying out in slide format the edits that remain to be discussed. I think in terms of process, it would make sense for us as a board now to walk through each of those points to get a sense of where we stand and how to move forward, in hopes that we could finalize and settle on some language today so that we are able to vote hopefully in the next work session on the handbook and finalize it. I would also offer to my colleagues that while we are obviously looking to put forward the best version of this that we can. This, of course, is a working document. As we evolve, as we continue to coalesce and work together, there may be things that we want to add or remove in the future. This is not a document that's like a strategic plan where it's 5 years and done, and then we'll sort of pull it off the shelf 5 years from now and begin to revise it. This is something that can be iterative. We can include additional elements in the future if we so choose. So just asking you to keep that in mind as we prepare to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just add on, and for everyone's sake, nothing in here is something that all of us have like given a collective thumbs up to. So if there's anything in here that anyone has a question or comment on, please feel free to bring it up. It started from a base document that was added on mainly by Ms. Smith and myself, but by individually members of the board. But again, if there's something that you have a question on, please feel free to bring it up, because nothing here is set in stone.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Ms. Smith's point, I agree. I like, thank you, Dr. Navarro or staff, whoever put this together, the 9 bullets that are left remaining for us to discuss. And that sort of was what I envisioned for this session. This time on the agenda was us to sort of go through those and see what we can get consensus on. And of course, if there are some sticking points, then, perhaps we table that and just move on to what we can get consensus on. And then also want to remind the board that we do have a retreat coming up. So perhaps if there are items that, are sticking points, maybe we could discuss it further during the retreat, but try to, get some consensus on what we can today so that we can pass what we have. So those were my thoughts. So if you want to start with, just start from the top. There was a comment that 2 board members had an interest of eliminating the requirement of at least 1 PD per year, noted in the document. If anybody has any comments on that, or is anyone?
I think it'd be helpful. I think it'd be helpful
If we're able to
somehow
display
if
it.
we could look at the document. If we can get someone to put the document up so we know where in the document we're referring.
Good idea.
So I think to that point, Ms. Kramer or Vice Chair Kramer, given that there were 2 people who were concerned about having at least 1 PD per year, would love to hear from those members in terms of their thought process around
Sure.
not having any, since it was only 1 recommended for the entire year. So curious if those who were kind of against that option or that point in the document would speak up and explain sort of what their rationale was.
Did anyone want to give any comment on, I don't have in front of me I don't know who the.
I was gonna let them self-select.
Okay.
Professional
Professional
development.
development.
And it's in the document, I'm sorry. I know the acronym. It's in the document as professional development. Sorry about that.
Okay, I was one of them. And the reason I said that was because when we go to the meetings and you have a list of everything on there, everybody can go look at everything that's on there. They have a PowerPoint, they tell you what they talk about it. So to me, it will be whoever been there, they can go look at it because all of us got the PDs. So you just don't get the PDs that you show up for that session. You get all of them. So you can do it yourself. So
not to interrupt, just to clarify, what we're discussing is for the 2 board members who were against having at least 1 professional development for the year. That's it, just that part.
Oh, that's why I was confused. Okay.
Was that not?
So
Against having
not
1
what you want to
professional
comment on,
development for the year?
So.
Did anybody want to comment on the rationale for not agreeing to having 1 PD professional development as a requirement? Does anybody want? Did you want to comment on that, Ms. Thomas?
I do want to comment on that. My comment would be, in the document, it said it's recommended, not required. Am I right? It said it was recommended, not required.
That's a good question, because on the slide, it says requirement, but in
Right.
the actual document.
I thought it said it's recommended.
yeah, because I asked for that to be changed.
So I did not change that because the original language said required. So there were 2 things around PD. The first one, if the board recalls, there's an expanded definition of professional learning.
Correct.
That goes beyond conferences and so forth. So that was expanded. And then on where we are looking at right now, which is page 5, number 12, it does say they are participating in professional development at least once per year and commit the time and energy necessary to be informed and an effective leader. And then
There's a
you
description.
saw my additional language that was there on expanding the definition of professional learning. So I did not make the change because I thought that was the first point that the board has to agree on, whether they have a requirement to participate in at least one as newly defined, or if they just want to say, suggest that, recommend that they participate.
So thank you for that. So thank you for that clarity, because I kind of think it's the opposite, right? If we agree that professional development can be in that list, right? It doesn't necessarily be a conference or something like that, but we agree that maybe you participate in some activity, and that's a professional development. Cannot negate the two board members that wanted to eliminate at least one, because I think before the term was very rigid as to what constituted professional development, but if the term can now be expanded so that professional development is a variety of those things in the list, that then resolve the issue for the board member, that now, because the list is expanded, you could find a way to do one. So that was just my only point.
No, appreciate that point. And I think that's why we wanted to hear from the two board members who were against it, to figure out if their opinion has now shifted.
It did not shift mine.
So you're still against no professional development,
Because we go to conferences.
which
why-
is professional
why would you
development.
want to go Recommend, because we're not at work.
No,
This is
right. And so the expanded definition is that it does not have to be a conference.
But but recommend is, everybody got different schedules. I got a brand new job. I can't tell you what I did last year, what I can do this year. So I don't want to be on an umbrella that I must do it. I think I have enough leadership skills to be able to do this, but I don't want to be required to do anything. Recommend is the best word, because usually in all of jobs, they recommend. They stay away from the requirement because and you don't want to fight with your employee, so you say recommend.
No,
So
I hear your
if
position.
You recommend, the person might just do it anyway, but it sounds better just to recommend.
No, I hear your position. You don't want to be required to do anything. I heard you. Okay.
Did anyone else
Mr.
have any?
Hancock?
Yes, this is one of the things that I felt was kind of directed towards me. I don't always make conferences. This past year, I'd made no state or federal conferences, but I have been to the MABE conferences before. So I have one question, two questions. So first, I'd like to know, do we know what the actual definition of professional development is? And secondly, what is the penalty, or what would the penalty be if someone went a whole year without attending any professional development?
So if I can address the definition that I suggested for the board as they were wrestling with this issue. So number 12, I left it pretty broad. So number 12 says, professional development is defined as participation in any activity that advances the knowledge of issues pertaining to public education, to include, but not limited to, conferences, seminars, presentations that further the knowledge and ability of a board member to carry out their duties as part of the Board of Education. One of the reasons I didn't note presentations in one location or another is the board members may attend presentations by the commissioners on growth of the county. That impacts their work as board members, because we just had a whole discussion around how growth of the county impacts our schools. So what I was trying to offer is some language that allows you to see that if you go to a school and you have a presentation on CTE programs, or you have a presentation that is done at a community meeting on
or you've attended the MABE
violence,
legislative day, and
yeah,
you've
any of
participated
those.
in
So
that. So
really, the question really is for the board as a body, do you then agree that that definition gives you enough flexibility to try to do what seems like an interest of saying professional learning is important for us and we commit to doing some kind of activity at least once a year? And that's up to the board to decide that piece.
And Mr. Hancock, just to add in, so I would say that none of what was included in here, Mr. Lucas, you can chime in if you'd like, was directed at any one board member or another. In terms of you saying that you hadn't participated in much, I would disagree. You actually did attend the May Legislative Day. You were the only board member that went there. So you have participated in presentations to further your knowledge and understanding of how to serve to the best of your abilities as a board member. In terms of what the penalty would be, I think that's something that we definitely should discuss and figure out amongst ourselves as a board. I'll leave it at that.
And I just want to add to Ms. Smith's point, agree, because that's why I think the superintendent adding the additional expansion of the definition of what professional development is, because I remember Mr. Hancock and Ms. S. Thomas went to, there was like a mental health forum. I feel like that would be considered
use, yeah.
part of, based on the new definition as professional development, because that enhances your knowledge and skills as a board member. So I think it's just about wrapping our head around what is considered professional development and not thinking of it as just like a conference where you have to, you know what I'm saying, where you have to travel or something like that. It could be something local. And I would consider that, as well as, you know, the legislative day, those type of things as professional development as well. So not necessarily a paid conference per se, but it could be something we have locally right here, hosted by our health department, things like that. So just wanted to comment on that. Ms. Warren, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm okay with the language of recommended, because I think as professionals in this position, whether we can make it or not, I can only speak for myself. I'm going to attend professional development. I'm a lifelong learner, period. So whatever that encompasses, I like Dr. Navarro's definition, but I think just my thinking, as professionals on this board, we will make the effort to attend something. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'm okay with the recommended. And I hear you, Ms. Butler-Washington, about not being required, because people don't want to feel like they're being told to do something. And then the whole piece about the penalties, that just takes it to the next level. That's a little turnoff for me. Now we're being penalized. It's like, okay, this is going a little bit too deep. But again, I ain't personally going to attend professional development because I like to learn. I'm just going to, if my schedule permits it, I will do it. So, but the penalty, that's just a little, hopefully we can wrap this up soon, but that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas?
So I would like to say I concur with Mr. Hancock's position, that the things that we've participated in, that expanded definitions, I feel like it fits in there, and it fits in there very neatly. And I would also like to concur with Ms. Warren's position of penalization of something like this. I think it's an overreach, particularly because I do believe that we all were elected to office, with the exception of me. We were all elected to office, and but it was an elective process, right? You decided to run for the school board. You decided to sit in the seat, and I think because of that decision, that with great responsibility becomes, much is required, right? And so I do believe that which much is, required, we should do it, do these activities. But I do think the expanded definition resolves this without the necessity to have some kind of penalization for this particular point.
Okay.
Yes, I just want to say again that, the definition is fine. It's just the requirement. I just don't work great with requirements because I'm going to do what's necessary to make sure that every child succeed in Charles County. So requirement makes it just tenses up stuff, and then the word penalty, throw it out there, it even turns worse. So we should stay away from that word. Recommend is the word that we should use.
Mr. Lucas?
Thank you. So it wasn't me. I think it might have been Ms. Warren. I don't know if you put this comment in here. Okay. You can speak up. But we have a policy, right? Policy 8120. Attendance at professional development opportunities related to education or school board matters shall be encouraged for the professional growth of board members. So I will just share this policy, and if we want to go change this policy, then we can change this policy. But to put language in this document that doesn't jive with policy, regardless of what we're talking about, is never a good thing. Was that you, Ms. Warren?
Yes,
Okay, I
Yeah,
thought so.
because- yes.
The little initials sometimes are cryptic on those notes, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes,
Thanks for that.
Yeah, because I feel like policy drives everything. So if we always go back to policy, it'll keep everybody straight. It won't sound personal, it won't sound emotional, but it just sticks to what the law says. So I think that's a good way to keep us on the straight path.
8120.
So one of the things that I may suggest is, as board members are able to give their comments on each of these 9 bullets, at some point, you may want to see what the consensus of the board is, so that, and I will take notes to make the edits. Yeah.
On this one. So, did anybody have any final comments? I just feel like we should take a consensus on moving forward with the language as it is, or changing it. Ms. Smith, did you have anything final that you wanted to say?
Just to
about this
clarify,
particular-
like the language as is, so the language as is it encouraged or required?
The language is currently required, right? Is that
It's
the-
not,
No,
it's
the
neither.
language, the language is neither. Number
Neither.
12 just says participate, which
Okay.
doesn't say either.
Okay.
Expansion first, the expansion
I-
piece first.
But actually, at the top of the previous page, it does start with that whole section by saying the board shall, and then all those numbers are
Thought I saw
shalls.
that.
Right.
like-
Yeah,
That's why I
on
thought
page
it was
4.
required already.
Okay.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
So,
So,
The board shall have a unity of purpose, and each individual board member shall, that's right, and then we go into
Right.
1 through however. Mr. Lucas?
so for number 12, again, just taking in everything I've heard, if we just eliminated what's shown in me on purple at least once per year, then that ties you in to do something once in your term, and it doesn't violate what's in current policy.
Okay. Ms. Smith?
Would that
And it's
still be a
still-
requirement, though? Because now we're moving from once per year to once per term.
No,
And it
well-
seems like folks are concerned about being required to do anything in relation to
Well,
professional
I'm just saying, because it says shall up there,
Which is still a
participate,
directive.
I'm, again, just taking in everything I've heard, trying to get to some consensus. I think if you take that out, and then it's still in here and in that policy, there is a reporting requirement for the things that you do, and we can have discussion on that based on this expanded definition of professional development. But I guess from what I'm hearing, I think if you just remove that, then you probably have consensus from the board.
So is Mr. Lucas' statement accurate if it reads, board members shall, and then you skip down to number 12, participate in professional development, strike out at least once per year, and commit the time and energy necessary to be an informed and effective leader, et cetera, and then it goes on to explain professional development. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes, you may want to ask for a show of hands.
Okay,
You may have the majority, but I don't think you'll have.
okay.
So I would
Ms.
be
Thomas,
good-
did you have a comment?
Oh.
I did. I just wanted to clarify. Mr. Lucas is saying that we're going to strike at least once per year.
Correct.
And then this will stand, and that means in a term, a person can do something one time or no, like,
It would still be required to do
Still
something.
says shall,
they're still required to do something.
But you're shifting from a year to a term.
once per year.
But it's still
too.
required.
I'm just going to make a blanket statement, and then I'm going to digress. We ask students to do their homework. We talked about eligibility. Oh, you got to do your homework. Your grades are important. You need to commit. And then we don't want to model commitment. I can't agree with that.
We
So,
require educators to be professionally developed, but yet
that's just
we're
not-
sitting here
I
saying that
digress
we
from
don't
my
want to
point.
be professional. But we have educators who are also grown, Ms. Butler Washington.
Can we
And they're
talk
required
one
to
at a
be
time,
professionally
please?
developed.
so if I could just
I'll
finish,
yield the mic.
if I could just finish my point that I cannot agree with us not modeling, being committed to doing the very thing that we are here to help usher children through. If we believe education is important, if we believe developing our minds and being intentional about what we do, then we model that behavior. And whether we're adults or we're talking about children, I will never ask a child to do something that I would not be willing to do.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Lucas?
To be clear, I'm not against the once per year thing, Okay, but you can't have it in there if it violates the policy that I just wrote, that I just read back to everybody. Okay, it's as simple as that. So if you want to change the policy, we can do that and come back and change this later. But you can't put something in here that goes against what our policy says, no matter what it is. That's straightforward as anything. So that's all I'm saying. As you said before, it's a living document. We can come back and change it later. And we can change a policy later, but you can't put something in here that violates our policy.
Okay, good point. Ms. Smith?
I was going to thank my colleague for that clarification. So given that, I will change my position to encouraged once per year. I can't go for a term. Encouraged once per year. And at some cycle of us reviewing all of the various policies that we have on the docket to review, at some point, we will kind of come up against the policy that Mr. Lucas shared. And I will encourage us to shift from encouraged to required, and then back channel to this handbook and vote to change that again.
Okay,
Again,
so
I think this is very basic. Just because we have leadership skills and we can read, write, and speak and walk gum and chew gum at the same time does not mean that we understand the nuances and intricacies of what it is to run an education system and be able to make policy changes, decisions, set priorities from this seat just because we can write our name in script. That does not mean we have the skills. We have to constantly educate ourselves to be better than the next day that we sat in this seat.
absolutely. Thank you for your comments, everyone. And I do concur with Ms. Smith's comments and Ms. S. Thomas. You know, I think that, you know, running for this seat is elective. It's a choice, right? And so that just sort of gives way to the assumption that you're going to dedicate yourself and dedicate the time necessary to develop yourself to be an effective leader. And so that would be my position as well. But understanding Mr. Lucas's point that we can't contradict current policy. So then it sounds like we still have shall though at the top. So then do we need to change number 12 to say participate in professional development at least once per year and commit the time necessary and energy necessary to be an informed and effective leader, and at somewhere in there we have to.
So can shall be encouraged to participate in professional development at least once per year?
Okay, so add be encouraged to participate in the beginning. Okay, show of hands, who's okay with that? Yes, Daughter. Yes, Butler Washington.
Yes, I just want to clarify something. I'm not against anything asking a child to do or asking for professional development. What I am against is someone requiring me to do it. That's a big difference. Even in today's world, they teach you do not use that word. That is not a word you use when you don't have to use it. So requiring a board to do something when you could simply just ask them, because all of us do it anyway, it's no better. So recommend it, encourage, those are the words that you get people to continue to do things. You say required, that is something back and forth. And it makes you feel like, and then you threw out the word penalty. That's even worse. So I'm trying to say that we're all up here professional. Before we even ran, we was professional. We're going to do what we're doing. We always have done it. To throw words out there just because it's a word does not entice anyone to do anything. What entices people to do things is because they ran because they want to do it. But the word requirement in this capacity is just not relevant for me, because we're all going to do it. So I don't want to make something out of it, because when you say requirement, always penalty comes behind it. And that's what I did not want to hear, and I heard it today. So that's why I want to stay away from that word. And so I just want to clear, I do want to continue doing professional development as I have always done. So I just want to make sure that was very clear.
Thank you, Ms. Butler Washington. And also just want to, encourage the board to understand too that we're creating this document that, in hopes and anticipation that it's going to live beyond us, right? So it's not just what this board is doing, right? Then I tend to agree with, Ms. Smith that, requirement may be necessary, in other boards, maybe not, maybe you feel like it's not necessary and for this board, right? But we'll be gone, at some point. And so the point was to create a document that would live beyond us to sort of guide future boards, to set a standard for future boards to follow. And so I just want to make that point. Ms. Warren?
I just want to say really quickly, I just think, I'm sorry, I'm trying, I'm just a little tickled by this dialogue, but I think it's a matter of just sounding a little bit controlling. It kind of gives that control, and people, and namely adults, do not want to be controlled, have a sense of, feel like people are, I don't know, maybe throwing around quote unquote power and, trying to control a situation. And that's all I want to say about that. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing at all. But I'm just saying that's what it can, people can hear things differently. So that's all I'm saying. And it was one more point I wanted to make. Oh, and I think Ms. Butler-Washington mentioned it. I don't think any of us are saying that we're against going to professional development. I think that's really clear too, at least in my mind, from what I'm hearing. We're all for it. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. So back to the language. Right now, because of current policy, we agree we cannot use the word required. So then we don't need to address the penalty situation either because it's not required. So everyone's in agreement on that, right? So the language would currently state shall, and the number 12 would read, be encouraged to participate in professional development at least once per year, and continue on. Show of hands of who is in agreement with that. So 1, 2, is that everyone? Yes. Okay, unanimous. Dr. Navarro, are you making a note of this?
I am.
Thank you.
And Ms. Kramer, may I request, if it's possible for us to put a pause on the handbook? We have the community reps for Ms. Mackey here, and if we can bring them forward. And yes, I am taking notes, copious.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. So we're going to put a pin in this conversational board handbook, colleagues, and then we'll invite Ms. Mackey and her team to come up, and then we will resume this after. Welcome. Hi, Ms. Mackey. How are you today? I'm good. How are you? Good. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, Vice Chairperson Kramer, Board Member Superintendent Navarro. First, thank you all for flipping your agenda so that we could give our committee members a little bit more time to arrive.
Absolutely.
I do want to introduce our committee members who joined us today. To my right is Bridget Patterson. We have Sanaya Niles, Sanaya is a junior at St. Charles High School. Aaron Locke is a special education teacher at Arthur Middleton Elementary School. Sydney Smith, 5th grade teacher, Eva Turner Elementary School, and Dr. Sonia Matthew, assistant principal at Mary B. Neal Elementary School. I'll go ahead and just give a very quick overview. The committee is here today to share with you all feedback on the school naming recommendations that were brought to you at your February meeting. And who wants to start?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So we have 3 elementary school name recommendations as follows. Number 1, Margaret Jamison Thornton Elementary School. Number 2, Ronald E. McNair Elementary School. And number 3, White Plains Elementary School.
So I'd last month's meeting, the committee shared an update about collecting feedback, getting feedback from the community on the name recommendations. So the community has done two tools to collect the committee has utilized two tools to gather feedback from the community, one of which was a live virtual public hearing, and the second was a survey that was posted on the school system website.
Good afternoon. The committee held a live virtual public hearing on the name recommendations on February 28th, 2024. The hearing was streamed live at ccboe.com, and a recording was posted on the CCPS YouTube channel. 10 community members joined the virtual portion, and during the hearing, committee members shared a presentation with an overview of the school naming process. Name criteria outlined under Board Policy 7230 and 3 name recommendations. The community heard feedback from our 4 community members.
All right, and then 2 speakers spoke in support of naming the school White Plains Elementary School. 1 speaker shared a recent experience they had as a parent of a child who attended a school in another county that went through a renaming process. The other speaker commented that history has shown that naming schools after persons can be problematic when individuals of which a school is named for may be found or known to have affiliations, thoughts, actions, activities that do not promote equality and diversity. 2 speakers spoke in support of naming the school Margaret Jamison Thornton Elementary School. 1 speaker shared additional information about Mrs. Thornton, her character, and her pivotal role in the launch of kindergarten in Charles County Public Schools. The other speaker shared information about Mrs. Thornton as a lifelong CCPS educator, community supporter, businesswoman, and her belief that all children deserve equitable and fair education. And these 2 speakers were her granddaughter and her niece.
The committee launched a survey on the CCPS website on February 14th. The survey was open through March 1st and promoted on the school system website, social media platforms, and through parent and staff email communications. The survey introduction included a link to the committee presentation that detailed information about the 3 name recommendations. The survey received a total of 795 responses. A summary of questions and responses outlined on the following slides.
Thornton Elementary was 230 top choice, 171 second choice, and 114 third choice. White Plains was 185 top choice, 150 second choice, and 180 third choice. And then McNair was 100 top choice, 194 second choice, and 221 third choice.
And you see the question is rank the proposed names in preference order. So this required the survey respondent taker to kind of drag and drop their name choice preferences.
Okay, question 2 was as follows. Do you know of any reason why one of the proposed names should not be selected? This was an open-ended question that did not require a reply. A summary of the responses are provided. More than 150 respondents answered no. Schools should not be named after people. Names should not reflect prominent members influential in Charles County community. Ronald McNair does not have ties to Charles County, and White Plains is generic, too plain, insignificant, simple and not creative, and easier to say for children.
All right, and so, question 2 continues. Do you know of any reason why one of the proposed names should not be selected? They said Mrs. Thornton is local to Charles County and an education. Mrs. Thornton is a historic figure in Maryland. She was a pillar to the community. Select a school name based on location to avoid future conflicts. Names should reflect prominent member influential in Charles County community. Ronald McNair was influential African American who paved the way for others. Ronald McNair already has a school named after him in Maryland. Name the school after the community it serves. Mrs. Thornton was instrumental in kindergarten education for Charles County. The inspirational story and background of Ronald McNair and names are divisive.
Question 3. The question was, would you prefer the school to be named after a geographic location or a notable person in history? 227 people answered a geographic location, 431 people asked for a notable person, and 72 people chose other.
Dr. Matthew, I'm going to let Ms. Patterson take this slide if you're okay with that. Okay.
Should a school be named after a person for a geographical location, jurisdiction, neighborhood, landmark, streets? After a concept, idea, after a core community value, select your top choice. And the top choices: 460 after a person, 231 for a geographical location, 10 for a concept or idea, and 58 for core or community value.
All right, so question 5 asks, please share any additional thoughts the committee can share with the board. We would love for the school to be named after a Charles County educator. McNair is an icon. The best name for this new school would be White Plains Elementary. Shorten Margaret Jameson Thornton to Margaret J. Thornton. Naming a school after a person from Charles County helps build pride. Representation is everything, and kids need great people to admire and goals to strive for. Naming a school for a location does not allow a connection between the people and the building. Mrs. Thornton was a woman of great character and integrity.
All right. Continued. Stop trying so hard and keep it simple by location. The most recent elementary school was named after its location due to similar concerns of naming it after a person. If Thornton is not chosen, stick with geographical location. McNair has no connection to the community. Although individuals have stellar biograph, no one can absolutely positive that person was not slighted by any of their actions in the past. The inspiration should reflect the community. Recognize our community leaders who have made contributions. McNair is a fantastic option considering NASA and STEM invested at St. Charles High School. I love when schools are named after educators for our area. Black history made in CCPS.
So to summarize that, that's a lot of data. Those last couple of slides really summarized a lot of the open-ended feedback. There was feedback in support of all 3 names. There's some feedback in support of none of the names. So the committee today shared with you an overview of a lot to think about, a lot of opinions that differ in the community. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Thomas?
I like the survey responses, the way you guys collected this, the work that was done. I think it does give us some color commentary that helps support it, but I think it also gives something for the community to galvanize around as we make a decision. So when the decision is made, we don't have people saying, well, I didn't get a choice, or I didn't get to say anything. And that was actually great survey response, right? The response rate was pretty good. So I also think this serves as a model for us to continue to do this. So great work. I don't necessarily have a dog in the fight, but I do think that the way in which we collected this is really great. We need to continue this. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Butler-Washington?
Yeah, thank you. This was very great. I got a question. When they said that, did y'all research and see if Robert McNair McNair, was he actually a Charles County resident or not?
So no, he was not. And I did reach out to History Matters, which is an organization, I think, based out of Virginia that has worked with other school systems with the naming of schools, renaming of schools. I talked to someone about 2 weeks ago specifically about the 2 individuals that the committee has brought forward for the names. And I talked with this person at length about the work that they do, the recommendations that she had, and she recommended that we go out and look for any other information, biography information, any kind of background historical searches that we could do on the 2 individuals. And I couldn't really find anything other than what's out there. I think Mr. McNair is from the South. I believe the committee at the last meeting, our chairperson shared a story about him attempting to check out a book in I think a facility in South Carolina. So I do not believe that individual has connections to Charles County.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Smith?
No, just one, definitely a kudos. Thank you so very much. This is not easy work, so definitely appreciate all that you all have done. This is not easy, but very important work, so appreciative. One quick question around survey responses. Since this is actually on the higher end of survey responses that I've seen from our community, if there's any secret sauce or whatever we've done in terms of communicating to get folks to actually respond to our surveys, if we can just make sure that we document and replicate it going forward. Definitely appreciate how the community sort of came out and not only attended in person, but also sort of spoke to the survey responses. Want to keep that going. So thank you. Let's replicate.
Ms. Smith, Ms. B. Thomas, and then Mr. Lucas.
Yes, you said in the survey that McNair was already named at a school somewhere else?
So there is a Ronald McNair Elementary School in Montgomery County in Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
Just had a question. Thank you for clarifying on the slide about the question 1, because I was having problems understanding that. But if there were 795 responses, if I add up the numbers, they don't quite add up to that. Am I missing something?
So for the particular survey questions,
Yeah.
a response was not required for all of them.
Okay.
Oftentimes with surveys, if you require a response and your respondent doesn't necessarily agree with one of choices, they may not continue on with the survey. So to eliminate that, required responses that function was
Okay.
not put on. So
Okay.
the 795 was a capture of how many people accessed the survey, but they may not have answered question 1, but answered question 4.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for your work, too. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for your work. Appreciate this. This is really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. I think we go back to the handbook. So we have a consensus on bullet 1. And Dr. Navarro notated the language that we're going to add there for clarification. So bullet 2, 2 board members suggested giving verbal updates rather than in writing for debriefing the PD or trainings. Further noting that could be done during board meetings where minutes and recordings of the meetings capture this information. Does anyone want to comment if you were one that suggested that?
Can I
Mr.
just
Lucas?
verify? So are we talking number 13 now? Just so we know where we're pointing at in the document.
I have no idea.
I didn't either, so I think it's.
I don't know.
So there's a couple places
Yeah,
where this is sprinkled
occurs-
throughout the document.
Yeah.
One of them is 13, and then later on in the document, I have to find it, I apologize.
No, you're right. I remember it being.
There's another section that actually does state in writing, and that was, and I will find it quickly, because I have to.
I think there was a section.
Yeah, there's another section that actually does say in writing.
That may be the comment bubble that's included, but I'll try to find where it says in writing.
Yeah, I apologize, I can't find it right now, but.
So Dr. Navarro, I'm only seeing it in writing in one place, that first highlight on, I think it was page 5. And then there is a corresponding comment bubble that alludes to the summary being in writing.
Okay, maybe that's where it is. Yep, maybe that was it. There was somebody wanted to see it in writing and it was proposed out there, and then there was another comment saying, do we need to have it in writing when we can just verbally update? And because the meetings are recorded, you would have a recording of the updates from participating in any professional development. And the board members at every board meeting have reports from correspondence and updates from the board section at every meeting, so there's an opportunity for that.
Ms. Warren?
Yeah, I think I might have commented on that. I commented on something, or I agreed with that, that we don't have to write out a summary, basically, of the professional development workshop that we went to. I can't remember. I can't see that, and I can't remember. And I didn't pull it up here, but I think you mentioned it earlier, Ms. Butler-Washington, about the summaries in the books of the different conferences we go to, how they do a short summary of each workshop. That is true, and 9 times out of 10, I will be pulling from that to summarize what I got out of the workshop. Secondly, my question was, I think I did write in there, and I asked, what have previous boards done this? That was my question. Did in the past, so Mr. Lucas and Mr. Hancock, was this done? Was this a requirement? And if so, where is that documentation? Because I read in there too that I understand we want to keep like archives or something for the next board. And I was wondering how relevant, because things do change and every conference or training is different. So how relevant would our documentation be for the next board coming? And, and will people actually look at it? So I think that was my concern with that.
Yes, I can speak to that. So there was no like standardized form or anything like that. What we did, again, kind of unofficially, was when you went to a conference, you would email the superintendent and say, hey, of all the things I went to, this is my top thing that I thought that I liked that maybe we could do, or not, that's a strong word, that we should look at. Maybe it's applicable to the county. And then, of course, you talk about it in board correspondence as well. So that's what we did.
That makes sense. That kind of reminds me of we went to the EACC's legislative breakfast, and at the end we gave Dr. Navarro, I think we reported back what we got out of that. So that's understandable. And what you said, I can get with that as well. But I don't know. It's just, again, as professionals, I feel like this is something that we would do on our own. Say if you're not a note taker, how are you going to summarize this? Or you're just there to glean and watch and, and just listen and capture what you can, and you come away with 3 sentences. It's just a lot of little dynamics with that. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Thomas?
Thanks so much for that. This is a portion that I do think that writing something down without any structure around to dictate if you write bullets or paragraph or whatever. I think the 2 important pieces are when we go to these types of things, trying to glean the applicability back to Charles County Public Schools, and then to be able to put that in some way would be really important. So if there's applicability to give, information to the superintendent so that she can, use that, having the superintendent take copious notes in these meetings, write it down, and then pass it on, I think it's just a little unorthodox. And from a knowledge management perspective, knowledge management and collection of information for knowledge management really dictates having something that is written. That's just the way knowledge management protocols work. And so I think asking for something to be written really does add value for us to be able to be good stewards of the funding that's spent, and to also be able to pass it on. As you said, it lives on beyond us when we get to another board. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Ms. S. Thomas. I also just want to note that, we keep referencing policy 8120. And 8120 does already say that the board members shall provide a summary report of all such professional development opportunities. And it doesn't define what that looks like, right? But it's already in policy. So just wanted my colleagues to be aware of that. Mr. Lucas?
Yeah, I agree with what Ms. Thomas just said. I think putting some kind of bound on it, right? Because you go to like NSBA and you're going to go to 15 trainings, right? And I don't think there'd be as much value in everybody providing feedback and all that. So that's why previously we said, well, this one really stood out. You have the electronic version of that complete training, and there's a note page at the end, and you can annotate that to say, well, I think, this could help us. And we can talk about how to annotate that. But I think doing that captures what you said in terms of archiving what we've done and for other people to see. And then it has our own experiential comments about how we think it could benefit the system. But doing it, again, what everybody wants, but we did it before just for our top one. And when you've got half a dozen people going, you're going to get 6 different things back. So that's plenty for the superintendent to consider.
And I think the purpose is like key takeaways, right? So to your point, Mr. Lucas, yeah, we've attended some conferences where some sessions were really exhilarating. I took a lot out of it, and then others not necessarily. So, Ms. Smith, did you have a comment?
No, certainly, yes. Definitely want to echo the comments of Ms. S. Thomas. That's essentially what I raised several meetings ago when we first introduced the handbook, and kind of walk through some of the points that were new things for us to consider that hadn't necessarily been done with the previous board. But the point absolutely is to have some sort of knowledge management process by which we're capturing what we've learned and ways in which we'd like for it to impact the system. To Mr. Lucas's point, I don't think we need to be prescriptive on whether or not it's a paragraph, pages, several bullets, or if it's here are the highlights from this session. I think we should look into this tool that was shared by this school system, or connect with this board member, or get a presentation from staff relative to X, Y, and Z as it relates to. I think it can be as lengthy or as brief as you would like it. I think the term professional has been thrown around since we've been talking about the handbook, and I do love the term, and I do believe we are professionals, and as professionals, I would hope this is something we can stand behind, given that student work has to reflect, what they're learning, and they have to be able to share it back with their teacher. Also, educators have to be able to share back what they're learning. I think it should be nothing for us to be able to share back as elected officials. We serve at the behest of the people. So the information that we're gleaning and learning is in support and in service of the people. So we have to share it back to the people. So I think it should be pretty straightforward, but if there are colleagues who disagree, again, definitely want to hear all points.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Also, just want to keep in mind, to another point, piggybacking off of Ms. Smith's comments, when we attend professional development that is paid, professional development, these are paid by taxpayer dollars. And so we're responsible, to report to the public what we're doing with those taxpayer dollars and making sure that, that for the benefit of the public, that they're aware of, the value that comes out of spending money for the board to attend training. So I just feel like that's important. So, okay, currently the language says, number 13 says, provide high-level summary of the professional development opportunities, i.e. trainings, conferences, committee meetings, etc., to all board members within a reasonable time after completion, parentheses, no more than 30 days, see policy 8120. So, is there an issue with that language?
Did it say to all board members or to the superintendent?
It says to all board members.
Well, the policy says, Lucas said they did it through the superintendent.
The 8120 says board members shall provide a summary report of all such professional development opportunities to fellow board members. That's what the policy says.
No, I understand what he said.
I'm fine doing it to all board members.
Per the policy.
Yeah, per the policy. In fact,
The policy has to stand.
yeah.
And that's what the policy says. So is there an issue with that language in 13? All right, by a show of hands, who supports the language in 13? Raise your hand.
Yeah, so
Do we need to clarify what we mean by provide high-level summary? Does it need to say in writing? The comment bubble says in writing.
Right,
Seems
so I
to
think
be-
that
But it wasn't
was,
incorporated, yeah.
so that was the question, because the policy right now doesn't specify that it has to be in writing.
Okay.
So then the real question was, does the board want to add, provide high-level summary in writing of the professional development of opportunities, so on, so on, so on?
think that's
That's the question.
So I think we can take a vote on that one, or
Okay.
Ms. Butler-Washington has.
Ms. Butler-Washington, did you have another comment?
Okay, you said the policy does not say writing.
No, it doesn't.
So can we do writing and, because we have a session in our thing where that we can talk about what we learned, what we say, or whatever. Can we use that as a tool also?
So what would your suggested language be, Ms. Butler-Washington?
Add or present it.
So say in writing or verbal? Okay. All right, so, Ms. Smith.
I think that negates the conversation that we just had.
Right.
So we just had a whole discussion about knowledge management in writing. It doesn't have to be extensive. It could be something light. That's essentially what several of us have just said. So that would be something in contradiction to what was just stated.
But it's being recorded, so it still can go into.
And that was several comments ago. And then we had a full discussion just now.
I understand that. I said, but it still is gonna be recorded because it's gonna be in the minutes, is what I'm saying. So it can still be used for that way.
Mr. Lucas, did you have another comment?
I think we need to, it says here, development opportunities, trainings, conferences, committee meetings, et cetera. I think that needs to get honed down a little bit. Okay, certainly a conference and a training, but going back to how we provide professional development in the previous paragraph, we're not going to give an update on everything we do in that. So I think maybe training, if we just said trainings and conferences, I'd be fine with that. Have it in writing. Otherwise, I mean, if you're including everything that's in 12, that's a little excessive.
Okay, so 12 defining PD as any activity that advances the knowledge of issues pertaining to public education. So you're saying, Mr. Lucas, then in 13, in addition to the language around it being in writing, now we need to alter what is considered professional development for the purposes of reporting?
I think so. If you're going to include everything that's in there, okay, otherwise you're just going to spend all your time doing that. I mean, if you go to for instance, you mentioned going to something that the health department put on. We're all of us who went there are going to write up something about that and then report it back. And then, we literally have hundreds of those.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's all. And again, that.
So you're saying
and
condense it to trainings or conferences?
Or anything else that people want to discuss, but at least definitely those two. Definitely those two.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
I appreciate Mr. Lucas's point about having some clarity about what professional development opportunities we're going to request that there's some summary of. But because it says IE, and that's just examples, training, conferences, committee meetings, et cetera, I don't think that's being prescriptive. I think it's just giving an example. So I would counter that we perhaps leave that. But I would like to see that we say it has to be in writing, because knowledge management is, knowledge management is writing. If we do it in the minutes, just the way minutes are taken, minutes are supposed to be a verbal recordation of what people are saying, but not for the purposes of knowledge management. And so I don't think the minutes are the place for this. And again, I think we're trying to reduce the burden on professional staff here that support the board, that they need to be able to take action on things that we give, and putting it in writing allows that to happen with a more immediate state than having to go listen back to or hunt through notes, or either listen back through through recordings in order to glean that information. In addition to that, only for the record and not for the purposes of the handbook, I do think we as a board need to come up with a way in which we put things in a place, because the one thing that I hear Ms. Butler-Washington say is, so we have to give it to the board or the superintendent or who we're giving it to. This also begs the question, how do we have a knowledge management structure that supports this board? Are we putting everything in SharePoint? Are we putting everything in some place so that it's collective? I think that may resolve Ms. Butler-Washington's point of, do I have to email this to everybody, or do I go out to a conference or whatever where I think it's applicable, put a summation out somewhere, and then people can go peruse, look at, find later when they need it?
Definitely think that's something we'll have to address at some point.
Thank you.
Okay, so then with regard to Mr. Lucas's statement, does the board think, in addition to IE trainings, conferences, committee meetings, et cetera, that we should add where applicable? Because you're saying that some if I go to, like an event in the community, that there may not be anything to share. So,
Yeah, I think Ms. Thomas and I were in violent agreement. I mean, because I think she said with the IE, those are just kind of, those are examples
that
that,
it's okay the way it is.
if we're all interpreting it that way, yeah.
So we add provide high-level summary in writing of the professional development opportunities, leave it, i.e. trainings, et cetera, to all board members within a reasonable time after completion, no more than 30 days. Ms. Warren?
Quick question, to piggyback off of what Ms. Thomas stated, and this might be for another day. When we, to your point, when we do email it to the board members, I guess it's going to be the chair's responsibility to compile it? What happens?
I think we haven't discussed like how we're going to manage it or the
Okay.
system, to Ms. Thomas's point. Like, are we going to put it in SharePoint? Are we
Gotcha.
going to have some
Okay.
type of
So
shared
that will be another
system?
conversation.
So we have to get to that, obviously. But I think this is just finalizing the language in the handbook.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's just a piece of the handbook, is the professional development reporting.
Right.
So obviously after that, once we get beyond that, then we'll need to decide, are we going to put it in SharePoint? Are we going to use some other type of system to compile all this data? And where will everyone be able to access it and things like that?
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, anything else before we take a show of hands? So again, the language is provide high-level summary in writing of the professional development opportunities, i.e. trainings, conferences, committee meetings, et cetera, to all board members within a reasonable time after completion, no more than 30 days, see policy 8120. Show of hands if you're in agreement with that language.
I thought we said we were gonna put or verbal.
I don't think we had consensus for that.
Okay.
So 8, so I think we have consensus on that piece. Great, and then Dr. Navarro, you have that
Yep, I have
notated.
it.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to bullet 3.
This was on, I believe it's page 8.
Page 8, okay.
And there was a comment made by Ms. Warren in relation to additional language that she wanted to insert relative to board members and media engagement.
Okay, number 8, page 8. Okay.
The bottom of page 8?
Yes. When possible, individual board members will alert the board chair and superintendent about making statements to the media on significant or controversial issues for the school system. I agree, Ms. Warren, with the language that you included in terms of adding language that includes something like board members will direct the media to the superintendent, board chair, or reference policy when confronted with controversial questions. It would be good to get in practice of redirecting the conversation. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that was my thought process because working in that field, public information, and that's kind of what we do. You want to talk to the subject matter expert so we don't find ourselves in trouble or, saying things that are just, So, yeah, I thought that was important. So thanks for highlighting that. Yes.
Are there, I didn't look at you.
Sorry, I was trying to read Ms. Warren's comment. So adding language that includes board members will direct the media to the superintendent, board chair, or reference policy. Well, okay.
So, yeah.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Lucas.
Yeah,
just one
I apologize.
So remember, the policy of the board is the chair speaks for the board, right? But that's on when a decision has been made for the board, something we have voted on, or it's an existing position, right? But there are times when we are approached as individual members of the board. It's happened here at board meetings, by the media, to say, hey, you talked about, redistricting today. What are your thoughts about it? And so I think my understanding is by the language in the handbook saying individual members will avoid making statements that could be misinterpreted as consensus opinion when speaking to the media, is just to clarify that, not that you can't make a statement, right, to the media, because I know I've been approached, I know several of us have been, particularly when, we used to have a reporter that used to come to the meetings. So it's not to say that you can't make a statement. And of course, if you don't feel comfortable, then you can decline. But I would not be in favor of saying that individual board members could not make a statement, but I think that they should alert the board chair and the superintendent about making statements to the media. So that part I do like, because I do think that in the event that you do, and it is something that's considered controversial or significant, then certainly you want to let the superintendent know, you want to let the board chair know, just in the event that something comes out that, needs further discussion. So that's my comments on that. Ms. S. Thomas?
Thank you, Ms. Creamer. I think.
Sorry, Mr. Lucas.
No.
Giving me-
No, that's my computer. That wasn't you.
He was like, this lady.
It's my computer. No, you said what I was going to say, so I'm good.
Okay, all right.
Please,
I apologize, Mr.
No,
Lucas.
it's my-
Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. I think we are aligned too, because for this part, I do like the fact that we don't want to put our board members or the board in a precarious situation that now we're having to be behind a media tailspin because we've said something out of turn. But I do think the point of significant or controversial issues is the important point here. Significant or controversial. If someone asks me, do I like the grass in front of Billsley Elementary? I think it's gorgeous. Yep. Not significant or controversial, if that's the position. But if we know that there's something inflammatory that is going on in the media, I think we, to protect each other and to be cohesive as a board, then we do owe the responsibility. So I do like the fact that the pivotal or the most significant points here, no pun intended, is significant or controversial. So
And
to
that's
clarify, Ms. Thomas, just real quick, Ms. Warren, are you saying that you agree with the language as it is? When possible, individual board members will alert the board chair and the superintendent about making statements to the media on significant or controversial issues for the school system.
yes, because I think the indemnity here is when possible and significant and controversial. Those pieces are protection.
No, I
for us.
agree.
Yep.
I agree with that. Okay, Ms. Warren?
So you basically summed that up. That was my thinking behind it. And again, as a public information officer background, that's what I do. I understand how one word, one comment, somebody's whatever, you might mean well. And I'm not saying that we can't talk to the media. That's not what I was stating. I basically, what Ms. Thomas just summed up, that's why I put that in there, because if it's controversial, we don't, as much as we may think we know, or we feel like we have a good answer, to be safe, this is the course of action that I just recommended. So but that didn't mean that, I know I'm clear with, the chair speaks for the board, and we can comment if somebody asks us a question about the grass, but that's the point, to take that course of action. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Smith, did you want to chime in at all about the recommendation? Or are we going to take a vote on the language? Okay, so the language as it is. Individual board members will avoid making statements that could be interpreted as consensus opinion of the entire board or the school system when speaking to the media on social platforms. When possible, individual board members will alert the board chair and the superintendent about making statements to the media on significant or controversial issues for the school system. Show of hands if you're in support of the language as it is. Well, that's unanimous, right? Look at us.
Doing work.
What page was that again? Sorry.
Page 8.
I'm scrolling around. Okay.
The bottom of page 8.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to number 4.
This is an easy one.
Oh, well, thank the Lord. Okay, one board member requested to expand examples of emergencies.
No. One above.
Oh, I'm sorry. BOE needs to finalize if it is 5 or 6 BOE members that must support a future agenda item to be presented at a future board meeting. Several BOE members went back and forth on these two numbers. And what page is this? Page 10.
Yeah.
Mr. Lucas?
Yeah, so that was me that initially said that. And my thought process, so as I said when we first got together, right, again, not codified anywhere, but the standard process was to get a consensus of the majority of the board for something to be on the agenda. The way that the board, and I mean that in the broadest of ways, the way that the board is elected now lends itself to a huge turnover in the board. And so if you have 10 people up here and 5 people would just like to see something on the agenda, that's all I'm saying, is on the agenda, and nobody knows anything about anything because they're all new, then maybe it's something you ought to consider. That's the thought process there.
Yep.
That's all that was about.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Or are we ready to vote? Okay, so if you're in favor of the language as it is, at board meetings, individuals may mention an item for future consideration as an agenda item, explaining their interest in a particular course of action or topic. If 5 board members have an interest, so that would be half of the board, the superintendent shall prepare materials for a deeper board discussion and/or act on it at a future meeting. Yes, Ms. Smith?
Sorry, Vice Chair Kramer, not to take us backwards. Just want to stay in line with the precedent that we've already set and that we are following policy. What is the policy relative? Do we have a policy relative
Yeah.
to what is a quorum? Is it 5 or is it 6?
So what's your question? Because I heard 2 different things. I heard.
So the question is, do we have a policy relative, what are we supposed to follow relative to quorum?
To quorum?
To quorum.
Well, quorum doesn't have anything to do with this, but a quorum is, Mr. Schwartz will correct me, is 6, yeah, it's 6. Quorum is 6.
Okay, so you're asking us to not consider quorum in this stance, but just to consider if half the board wants to hear something, then we should be able to proceed. We shouldn't need a majority vote to proceed with an agenda item.
Correct. To have it on the agenda. To have it on the agenda. And to be clear, there's no requirement to have for any of that. Okay. The chair sets the agenda, period. Right? So it's just practice that the board has done. So, and all I'm saying is if there's going to be turnover in the board in the coming years. So if you're all about trying to learn stuff, if half the board would like to see something, then just see something, then perhaps it's worth just taking a look at.
Understood?
Yeah.
And nothing against you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nothing against you, Mr. Lucas. If we can just get that clarified by Mr. Schwartz, that we wouldn't be running afoul of anything, and that we can dip from
There he is.
a majority being 6 to
Oh, yeah.
having 5 be considered.
So right now, a board action would take 6 votes to make a change to the agenda, add an item to the agenda, et cetera. But if you're just talking about a future item agenda you're looking to add at some point, and not at this meeting and not at the next meeting, it says some future item, Superintendent, can you come back and give information about this? If, as Mr. Lucas says, if there's 5 of you who are interested in doing that, that will give the superintendent direction to go ahead and do that. Right now, what we do is we ask for anybody who has a future agenda item, can you want to add it? And we look for consensus from the board, and the chair looks around, anybody have a problem with that? Nobody does. So right now, we're looking to make that 5 members rather than either 1 or 6. And there's nothing wrong about that, there's nothing illegal, there's no final action, there's no vote on anything, it's just adding to a future meeting.
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas?
I'm gonna call this legal math. Normally, when we're doing quorums and consensus, it's majority, right? So it would be half. Is that normally, just precedent of rules would be half, right?
Well, majority
Correct.
and half, that's 2 different things.
What I guess what I'm asking is like, if it's half, then I'm just trying to lessen the burden of things that the superintendent or staff have to go off and hunt down. Like, I just want us to be, I guess, judicious with the way in which we think about that. So that's my only thought.
That's a board decision.
I just think this is just us just deciding, a board norm, right, on how we decide if something moves forward as an agenda item. Because if we only have 1 person or maybe 2 people that are interested, maybe it's not worth tasking the superintendent to then task staff, et cetera, et cetera. But if it's at least half of the board, I think the thought process is that then it's maybe worth looking into. It doesn't mean that we will take action on whatever that is, or that's the way that I read it.
Correct.
So that was just my thoughts on it. All right, so can we vote on the language? So as it stands, it's if 5 board members have an interest in an item, the superintendent shall prepare materials for deeper board discussion, et cetera. If you're okay in favor of the language as it is, raise your hand. You're not? Okay. So we have 8. All right. All right, so that moves forward. Okay, number 5. You guys we're doing so good.
Remember, you got a hard stop at 4:30.
Yes. So I'm gonna, I know, I was hoping to get through as many as we can. I don't know if we will.
So the next one is on page 11. No, it's on, I'm sorry.
So one board member requested to expand examples of emergencies that count towards missing PD paid by the system to include family emergency and job-related emergency. And Dr. Navarro, you said that is on which page?
I apologize, I got the wrong page. I'm sorry, I'm looking for it now.
I think it was 20.
It's a little bit further down.
It's at the top.
Is it under professional development? I think that was page 20.
Page 20, all right. I'm going, I'm scrolling. No.
On the bottom, we'll make an effort.
Oh, it's the bottom of page 20? I see some language there.
I don't think that's it, though.
That's not it?
That's
Okay.
not it.
It's
Yeah.
page, thinking about it, I should have put the page numbers on these, huh?
In your defense, you were minutes away from leaving for vacation.
Yeah.
I feel like the bottom of page 20 says, a board member will reimburse the school
Yeah.
system for the covered costs if they are unable to attend a professional development that was funded by CCPS. A board member will make an effort to inform the board chair
Yeah.
and executive assistant of any unavoidable extenuating circumstances such as illness, flood, or auto accidents.
And I also found a reference, it's on page 23.
Okay, so we,
So we will have to change both of those places, but on page 23, the paragraph that begins with, in the performance of their duties, board members may attend events in Charles County that have an affiliation with CCPS, blah, blah, blah. If a board member is unable to attend an event that was paid for by CCPS, they will reimburse the school system for the covered expenses in the event of the unavoidable extenuating circumstances, e.g., i.e. car accident, illness, flood. The board member will endeavor to communicate their circumstances and so forth. So I think it's in actually 2 places that defines.
That's the one I put in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in 2 places that says, can we expand that definition to include the work or family or family emergency or job-related emergency?
okay, Mr. Hancock?
Just for clarification, is this if you commit to attending and then back out, or is this if, that's what that is?
Like if it's already been paid, so
Okay.
you've registered and it's been paid, and then you do not attend. Like
Gotcha.
you're just a no-show and you don't let anyone know, yes.
Gotcha, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
I'm fine with the added language because I think elsewhere in the document it talks about if this is a pattern of behavior, then essentially the system will no longer front the cost for your training. They will allow you to register and they will reimburse you when you're able to show proof that you attended said training. So if it's a
you're
pattern, so I'm okay with the
with
revision
adding
to include family
or
and
job-related
and job-related, yes.
All right. All right, let's take a vote on that then. And adding the language, and where are we at? On 23 and I guess 20 as well, Dr. Navarro. Where is it at? In performance of their duties, may attend events. Okay, all board members, okay. If a board member is unable to attend an event that was paid for, okay, in the event of unavoidable extenuating circumstances, e.g. car accident, illness, flood, and we're gonna add family emergency or job-related emergency. If you're in favor of that, with the added language, show your hand. Is everybody? All right.
All right.
All right.
More than halfway done.
I know, look at us. Okay. All right, and then, let's see, bullet 6. Where is that? Suggestion to include communicating with other board members in the sentence referencing not using devices during board meetings to communicate with members of the public. Do we know what page this is on?
Towards the last few pages.
Towards the end?
I think it's under communication. Hold on.
Looks like page 18. Is that 18?
18.
18, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet down from the top. Got it.
What do it originally say?
So it says, thank you, Ms. Thomas, for that.
There it is.
You're
Yeah,
correct.
yeah, yeah.
Personal electronic devices should not be used during board meetings to communicate or discuss an item on the board agenda. Board members should keep in mind that communicating with community members during the board meetings may give the appearance that the board member is being unduly influenced, fed information, and being manipulated by a member of the community, rather than being fully present and engaged in the board meeting. That's what the language currently says.
Well, where'd that come from?
It's in the handbook.
I know, but I didn't see that the first time. I saw it said no personal devices, and then I asked to add, because of my job, I need my phone. Because at first it said no devices.
I think that's a different section that you were referring to, that we shouldn't have our phones or something. That's a different section, correct?
Right.
This is not in addition to this.
I believe so.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
that-
I think that was something different, Ms. Butler Washington.
Yeah,
We have resolved.
no, I think that's the same. It's all the.
Somebody expanded it.
It's
It
all the
went another
same.
way.
It's all the same section.
So I believe this was made available to the board.
I think,
on the 7th
I,
of March.
hold on.
And today is the
I think what, Superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong. So, based on all the board members' comments, the superintendent
Okay.
modified this. I'm not trying to speak for you, Dr. Navarro, but I think that's what happened. You took all the comments.
This initial one about
Yeah.
having the cell phone available and needing it for work, or, I think I even put a comment in there saying, I will be checking my phone because there's emergencies
yeah.
in the schools. It evolved eventually to be this bullet. And eventually there was language added in whatever version that said, that queued up the idea of communicating with community members during the board meetings. So that has been added. So this is the evolution of where it is at this point, based on a bunch of different feedbacks from the board.
So it no longer just says you can't use your personal electronic device during board meetings. It's specific to say.
Specifically,
Should not be used to communicate or discuss an item on the agenda or to communicate with members of the community. So that, it did evolve then, Ms. Butler Washington, from the one.
Became very personal.
Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. So I think, I remember us having this discussion, that Ms. Butler Washington was very concerned about, for work purposes, family purposes, we need to make sure that we can have connectivity should we need to.
Yeah.
But so I think this evolved into the intent is, we want to make sure that we're using devices appropriately and be more specific to the inappropriate way to use a device, is to make sure that this type of example. So I think, I agree to make sure that we don't have any perception of influence by the community for agenda items, because I think the other part was, because I was the same way, like, if you all know, I was down here in my interview and my daughter called me. She's the only person that has to bypass to my silence on my phone,
Yeah,
right?
so
I think that was the reason
That was
why.
stricken, and now
Right.
it's just talking about specific types of
Yeah,
communication.
we wanted to be specific, which is why we wanted to be sensitive to the fact that we all are parents and have family.
Okay, and then the suggestion to include language communicating with other board members. So it's sort of, to me, it says you shouldn't be used during board meetings to communicate or discuss an item on the board agenda. So that already sort of encompasses talking to other board members, in my mind. So was there something else intended, Dr. Navarro?
So there's two cautionary tales of why this language evolved. First of all, this is a public meeting, and the public has the right to hear the conversation amongst all of you. And so if there is any texting back and forth from board members, and this is just really good practice, that should not be happening during a board meeting, because this is a public hearing. So if there's perspectives, they need to be put in the public. The other thing is, the two comments that you see there are actually from me, advising the board to ensure that they're not communicating with the community during a board meeting and being seen as being influenced by a specific community during the board meeting, that because you are supposed to be communicating with each other using the information that is coming forward. So I think somebody asked the question about, somebody queued up this question around, we should add the language of communicating with each other, and I think I commented saying, be careful with communicating with each other. Same issue that I would advise the board. This is a public hearing. The public needs to be able to listen to your comments to each other or on the topic. And so minimize the thing about having an emergency or having a work-related emergency or something that you have to send something out. That's different. It's about the communication on if we're talking about redistricting, was there was there any communication between board members over an electronic device that maybe conjured up an option that is not made aware to the public? And that's, I think, why that piece was added.
Understood. So then the language then as it is encompasses all of that, correct, Dr. Navarro? Or are you suggesting adding the piece about communicating with other board members as well? Because to me, it reads, should not be used during board meetings to communicate or discuss an item on the board agenda. That to me says you should, I don't know, what do my colleagues think? Everyone?
I mean,
Okay, so then, was that your intention?
I didn't make that
that's my
comment, so I
comment.
think whoever made that comment probably wanted a little bit more explicit, but it's up to the board whether it's explicit enough on their mind.
Okay, so I think I will go ahead and vote on it as it is. The language as it is says what we already said, but personal electronic devices should not be used during board meetings to communicate or discuss an item on the board agenda. Board members should keep in mind that communicating with community members during the board meetings may give the appearance that the board member is being unduly influenced, fed information, and being manipulated by a member of the community rather than being fully present and engaged in the board meeting. If you're in favor of the language, raise your hand. Everybody's good. All right. Unanimous. All right, we only have a few more minutes.
Vice Chair Kramer, may I ask if we recess for bio breaks before the 4:30?
Yes, I was gonna say, so we either continue, but we have two more. I don't think we'll be able to get it done in 10 minutes, or we could take a break and then we could resume this after recognition. Is everyone okay with going back to the three remaining bullets? Okay, all right, so let's take a break. Kyle, if you can take us off, we'll be back at 4:30. Now we're back. Good evening, everyone. So we're going to start the recognition portion of the agenda, and we're going to start that with resolutions. So we have first the month of the young child. So who is accepting? We have Soraya Charles from the Early Learning Center, Amari Carey from the Early Learning Center, Aaron Green, a pre-K teacher from the Early Learning Center, and then Stacy Oliver, also a pre-K teacher from the Early Learning Center. If you could come up here, please. Hello.
You can turn around and look at everybody while we read that.
Hello.
You ready? Are you?
Ms. Butler Washington, when you're ready.
Okay. The Board of Education of Charles County, the month of the young child, March the 12th, 2024. Whereas April has been designated the month of the young child, and Charles County Public School is celebrating with the national theme, Trying Together. And young children in Charles County are valued as early learners with unique needs. And whereas all schools in partnership with public and private agencies and the community recognize and celebrate young children in Charles County. And whereas all children should enter school ready to learn, regardless of age, competency, and particular characteristics. And whereas young children in the future adult of Charles County and must be prepared to enter our society as long life learners and citizens of the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares April 2024 as the month of the young child in recognition of the well-being of young children in America. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 12th day of March, 2024, Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Yanela Moore-Lee, Esquire, Chairman.
Take some pictures.
It's too cute.
No, just the board member. We're just getting out of the way. You're good. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. You're up next. I know, so cute.
Too cute.
Thank you all so much. Well, this is for treasurer anyway. All right, next up is National Student Leadership Week. And accepting on our behalf is the student member of the board, Treasurer Perkins.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County National Student Leadership Week, April 24th through 30th, 2024. Whereas many students develop and demonstrate exceptional leadership skills by participating in academic, community, and co-curricular activities in Charles County Public Schools, and whereas these activities include student government, academic clubs, fine arts, clubs and activities, athletics, vocational clubs, and other organized events, and whereas student leaders have provided valuable services to their community, their schools, and their school system, and whereas today's students have the potential to make the world a better place, now therefore be it. Resolved, the Board of Education designated this week of April 24th through 30th, 2024, National Student Leadership Week, and it further be resolved, the Board of Education recognizes and encourages our student leaders throughout the system, and it be further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of March 12th, 2024 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 12th day of March 2024, signed by Superintendent Maria Navarro and Yolanda Moore-Lee, Chairperson.
Great. Do you have Ms. Royster?
Yes. Good afternoon, board members, and thank you very much for the resolution. If I may, I would like to share a little bit of historical context in regards to this particular resolution, if I may, for the community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, National Student Leadership Week is an annual celebration dedicated to recognizing and empowering the vital role of America's young leaders. This journey actually began over 5 decades ago, following a United States presidential proclamation in 1972, initially celebrated as National Student Government Day. The mission was to spark interest and participation in student government. As the vision expanded, so did the scope. In 1979, with a focus on recognizing all student leaders, the renaming of National Student Leadership Day took place. So in 1983, this milestone transformed this day into a week-long festivity known as National Student Leadership Week. So over the past 50 years, millions of student leaders have been celebrated for their achievements and dedication to their schools, communities, and the world. So National Student Leadership Week has evolved into a significant national event, proudly sponsored by not only the National Honor Society, National Junior Honor Society, National Association of Student Councils, and the National Association of Secondary School Principals. So thank you very much to our student board member, Treasurer Perkins, for the resolution. So at this time, I believe you'll be accepting.
Come on up. We have a couple of student leaders. Come on up. Thank you, guys. You do both.
Next up, we have National Library Week. Mr. Lucas.
Okay. We have someone accepting for this, right? Yes. You have to come up front. Resolution from the Board of Education of Charles County, National Library Week, March 12th, 2024. Whereas in 1954, a nonprofit National Book Committee was established between the ALA and the American Book Publishers. And whereas in 1957, the committee developed the idea for National Library Week, hoping that it would motivate people to read and to support libraries. And whereas National Library Week is a national observance sponsored by the American Library Association, and libraries across the United States and Charles County will celebrate on April 7th through 13th, 2024. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes that libraries provide the opportunity for everyone to pursue their passions and engage in lifelong learning, allowing them to live their best life. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions, striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the populations they serve. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. And whereas libraries are an essential public good and fundamental institution in democratic societies, working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County proclaims National Library Week, April 7th through 13th, 2024, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the March 12th, 2024 board meeting. By authority of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 12th day of March, 2024. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Yanel Moore-Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
Yes, very interesting. Oh, third. Moving it away.
Thank you.
And next we have World Down Syndrome Day. Ms. Smith is going to be reading, and who do we have accepting? Someone going to read?
Making their way down.
Okay, they're coming down. Okay.
List out who they are.
Welcome.
All right. So we have Tony Zamfordino, President of the Down Syndrome Association of Southern Maryland. We have Amani Lewis, member of the Down Syndrome Association of Southern Maryland. Dr. McKinnon, did you want to?
And we also have DSAP. Oh, you mean up there?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming down. So.
DSAP and Elise Horn, the chair and vice chair of CCAC, and we have another member of the Down Syndrome Southern Maryland Down Syndrome Association.
Right.
We have a student, but he's not.
Yep.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all right.
Ms. Smith.
Resolution. Board of Education of Charles County, World Down Syndrome Day, March 21st, 2024. Whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that World Down Syndrome Day is an opportunity to enhance public education and awareness about Down syndrome, and that access to early intervention programs in areas of speech, physical and occupational therapy are vital to the growth, development, and well-being of people with Down syndrome. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that students with Down syndrome can reach their fullest personal potential and thrive through inclusive education at all levels, positive support from family and friends, and connection to community-based support. And whereas when children and adults with Down syndrome and their disabilities are given opportunities to participate, all children benefit from this shared environment. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that people with Down syndrome possess a wide range of abilities and are active participants in the educational, occupational, social, and recreational circles of our community. Whereas all educators will engage students in activities that encourage increased awareness, knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of people with Down syndrome. Whereas on this day and throughout the school year, we will join with the Down syndrome community to support equal opportunity and the right to achieve the universally desired goals of self-fulfillment, pride in individual achievements, inclusion in the community, and reaching one's fullest potential. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of World Down Syndrome Day on March 21st, 2024, and that a copy of this resolution be it inserted in the minutes of the March 12th, 2024 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 12th day of March 2024, signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Yanel Moore-Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
And I'm rocking myself.
Thank you all for being here. Oh, hello. Hello, yes. How are you?
Good afternoon, Board Vice Chair Kramer, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Today, it is my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public Schools students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this afternoon are Scott Morrison, 12th grader from Thomas Stern High School, Cole Moore, 8th grader from General Smallwood Middle School, Cassidy Villanueva, 5th grader from William A. Diggs Elementary School, Andrea Garcias Rivas, 5th grader from J.P. Ryon Elementary School, Davion Venerable, 3rd grader from F.B.Gwynn Center, Carl Wagner, 10th grader from the Robert D. Stethem Educational Center, Randy Kamsu, 8th grader from Matthew Henson Middle School, and Esther Locke, pre-K student from Early Learning Center. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. Shanice Pearl, principal from Thomas Stone High School, Orlana Watley, principal from General Smallwood Middle School, Melissa Withrow, assistant principal from William A. Diggs Elementary School, Nicholas Adam, principal J.P. Ryon Elementary School, Todd Wonderling, Principal, F.B.Gwynn Center. Lou D'Ambrosio, Principal, Robert D. Stethem Educational Center. Christina Caballero, Principal from Matthew Henson Middle School. And Candace Vallandingham Adam, Coordinator from the Early Learning Center. So please welcome to the microphone, Principal from Thomas Stone High School, Miss Shanice Pearl.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Scott Morrison is a 12th grade student at Thomas Stone whom is being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. Scott's ability to be a strong leader in and outside of the school community and maintain a high grade point average is admirable. He is a student who has received high standards throughout his high school career and has clear goals for his future. Scott has earned a 4.38 grade point average, taking honors courses to include 7 advanced placement classes at Stone. He is currently in the Project Lead the Way pre-engineering program and ranked in the top 5% of his senior class. Scott represents our school in various ways. He is a member of the symphonic band Vex Robotics team and the varsity baseball team. He volunteers as an audio technician for a drama production at St. Mary's Catholic Church of Bryantown, and also worked as an esports broadcaster for Virginia Wesleyan University. While doing all of the above, he also maintains a part-time job as a sales associate at 5 and Below, earning Employee of the Month in August of 2023. His contributions, commitment, and dedication are impactful and greatly beneficial to the clubs and organizations that he participates in. To further expand his education outside of the school year, Scott completed an engineering internship in the summer of 2023 with the Naval Engineering Technology Apprenticeship Program, where he worked with underwater unmanned vehicles. Scott had the opportunity to build his own design of this vehicle during the experience. He is a true inspiration to his peers. Scott works hard to maintain honor roll status while having a rigorous academic schedule, demonstrating student leadership and participating in extracurricular activities. We have recently learned Scott has been accepted to both Maryland University and Capital Technology University with scholarship for the fall of 2024 with intentions of majoring in electrical engineering. We can't wait to hear what he decides. Thomas Stone High School is delighted to recognize Scott for personal responsibility. Thank you.
Please welcome General Smallwood Middle School Principal Orlana Watley.
Good evening. Studious, courteous, hardworking, talented, humble, exceptional, and authentic. These are a few words that speak to who Cole is as a student. Cole Moore is an 8th grade student at General Smallwood Middle School and is being recognized for his outstanding academic achievement. Cole has demonstrated exceptional commitment to his studies and has shown remarkable talent across a variety of subjects and extracurricular activities. We believe that his dedication and enthusiasm are truly deserving of this acknowledgement. Cole's passion for learning is evident in his academic pursuits and extracurricular activities. He has a keen interest in literature and is currently writing a book based on the popular series Wings of Fire, showcasing his creativity and love for storytelling. In addition to his writing, Cole is an avid reader, which reflects his curiosity and intellectual engagement. When asked, all of his teachers share that Cole is a pleasure to have in class and a true role model for others to follow. Moreover, Cole's musical talents are remarkable as he actively participates in playing the saxophone. His commitment to the arts demonstrates his well-rounded nature and his ability to excel in diverse areas of study. Further, Cole has shown exceptional aptitude in mathematics and science. His teachers have noticed his insightful nature and his ability to ask higher-level mathematical questions, which display his depth of understanding and intellectual curiosity. Notably, he scored in the 99th percentile in the Winter I-Ready Math Diagnostic, showing an impressive 32-point improvement from the fall. This remarkable progress is a testament to his dedication and intellectual prowess. We would also like to commend Cole for his positive attitude and willingness to offer valuable advice to his fellow students. When I asked, quote, "What speaks to you?" he said, "Don't be afraid to be yourself. Otherwise, who else are you going to be?" This reflects his maturity and compassion and serves as an inspiration to his peers. You are drawn to Cole because of his insight and because he's fun-loving. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly recommend Cole Moore for this recognition for his academic achievement. His exceptional performance and well-rounded talents make him a deserving recipient for this honor. We believe that recognizing his accomplishments will not only motivate him to continue excelling, but also inspire his peers to strive for excellence. Cole, your Bulldog family supports you, and we are so proud of you and this deserving recognition.
From William A. Diggs, Assistant Principal Melissa Withrow.
Good evening. Good evening. It is my pleasure to present Cassidy Villanueva as our nominee for academic achievement for William A. Diggs. Within minutes of meeting and having a conversation with Cassidy, it is easy to see she is quite unique. She is driven and self-motivated, has a passion for learning, and is very witty. Cassidy has always stood out among her peers. As a current 5th grade student, Cassidy is identified for gifted services in both reading and math. She excels in all academic areas. Cassidy is currently taking 6th grade accelerated mathematics courses through the CCPS Virtual Academy. Cassidy exceeds expectations in reading and math on every assessment measure. She is the top performer in both iReady Reading and iReady Math. Additionally, she had the highest MCAP scores in the school and was in the top 5% for Charles County. Cassidy has been on the principal's honor roll every quarter, every year. Not only is Cassidy an academic powerhouse, but she is also extremely active in clubs and organizations. As a 4th grader, Cassidy competed in the Charles County Regional Middle School Sea Perch competition and won Best Overall, advancing to the International Sea Perch competition. At the international competition, her team placed 10th worldwide. She is a member of the Diggs Chorus. She is also a part of the local theater group, most recently performing as Pugsley in the College of Southern Maryland's theater production, The Addams Family, a New Musical. If you missed her solo performance, you can catch her in the upcoming musical, Once Upon a Christmas Puppet, where she will play Queen Everfrost. Cassidy is an exceptional artist and enjoys using a variety of mediums. This year, she designed our Diggs Art Club t-shirt by recreating Van Gogh's Starry Night. As if aforementioned accomplishments are not impressing enough, she is also a champion swimmer. She was the Charles County champion in freestyle in 2021 and in backstroke in both 2021 and 2022. Cassidy must have extra hours in her day. When Cassidy is not studying, acting, singing, painting, and swimming, she is teaching herself additional skills. She's taught herself how to code, how to play the ukulele, and she has taught herself tag-along using Duolingo because, in her words, it would be cool to speak another language. Cassidy Christofi Villanueva is a force to be reckoned with, and it's our honor to recognize her for academic achievement at William A. Diggs Elementary. Congratulations, Cassidy.
Principal of J.P. Ryan Elementary School, Nicholas Adam.
Good afternoon. Andrea is a 5th grade student at J.P. Ryan, enjoying her first year and being recognized in the area of career readiness. Quickly, Andrea became a positive member of our students, with our teachers and staff quickly seeing the impression that she has made. If you talk to any of those teachers, they will say that Andrea is a very dedicated, hardworking student who exemplifies the true definition of being kind. Andrea is constantly caught being nice and helping others throughout the school day. Her peers routinely share how Andrea is a model for how to make the right choices. She is committed to pursuing a career in the health field as she wants to become a doctor someday. And when I asked her why she wants to be a doctor, she replied, "Mr. Adam, I love to help people. When my family is sick, I'm always there to take care of them." Andrea is a graduate of our ESOL program, proudly telling me about the medal she won for showing off her hard work and perseverance. She said that sometimes those tests get hard, though, because learning English and speaking correctly is not easy. Well, that hard work continues to pay off as Andrea is an honor roll student who consistently showcases her academic abilities and kind-hearted spirit. Outside of school, she likes playing with her dog Commando, running around the soccer field, or making bracelets for her friends. Andrea loves playing Uno with her family, spending time with her grandparents, and her favorite, of course, climbing trees with her father. I love that. That's awesome. When I asked Andrea what her favorite thing is about being in her first year at Ryon, it was simple. She said, "Mr. Adam, the teachers are really awesome and nice." Well, Andrea, those awesome and nice teachers are all here today to join me in congratulating you on this awesome recognition. Congratulations.
Principal from Robert D. Stethem Educational Center, Lou D'Ambrosio.
I'm honored to introduce to you Carl Wagner, sophomore CTE and opt-in student at the Robert D. Stethem Education Center. She's currently enrolled at St. Charles High School as well. She's being recognized for academic achievement. When I asked Carl for her favorite quote, she told me second place is the first loser, a Dale Earnhardt quote. Well, Carl, you're first place tonight at Stethem. Academically, Carl's achieved the honor roll in the first quarter this year, and she's working towards achieving it again this third quarter. She started in the career technology, CT, interactive media production classes this year, plays soccer, enjoys creating art, and has a passion for cosmetology. Mr. Gilligan, the interactive media production CTE teacher, has stated, "Carl's work is commendable, and she is a joy to have in class. Her understanding of color theory and the principles of design are advanced for a first-year student." Carl has a very good rapport with her teachers at the Stethem Center and has assisted Ms. Lundegard with activities for our Green School Recertification Initiative this year as well. She is not only a successful student, she's also a successful student athlete, playing soccer on a recreation team and has won awards in the past for her participation and skill. Carl's competitiveness was on display in the 2024 Charles County Youth Art Month show, where she consistently enters artwork in these local art shows with the guidance of the art teacher. Carl's plan is to finish her senior year in the interactive media production program and graduate as a member of the class of 2025. After she graduates, Carl plans, with the support of her family, plans to pursue her passion and enroll in cosmetology school. The Robert D. Stethem Education Center is proud to recognize Carl Wagner as our 2023-2024 student for academic achievement, and we look forward to her continued success. Carl is a testament to a student demonstrating effort and staff building relationships with students to assist on the pathway to success. Congratulations, Carl.
F.B.Gwynn Center Principal Todd Wonderling.
Good afternoon. I am proud to recognize third grade student to the Gwynn Center, Davion Venerable, for personal responsibility. Davion has been a real success story since coming to Gwynn. He has spent time in different schools from different counties before landing in Charles County Public Schools. Davion himself admits that he had difficulties with academics and behavior. He told me that he used to have classmates that were not making good choices, and he just got caught up in it. Unfortunately, he was getting in trouble and not learning in school. See, Davion had trouble asking for help and having appropriate coping mechanisms when upset. He described not liking school very much until he came to the Gwynn Center with his teacher, Miss Webster. Davion stated that he really likes coming to school now. I feel personal responsibility is only as true as a person defines it. I asked Davion to define personal responsibility for himself. He looked at me, thought for a bit, and stated that personal responsibility is, quote, doing the right thing every day. I asked him what does doing the right thing at school look like. Without hesitation, he told me, it is my job to come to school and learn. Staff state that Davion is very respectful and dependable, follows directions, and participates in class. He is also known as a student who will try to settle disputes between classmates. I think personal responsibility is part of Davion's character, don't you? This has helped him grow both academically and behaviorally. I asked him if he was still getting caught up with others not making good choices. He stated, no, I don't mess with them anymore. I asked Davion how he does that. He told me that he has learned to ignore others and focus on his work. Furthermore, he stated, and when I get upset, I'm able to take a break, calm down, and go back to class. This must be working because Davion has never been referred to the office, stays out of peer conflicts, and spends most of his time in class learning. By displaying this level of personal responsibility, Davion has been able to make gains in his academics. His attendance is impeccable. He comes to school every day. His grades have improved drastically while having a B average across subjects. Davion told me that he loves math, but not reading so much. I said, welcome to the club. Then he said, even though I don't like reading, I want to do good, so I work hard and I ask for help. This is evident as he started the year on a level D and has grown to a level G in reading. Personal responsibility has changed Davion in such a positive way. Personal responsibility has given him the courage to take chances. See, Davion used to not take chances, especially if there was a possibility of failure. He just couldn't handle it. Without a willingness to take chances, Davion could not grow. Now he continues to grow in so many ways. Everyone in his life can see the change and growth in him and have been so proud. Davion, never lose that personal responsibility and never be afraid to take chances. And never give it. We didn't even plan that. That was just impromptu. So for all these reasons and more, I present to you the exemplary student for the F.B.Gwynn Center, Davion Venerable.
From Matthew Henson Middle School, please welcome Christina Caballero.
Good evening. Mr. Randy Kamsu is an 8th grade student at Matthew Henson Middle School and is being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. Throughout his middle school experience, Randy has maintained an exceptional 4.0. He has mastered his content and maintained this high level of excellence with his strong work ethic and diligence. In addition to his outstanding grades, Randy participates on the VEX robotics team. His team's robot Striker was competing in December against other schools. We really didn't get a chance to wrap this up because he was supposed to be here in December, but we all kind of got sidetracked because of the weather. He is a valued member of the National Junior Honor Society and the Tri-County Orchestra playing the violin. He actually spent his entire day today at a different school participating in the orchestra festival. Randy is looking forward to high school, playing sports, and was accepted into the engineering CTE program at North Point High School. Quoting one of his teachers, Randy epitomizes a stellar student leader. In the classroom, his outstanding citizenship and kindness creates a positive atmosphere. Always ready to assist his peers, Randy's leadership extends beyond academics, fostering a collaborative and supportive learning environment. His dedication to both academic excellence and interpersonal skills makes him a standout presence in our educational community. Upon graduating from high school, Randy plans to pursue an engineering degree. Speaking on behalf of the entire Henson community, we are so proud of Randy and his accomplishments, and we look forward to watching and cheering on his bright future. Thank you.
From the Early Learning Center, Candace Vallandingham Adam.
Good evening. It is my honor to bring Miss Esther Locke to be acknowledged for personal responsibility this evening. Esther was one of the first students enrolled at the Early Learning Center La Plata. Some of you may remember Miss Esther from the ribbon cutting ceremony, but that is not what makes Esther stand out to the staff at the ELC. Walking into the Bear Cub classroom, you can observe Esther sitting respectfully with her attention on the speaker or immersed in her work at a table. If you visit our Instagram, you will see Esther helping her classmates to zip up their jackets. These are merely just examples of why Esther stands out at the ELC. Esther's teachers say that Esther is always a respectful listener, that she independently follows all class routines. She is one of the first friends to jump into action when help is needed. She is always willing to include everyone or partner with anyone in class. She works hard and she does her best on any task she encounters, showing pride in her work. She is resilient, never giving up, no matter how difficult the problem may be. She is a wonderful role model for her friends. Esther came and talked with me during snack time one day. She told me that the person she looks up to the most is her mom, because she always smiles at her and she tells her, "Esther, good job," and that makes her feel special. When asked what her, she is doing a great job. When asked what her favorite thing about school was, she said that they do so many fun things, but she loves to draw, paint, and color. Her favorite color being light purple. Her favorite activity outside of school is to play on the tire swing or play tag with her sister. She also really enjoyed playing in the snow, pushing Daddy down in the snow and hitting him with some snowballs. When Esther grows up, she wants to be a vet because she wants to take care of animals. Her favorite animal is a dolphin, so we talked a little bit about how to be a marine biologist. Esther's parents have so much to be proud of, but when asked, they said that they are most proud of her ability to step into the role of being a big sister so easily and teaching her little sister new life lessons. They believe that one of the most special things about Esther is her fearless nature and being willing to try new things even when it's out of her comfort zone. We thank you for trusting us at the ELC with your oldest daughter. It has been such a joy to have her. Esther is amazing because of the support and security that you provide, and with your guidance and support, she will continue to have that focus to excel as she moves through her school years. So, look out, Gail Bailey. She's coming next year. Smallwood, be prepared in 7. She's coming your way. And Lackey, she's going to be like a gentle storm in 10. So, Esther, I hope that you come back and find us in about 17 years, and you tell us what you have in store for your life ahead.
And with that, Ms. Kramer, I yield the microphone back to you.
Thank you. This is just incredible. I know I can speak for my colleagues and say that this is like one of our favorite things, favorite parts of the board meeting. So thank you all for being here. I heard so many great things. So I just don't even know where to begin, but I'll start with you. Scott, I heard so many wonderful things about you being a strong leader and having a 4.3 GPA with honors courses. I mean, that's really impressive, right? Very difficult to do, especially in engineering. I mean, I don't know what all engineering involves. Definitely not, my strong suit, but that's certainly impressive. And then you're a sports broadcaster?
Yeah. So my older brother goes to Virginia Wesleyan University, and I'm pretty sure he's the captain of the Overwatch team. And they were looking for somebody to help broadcast their games, and it's kind of a side passion of mine. He was like, "Hey, you want to do this?" I was like, "Yes." And so I was doing it for the earlier part of the season. I haven't done it the last couple days, but no, it's a fun thing I got to do. It was a fun opportunity that I had.
Sounds very awesome. So At least having big brothers does have one perk, right?
Yep. It's like the only one.
I can relate. I have a big brother. And then you've been Employee of the Month at your job, so that's amazing. So you're excelling in school and at work. That's just an all-around great thing. So obviously, with your 2 college acceptances, I know you're sure to go far. So again, great job to you, Scott.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Nicole, oh my gosh, so I heard studious, humble, exceptional, authentic. I mean, those are some really impressive accolades for someone to say about you. I think anyone would be happy to be described by any one of those words. So kudos to you. And you're writing a book?
Yes.
In 8th grade. Awesome. How far along are you?
One, I'm co-writing with my friend. We're on our 2nd book, but we're about 1/4 of the way through. My personal one, the Wings of Fire one, still in the beginning. Haven't gotten far yet.
Okay, no worries, no worries. That's super impressive. So we would love to hear how that turns out. So definitely keep us posted on that. And so you love to read, obviously, because you're writing a book, and that seems to go hand in hand. And then you play the saxophone. So how long have you played the saxophone?
3 or 4 years.
Okay. You obviously really enjoy it.
God dang, that's a lot.
It's a long time, yeah. And you said your personal quote, I guess, was "Don't be afraid to be yourself," and I just love that. That's awesome. I think that's something.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's something everybody needs to hear. So again, congratulations to you, Cole.
Thank you.
And Cassidy, I just didn't have enough room to write down all of the amazing things that I heard about you, but I heard unique and driven and self-motivated, and to have those skills in 5th grade is just truly impressive, and not a lot of students your age can say they're self-motivated. So some adults are not self-motivated. So I think you've mastered something that is truly unique. So good for you. And you excel in all areas. You're active in clubs, and you've won some awards in C-Perch. And you're in theater and chorus, and you're a champion swimmer. Yeah. Is there anything you do not do, Cassidy? Not really. And you taught yourself another language. So I just want to say, whatever it is that's driving you and that ambition, just keep that, because it's truly going to take you far. Congratulations. Hello.
Hi.
So one of the first things that Principal Adams said about you is that you're described as being kind. And that is so important, right? Because, everybody needs someone to be kind to them some days. And so to hear you described that way, and that you are that kind person for your classmates and friends is a really good thing. And you're a model for making the right choices, and you love to help people. And those are truly special traits to have. You like soccer. What position do you play?
I just play at home.
Oh, so you like to play at home. Okay, so you don't play on a team. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So whose butt do you kick at home?
My sister.
Your sister. Okay, awesome. And you like to make bracelets?
Yeah.
And play Uno. And I love to play Uno too. And I like to beat my kids when I play Uno. So. But those are all wonderful things, Andrea. And whatever you're doing, keep it up. So good job. Davion, you've been the life of the party today. So you like coming to school at the Gwynn Center? Yeah? What's your favorite part?
Favorite part is I love reading and math and stuff.
Okay.
And math was easy because I can actually add, subtract.
Okay. But you're learning. That's awesome.
Learning about at school, learning about science. Always science, we find bones underground and stuff.
Oh, bones on the ground. Okay.
Underground.
Oh, underground. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what we learn about. And social studies. I
I don't know what I think about social studies, but I do love my teachers and the bosses and stuff.
Okay.
I feel thanks to Mr. Wonderland noticing my hard work because I try my best and work hard.
Absolutely. Yeah, he said you're respectful, dependable.
And I love my teachers like Miss Webster. Miss Webster actually works really hard, and then she tries her best to actually like teach students and stuff.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. And so you're...
She are having a hard time, but she has Miss Webster.
She has a hard time sometimes. We all have a hard time sometimes, right?
Teachers have a hard time of students.
It's not an easy job, as Dr. Navarro said. Give her some slack. And I heard you're a peacemaker amongst your friends. So you help keep everybody getting along?
She made our binders. She is a builder.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Binders.
Nice. Well, we heard so many wonderful things about you, Daviana. You're truly a pleasure to have. So congratulations again.
Thank you. Guess what? Get a congratulations to her. Cause she do a great job all the time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And Cora, so you're in CT Interactive Media. How do you like that?
It was a second choice. Originally, I wanted to do barbering, but I don't know. I just didn't do that, I guess.
Okay.
But interactive media has been hard at the beginning. It was I lacked a lot of motivation for that at the beginning, but like more than I'm getting to know the teachers and some of the students, it's getting a lot easier. And learning the class, it's getting a lot better.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. And you play soccer as well. We have a lot of soccer players down here.
I've been playing since 2014.
Okay, nice. So you must be pretty good.
Something like that.
And you're interested in cosmetology, so you're going to cosmetology school, and you also have an affinity for art, apparently, having your art entered in the youth art show. So congratulations on that. And I just wish you all the best. Keep doing what you're doing, and congratulations again. So Randy, you had a ton of things that your principal said about you as well, Ms. Caballero. So you have a strong work ethic, which is obvious, right? Because you have a 4.0. I mean, of course you have a strong work ethic. You're an NJHS. You have participated in VEX Robotics, and you're described as a stellar student leader. So that is really a nice thing to say about someone. So definitely keep that up. And I hear you're looking forward to high school. So you're not nervous at all?
No, I'm not really nervous because I know there are going to be a lot of good experiences in high school, and I want to experience that.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I think it'll be great.
Yeah, I think you're going to be fantastic. And you play the violin. Are you going to continue to play that?
Yeah, I'm going to continue to play all through high school and maybe even after high school.
Okay, I love that. I love that. And you're going into the engineering program.
Yes.
Okay, well, congratulations on that, and congratulations on your award today.
Thank you.
And Esther, you look so nice in your purple.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you're in the Bear Cub classroom? Okay, how do you like that?
I love it
You love it?
we do so many fun things.
Oh, you do so many fun things. I heard you help your friends a lot. So you're a really good friend, and that's very sweet. I guess because you're a big sister, so you learn some skills, how to help people. Yeah, yeah. How old is your baby sibling?
My baby sibling is 20 years old.
2?
1.
Oh, 1. 1 year old. Okay, all right. So you help out mom and dad with her or him?
Not really that much.
Not really that much. Okay. At least you're honest, right? At least you're honest. But I heard you're a role model at school. And you never give up. So those are things that you need to keep in the back of your mind always, because they're going to carry you all the way through school and throughout the rest of your life. So congratulations, Esther. Now, Scott, I'm going to let you guys take a minute or so if you'd like to thank someone or you have something you'd like to say. We'll start with Scott and go all the way down.
I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to be here. I do really appreciate it. I'd like to thank my school for all the opportunities that they offer me, you know, the VEX Robotics, Project Lead the Way classes, the baseball after school. I do really appreciate all that. Big shout out to my family. They are one of my main drivers. They do a lot. What I do for them. So it means a lot for me. And just overall, thank you guys.
Okay, that sounds great. Cole?
I'd just like to thank my family, my friends, and my teachers for getting me this far. That's about it.
Short and sweet.
So, I would like to thank you all for this amazing recognition. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here today. I would not be here without the support and guidance of my teachers, family, and God. So I would like to thank Miss McCabe, Miss Taylor, Miss Clifton, Miss Arnaldo, Miss Bliss, Miss Pryor, Miss Redmond, Miss White, Mr. Gray, Mr. Jolly, Mr. Johnson, Miss Calvert, Miss Withrow, Mr. Harrington, and all of the other teachers at William A. Diggs Elementary School for helping me learn life lessons and learning how to read, write, and do math, obviously. I would also like to thank my amazing family for being here and supporting me. We have my mom, my dad, my older sister, my older brother, and my grandparents over there, right? And yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Andrea?
I'd just like to thank my school for being the best school ever.
Aww. Davion?
Yes.
Did you have anyone that you wanted to thank or anything to say
Support
that you
my
haven't
mom
already
because-
said?
I support my mom because she sent me to another school. I see like her. I like my teachers because she's teaching me how to do stuff, and I see love it. I support my the boss because he knows my hard work and stuff. So I support everyone in that school, and they were honoring me and stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel appreciated for that, and I support them.
Go ahead.
I want to thank all my teachers for always being there and being very friendly. Like, I don't really have friends at school, so I think I'd say they're my friends at school. I really love hanging out with them, and I want to thank the school because without that school, I wouldn't be in 10th grade right now. I'd probably still be in 9th failing because at this school, you know, teachers focus more on the students than just certain ones. And I want to thank my mom and my family for being amazing and supportive. And I love them all.
I want to thank my principal, Mrs. Caballero, for nominating me to be in the spot, and my teachers for always helping me do work in school and always being there. And I also want to thank my family, especially my parents, because they always drive me to school activities and drive me back. So yeah, it's a lot. So yeah, I want to thank them.
And Miss Esther?
So,
Did you want to tell anyone thank you or say anything? Did you want to thank your mom and dad? Yeah, or your teachers? Yeah? Okay. All right, well, you all stay right there and we have some stuff for you.
were going to get through it, Duke Davion. I thought, I said, Lord Jesus, I was praying in the background. I said, Jesus, please take the wheel. Take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. But you got through it good. You ain't got to take a picture with nobody? Oh. Who got to get first guy? Huh? Oh. Somebody kept his certificate. He don't have his certificate. He don't have his certificate. The Devon. I think it is.
I think my principal left. I want to get stuff in my dress. That's my only concern. She's so
I was going to go to sit there and I said, wait a minute, they got to take a picture. upside down. 6 Esters. It's upside down. There we go. There we go.
Perfect.
I had to. She had to sign something. Oh, Lord. How'd she take it?
Ms. Pamphilus, Ms. Elder, Ms. Miller, Ms. Oliver, Ms. Rodriguez.
Tell her she's going to read the paper somewhere.
She stole my thing. I'm supposed to give it to you. I'm supposed to give it to you. She took it.
All right. And feel free to proceed.
Good evening, Chairperson Moore Lee, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is David Shimizu from the Office of Human Resources, and today we will acknowledge 8 exemplary employees. Mr. John Brown, a social studies teacher from Stethem Educational Center, represented by Principal Lou D'Ambrosio. Ms. Donna Day, an instructional resource teacher from Matthew Henson Middle School, represented by Principal Christina Caballera. Ms. Donna DePamphilis, an IEP facilitator from William Diggs Elementary School, represented by Assistant Principal Melissa Withrow. Ms. Shannon Elder, an instructional assistant from General Smallwood Middle School, represented by Principal Orlena Watley. Ms. Glenda Miller, a principal secretary from the Gwynn Educational Center, represented by Principal Todd Wonderly. Ms. Stacy Oliver, a pre-kindergarten teacher from the Early Learning Center in La Plata, represented by Coordinator Candace Adams. Ms. Kelly Rodriguez, a learning resource teacher from J.P. Ryan Elementary, represented by Principal Nicholas Adam, and Mr. Lewis Young, a building service manager from Thomas Stone High School, represented by Principal Shanice Pearl. If we can have Mr. Lou D'Ambrosio come up. Okay. We'll come back to Mr. Principal Lou D'Ambrosio. Let me check back. Okay. May we have Miss Principal Christina Caballero come up, please?
Good evening again. It's my honor to introduce you to Ms. Donna Day, who's being recognized as Henson's exemplary employee. Ms. Day is the math resource teacher at Matthew Henson, but her role at our school goes well beyond this title. She has had to step away from her primary role last year in order to be a sixth grade math teacher while we were short on teachers. During that time, she not only provided instruction to her students, but provided guidance to those around her. Ms. Day creates a learning environment that is rigorous, thoughtful, challenging, and engaging to students. Ms. Day is a valued member of the professional learning team and works to design and implement Henson's focused learning strategies. In her role, she applies the focus and differentiates it for teachers of all levels of math instruction. She also engages the inexperienced staff for professional development to support their learning and build their methodology. In doing so, she indirectly but positively impacts these teacher students and their successful mastery of concepts. Ms. Day is very involved in the leadership team at Henson. Along with these duties of instructional resource teacher, she is also the math department chair. Her weekly department meetings are focused on the best educational practices for students and teachers that she works with. Her sessions are crucial in supporting staff needs in the particular areas of their content, assessment, and data analysis, as well as classroom management strategies. Her energy, leadership qualities, and positive attitude are truly admired and emulated among the staff. She is considered one of the best teaching assets in our instructional program, and for these reasons, she is Henson's employee. Thank you.
Assistant Principal Melissa Withrow, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is my pleasure to present Ms. Donna DePamphilis as our exemplary employee at William A. Diggs. In her role as an IEP facilitator, Ms. Donna has consistently demonstrated remarkable efficiency and professionalism. With 11 years of experience in this position and a total of 36 years in the county, she brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in special education to support numerous students and staff members. Ms. DePamphilis is a tireless advocate for our students, actively involved in classrooms, meetings, responding to crises or special education needs. Her dedication to teamwork is exceptional as she goes above and beyond assisting with schedules, coordinating services, and providing necessary breaks for students. She is truly one in a million when it comes to IEP facilitators. What sets Ms. DePamphilis apart is her selflessness and willingness to give, even when it's inconvenient. She utilizes her own personal story to contribute to her community and support families with special needs children. Her unwavering commitment to her work stems from a place of love and unconditional positive regard for all students and colleagues she supports. Ms. DePamphilis never complains, and her exceptional quality of work is a testament to her genuine care for others. Ms. DePamphilis consistently exceeds our expectations in terms of her work ethic. She ensures that paperwork and tasks are completed promptly, parents are kept well informed, and personalizes her interactions with everyone she encounters. Beyond the regular school day, she devotes her time supporting students and staff, constantly planning, collaborating, and seeking ways to make programming for our students highly effective. It is Ms. DePamphilis' heartfelt compassion for children that serves as her ultimate motivation and shines through her daily actions. The William A. Diggs community is truly enriched by her unwavering dedication and commitment to our students. Donna, we extend to you our deepest gratitude for everything you do. We genuinely appreciate and take immense pride in having you represent our staff for exemplary employee.
Principal Lou D'Ambrosio.
My apologies. Thought we were staying in the same order. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Mr. John Brown, Robert D. Stethem Educational Center high school world history teacher and our center's exemplary employee. Mr. Brown is an original Marylander born in Seat Pleasant and attended Central High School in Prince George's County. Mr. Brown was a high school standout athlete in soccer, voted most valuable player, and earned a baseball scholarship to Rockhurst University in Kansas City, Missouri. After his collegiate playing days, Mr. Brown had a stint in Major League Baseball, recruited by the Pirates, Royals, and Mets. Before coming back home to Maryland, Mr. Brown worked in Westport, Kansas at Thomas Edison High School in several roles, including teacher, student, parent coordinator, critical reading specialist, transition school counselor grades 7 to 12, coached high school soccer, and worked as a vice principal before matriculating back to Charles County to teach high school social studies. Mr. Brown began his career in Charles County in 2020-21 school year and has only worked at the Robert D. Stethem Educational Center during his time with Charles County Public Schools. Mr. Brown is a compassionate teacher who from day one of the class expects students to do their best. From his syllabus, Mr. Brown informs students that his expectations are rooted in the ancient Greek philosophical idea of arete, which is defined in its most basic sense to excellence of any kind, especially a person or thing's full realization or potential or inherent function. Mr. Brown stresses that each student performs all tasks to their best of their ability to better their own lives and those of others in society. In bold and in all caps on his syllabus, it is written, doing one's best is an obligation, not an option. Mr. Brown can be found every morning holding the door for all students getting off the bus as they enter Building A, regardless of the weather. In class, he implements discussions and debates amongst his students on historical events and demonstrates their parallels to current issues today. Mr. Brown adds in hands-on assignments as well, having students build dioramas of historical events which are displayed proudly in the main hallway of Building A. Mr. Brown has participated in the PBIS yard sale. He is a member of the social committee. He is a 15-year member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, is a longtime member of the Restoration Fellowship Center Church, and a member of Ministry Alliance. In his most important obligation, John is deeply involved with his spiritual work and his family. Mr. Brown has had the support of his wife, Miss Rylene Brown, for over 40 years, and they have 2 children and 5 grandchildren. Miss Rylene, on behalf of all the students and staff at Stethem, thank you very much for your support of Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown is the Robert D. Stethem Education Center's 2023-2024 Employee of the Year, and I look forward to continue working with you. Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Brown.
From General Smallwood Middle School, Principal Orlina Watley.
Good evening again. This evening, I am proud to present to you our exemplary employee, Ms. Shannon Elder, from General Smallwood Middle School. Our exemplary employee exemplifies all the core values, beliefs, and qualities that we work to uphold at Smallwood and in our Charles County community in public schools. Ms. Elder has been a dedicated member of our General Smallwood Middle School team since she started as an instructional assistant primarily working with our LLI small intervention groups. Over the years, Ms. Elder's role has evolved, and now she supports 4 content areas in terms of curriculum and layout, in addition to serving as a proximity instructional assistant at our school. Ms. Elder's contributions to our school community are exceptional and noteworthy. She plays a significant leadership role at General Smallwood, taking on responsibility that go above and beyond her job description, such as assisting our 6th grade team. It's quick to note that our team at 6th grade is pretty much all new. So even in her role as an instructional assistant, she made it a point to invite staff in to make sure that they felt welcome and to lend a hand, an ear, or whatever was needed, even as I transitioned in. So she embodied being part of a school family. That wasn't on the notes. Just want to make that. But that's what she exemplifies. She works with the 6th grade team. She works with all the team. She progress monitors. She leads major initiatives within and across all grade levels. Despite her already demanding role, Ms. Elder finds time to support various extracurricular activities that enrich the student experience at our school. She sponsors the General Smallwood Spelling Bee, Environmental Club, and Yearbook, demonstrating her commitment to fostering a well-rounded educational environment for our students. Furthermore, Ms. Elder's dedication to student success is evident in her initiative to host regular lunch bunches with struggling students across any grade level, across any content area. These initiatives show her unwavering commitment to supporting students and helping them achieve their full potential. Ms. Elder is a champion for every student at General Smallwood. She sacrifices her time, her money, and her resources for our students, staff, and our school community. She says that she wants others to see that CCPS, and especially General Smallwood employees, care about all of our students, their education, and the community we serve. Ms. Elder exemplifies the qualities of a dedicated, hardworking, and compassionate employee. Her outstanding work ethic, her leadership skills, and her commitment to student success make her an asset to General Smallwood and to our Charles County community. Ms. Elder's contributions have had a lasting impact on our school, and she deserves this recognition for her exceptional effort. We are truly excited to recognize her as our exemplary employee for setting the example and being a shining star within our school, but also going above and beyond to make sure that while she lives in the community, she's about the community and she's about our students. For every walk, from every walk of life, and for every student that walks through that school, she has a heart for our kids. And you cannot help but gravitate to her because of her positivity, her infectious smile, and her can-do attitude, which makes our school community what it is today. So for that, Ms. Elder, we are proud to call you our sister, our friend, and most importantly, our exemplary employee at General Smallwood, and we love you.
From the Gwynn Educational Center, Principal Todd Wonderling.
One of the best things I get to do as principal is the opportunity to recognize amazing staff members, and today is going to be no different. There are many unsung heroes in schools that often work behind the scenes and may not even be known by many. The principal secretary is one of them. I'm here to recognize Glenda Miller, the Gwynn Center's principal secretary, for long-term excellence in a position. Ms. Miller has been in education for 28 years. 17 of those years have been spent in Charles County Public Schools, all at the Gwynn Center. As many staff have come and gone through the Gwynn Center, Ms. Miller has been a consummate professional and the face of the front office for the past 17 years. Ms. Miller is extremely dedicated to her work. This is evident by receiving 100% on audits and all evaluations. She is a highly effective employee that always does the right thing. Ms. Miller builds and establishes meaningful relationships with staff, students, parents, and the community. Since we work with some of our youngest students in the county, Ms. Miller often serves as the first impression for families entering Charles County Public Schools. Families tell me all the time how grateful they are for feeling welcomed and comfortable while bringing their children to the Gwynn Center for strangers to work with them. This is the kind of impact a Ms. Miller can have on families and schools. Ms. Miller serves as a mentor to all staff and is the go-to person if you have problems or questions. If you ask me a question, I'm probably going to tell you to go see Ms. Miller. Since being at Gwynn for so long, she serves as the school's mother, sister, friend, advice giver, problem solver, listener, and someone that can be trusted to point you in the right direction. She has become, whether she likes it or not, the matriarch of our community. Lastly, her toughest and most stressful part of her work is, of course, taking care of her principal. And yes, that's me. I can't thank her enough for what she has done for me. See, I've known Glenda for about 15 years now. We actually worked together when I was a teacher and then building administrator for the Gwynn Center. I can remember her children growing up, and now, wow, grandbabies. Who would have thought? After leaving the Gwynn Center, we often joked that maybe one day we would have the chance to work together. We just thought it wouldn't be back at the Gwynn Center. But 15 years later, here we are. Why is this such a sad but proud recognition of Glenda? Because Glenda will be retiring April 1st. I don't know if she started the year thinking she would retire, but I would hate to think it was because of the new principal this year. Yes, that's me again. Sometimes other people can say things better than I can. So just if you could give me a minute to read off some quotes from her peers. I'm so blessed to work with such an amazing and supportive colleague. I truly appreciate her positive can-do attitude every day. No matter what or how many times I had to come to her for help or to get supplies, she never hesitated to make sure I received what I needed promptly. I've enjoyed sharing laughs, stories about our families, and our time here at Gwynn over the years. Glenda will be greatly missed, and I wish her all the best in this new chapter of her life and the well-deserved time to spend with family. I was lucky enough to have had her mentor me as I transitioned into a new position. The wealth of knowledge that Glenda has provided for every staff member over the years is implaceable. She can juggle many things and will drop everything to assist anyone at any moment. Glenda takes her job very seriously and with pride. Glenda is my go-to person whenever I need assistance. We started as co-workers, and now I consider ourselves as friends. Life is not going to be the same when she leaves the Gwynn Center. And my favorite, the first voice I heard when coming to F.B.Gwynn was Miss Glenda Miller. I have been coming here ever since. So if you could please help me recognize our exemplary employee for this year for the F.B.Gwynn Center, Miss Glenda Miller.
From the Early Learning Center in La Plata, Coordinator Ms. Candace Adam.
Is a sound that you can hear resonate through the hallways while the wolf cubs are greeted at the classroom door. The tone is set for the day from that moment. The smiles from that welcome are not only seen on children's faces, they can be seen on the adult faces too. Now, I've heard some people say that pre-K can be similar to trying to corral kittens, but the Wolf Cub classroom is the exact opposite of that. It is 100% a classroom. Ms. Oliver, along with her IA, Ms. Doughton, have built an environment in which the students are brought in as stakeholders within the room. They are asked to help make decisions and are in charge of taking care of the materials and the classroom. Due to the structure and nurturing environment, the Wolf Cubs feel safe, both academically and emotionally, so that the learning can transpire. It has been established that each student has a place and that their place is important. But Ms. Oliver doesn't just stop with the students in her classroom. She has also left her mark on other students in the ELC as well. She taught a student how to ride a bike during recess. Ride a bike. A life milestone that young Maximus and his parents will never forget. In July, the ELC building was quite a sight. It was at this time that Ms. Oliver began to stand out. She showed up each time help was asked for. She did not hesitate to roll up her sleeves and to tackle the mountains, y'all. Mountains of furniture that were stacked in classrooms and supplies that needed to be dispersed. After helping to unstack those mountains of furniture, Miss Oliver kept returning to clean and sanitize. Did I mention that at this time the building had no AC? So this is also where Miss Oliver began to build relationships with her colleagues, as she did not only come and work in her room, but she also worked in her colleagues' rooms to help them get situated as well. She volunteered so much of her own time during the summer to help make sure that the EOC was in perfect condition for our students. After the classrooms were set, Miss Oliver quickly became a go-to for staff to prepare for the students. What would the day look like? How does this activity work? What do you have planned for the first day, for the first week? She helped calm them. She gave her time to help colleagues get ready and feel prepared for the first day of school. She openly shares her ideas with her colleagues about instruction and activities so that all students can benefit from great instruction and practices. Always willing to lend a listening ear, and she purposefully finds out information about staff so that she can do nice things for them. I bet right now she can tell you what the building service manager's favorite candy is. Juice. Yeah, peanut juice. And Cheez-Its. Making an impact with students is not something that's new for Mrs. Oliver. She has been teaching students in Charles County since 2007, teaching pre-K at Indian Head and reading recovery at Walter J. Mitchell. I know that reading recovery was a dream job for you, but I speak for more than just myself when I say thank you for staying loyal to Charles County, and thank you for coming to the ELC. In the words of your eye, Miss Doughton, you the bomb. It is an honor to work with an educator like you, and I truly appreciate all that you do for our students and the staff at the Early Learning Center.
From J.P. Ryan Elementary, Principal Nicholas Adam.
I will not be howling like a cub. Good evening. On behalf of J.P. Ryan Elementary School, I would like to introduce Kelly Rodriguez. Kelly has been educating students for 27 years, with the last 8 years being here in Charles County. I first met Kelly when she came to work for Charles County, teaching 5th grade at Diggs Elementary. It was there as her AP when I witnessed firsthand how talented she is in a classroom. Kelly then took her talents and advanced to the ILT role, serving J.P. Ryan since 2018. As a learning resource teacher, Ms. Rodriguez does it all. On any given day, Kelly can be found with books in her hands and students trailing behind her, math manipulatives to give out to new teachers, or assessment resources to use. As an instructional leader to both students and teachers, one thing is constant, and that is her contagious get-it-done attitude. Just like the famous athletes in all those Nike commercials, Kelly just seems to always rise up and meet every challenge. She is a cheerleader for student achievement, staff development, and school success. She always lends a helping hand and searches for the positive outcome in all situations. Her hard work and her dedication extend beyond just her instructional program at Ryan. Her impact stretches through the entire school. Her expertise is used to modify curriculum, support new teachers, and promote county initiatives. Ms. Rodriguez uses her skills along with her desire to have children succeed to earn the respect of the admin team, her ILT, teachers and staff, parents, and most importantly, the students who recognize her as a trusted staff member who will always help. And Kelly, she is a leader who I trust, typically serving as an extension of the administrative team and assuming these duties when a member of our team is out of the building. As a school principal, we all want, or at least hope, to have a trusted member of the staff who we can count on no matter the task. Well, Kelly serves this role for me. Always answering my calls, my texts, my late emails. No matter what the task is, she always delivers top-notch work. Kelly, you have been instrumental in my transition over to J.P. Ryan, serving as a one-stop shop to acclimate me to this school community. J.P. Ryan will continue making tomorrow better than today, and you play a major role in this endeavor. Your hard work and the awesome talents that you share with others make a difference each and every day. It is my great pleasure and satisfaction to present to you Ms. Kelly Rodriguez.
From Thomas Stone High School, Principal Shanique Pearl.
Good evening again. Good evening. As an integral part of the building service team, Mr. Lewis Young is a highly valued member of Thomas Stone High School. Mr. Young's contributions are sincerely appreciated by both staff and students alike. His efforts undoubtedly make Thomas Stone a better place. Mr. Young has a list of duties that would be difficult, if not impossible, to summarize. He leads his team by example, working both outdoors and indoors. He ensures the beautification and upkeep of our campus by maintaining a daily routine inclusive from everything from grounds maintenance to trash pickup to sanitation to emergency intervention. His commitment to excellence and willingness to go above and beyond his duties are exemplary traits that enrich the school environment. It's clear his passion for his work shines through in everything he does, leaving a positive and lasting impact on the school community. Mr. Young's consistent presence, punctuality, and willingness to assist in unexpected situations highlight his reliability and dedication to serving the school and its students. His calm demeanor and patience are invaluable qualities that genuinely contribute to maintaining a positive atmosphere. Mr. Young's meticulous attention to detail and striving for the highest standards of quality are admirable. His approach to tasks with precision not only reflects his professionalism, but also his personal values, which drive him to consistently deliver exceptional results. It's commendable that he upholds these standards regardless of whether his efforts are publicly recognized or not, demonstrating his genuine devotedness to his work and the betterment of the school. By maintaining such high standards and contributing to creating a welcoming and enjoyable atmosphere at Thomas Stone, Mr. Young directly impacts the learning and the growth of both students and staff. His efforts play a crucial role in making our school environment conducive to learning, fostering a positive atmosphere where individuals can thrive. In essence, Mr. Young embodies the qualities of an exemplary employee and leader. His unwavering work ethic and attention to detail make him an invaluable asset to our school community, and his contributions truly leave a lasting impression on all those that interact with him. Thomas Stone High School is delighted to recognize Mr. Young for his involvement in our school and an exemplary employee.
Thank you all so much for being here. As I mentioned before, when we recognize the students, of course, it's like one of our favorite parts. But as Mr. Lucas used to say, the students wouldn't be here without you all. So, it's really great to hear all the great stories about how you impact not only the students, but your colleagues and everyone in the school buildings. So I'm going to start with Mr. Young. Just say a few words. I'll go down, and then I'll give you all an opportunity to say something if you have something prepared or not. But you'll have a couple minutes to say something as well. Mr. Young, you want me to start on the end? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Mr. Brown, I'll start with you then. How are you today?
Doing well.
Okay.
Wonderful well.
Okay, awesome. Well, so you work at Stethem as a social studies teacher, and you had quite the story. I remember Mr. D saying that you played professional baseball.
Well, I had an opportunity before I got hurt.
Okay, you got recruited to professional baseball. Okay. I was like, what a story. And you were a Prince George's County graduate, and I was as well. So that's really, truly impressive background to have, and I bet a lot of your students would be surprised to hear that, right? I hear you help students perform at their best.
Yes.
And that's one of the greatest qualities about teachers, and that I think you hear often when students describe teachers that have impacted them, is that they help them to be their best. And then you participate in a variety of the school activities and help support your colleagues and the school, as well as outside, your personal organizations and things. So how do you find the time to do that?
It's not easy.
I'll bet. Well, I want to thank you again for your service and dedication to Charles County Public Schools, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you so much.
All right, Miss Day. We have two Donnas here, so Miss Day. So I heard a lot of great things about you as well. I heard you have a thoughtful and challenging learning environment, and that's something else that I think is great to hear about educators and how you impact your students, and that you also help support new staff, which is always great to hear because obviously in any career or industry, you need someone to kind of bring you along, right, and show you the ropes, and appreciate you being that for your colleagues. You're involved in leadership. You're the math department chair, so you must love math. I don't know what that's like, but
yes, I'm very passionate about math. I had a lot of great experiences from math teachers in this county, so that kind of drove me to that path. I started elementary and then eventually moved to middle school, and that's kind of where I stayed grounded.
Okay, well, we appreciate you bringing that passion right back here to Charles County Public Schools. I hear you have crucial sessions. I wrote here to that support the staff in all content areas, and that your energy is one of your best assets. And so I know your colleagues must love to feed off of that, because we all need a little energy from time to time, right? And that you're a wonderful teaching asset to the building. So I just want to thank you again for your commitment to Charles County, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Miss DePanthalus, did I say that right?
You did good.
Okay,
You did good.
great. Thank you. So I heard a lot of amazing things about you as well. I heard that you have remarkable efficiency. So that's quite impressive. So someone to say that you're not just efficient, but remarkably efficient. And so you have 30 plus years.
36.
Wow, 36 years. That is truly amazing. And that you're a tireless advocate. 1 in a million. I mean, these are just great things to hear about yourself, or about anyone. But I'm sure it felt good to hear that about yourself.
It's overwhelming.
I'm sure. And that you exceed expectations, and so that must be truly impressive for you. A feeling to hear that from your colleagues and from your leadership. So again, congratulations to you. All right, Miss Miller. I know they took you guys out of order. I'm like, this is not. So I wrote down some things about you. So you're retiring, which, no, we don't want that. No, congratulations, and thank you very much for your service to Charles County Public Schools. And from everything that Mr. Wonderling had to say about you, you have truly deserved it. Or you deserve it, you've earned it.
I earned it.
Being a principal secretary, you probably has a lot of other duties as assigned, I would imagine, right? And 28 years in your career and 17 years at the Gwynn Center, that's remarkable. So thank you again for that. I heard that you're highly effective and you always do the right thing. And that's, you can't say that about everybody. So I think those are great accolades for sure to hear from Mr. Wonderling. So thank you again for your service, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. Miss Elder, so you are like a jack of all trades, I guess. You support all 4 content areas and more. You go above and beyond, and you support a lot of extracurricular activities, the spelling bee, I think environmental club, yearbook. It's just truly amazing. How do you find the time?
I don't know. I have 5 kids as well, so I stay busy with my kids. Yes.
So you bring them with you?
One's right there.
The other one has all county practice, so we're in different directions.
So
That's
many
all.
different places. I can relate.
Yes.
As a mother
Thank
of
you.
multiples. Yes. Mm-hmm. And you exemplify a dedicated commitment to Charles County Public Schools and make a lasting impact. Yes. And those are some things that really stood out. And so some of the great things, again, that we hear about educators from students is that they make a lasting impact. So kudos to you, and thank you so much for everything that you do for CCPS, and congratulations.
Thank you.
at the ELC, which is one of my favorite places, with all the littles. Like, how can you not love the little people, right?
I tell people that all the time.
I know. I heard that you lead a very nurturing and structured environment, which I'm sure is really helpful for the little ones to have. But hearing that the students feel safe and can learn, that really stood out to me, because a lot of the students, this is probably their first time leaving home and leaving their parents or guardians or whoever's familiar to them. And so the fact that you make them feel safe and they're able to learn is really impressive, especially since this is the first year for the Early Learning Center. And I actually did visit your class, so I have seen it firsthand, and they're the sweetest little things, and they all follow directions. So I don't know how you manage that. I have a lot less children at home, and I cannot manage that. So, so that's truly remarkable. And then that you volunteer your own time, and you get to know your colleagues' interests, which really says that you care. So not only about the students, but you care about your colleagues and your coworkers. And so that's truly unique, because you don't find that, with everyone. And that, that it's an honor to work with you, Ms. Adams said. And so that is truly something that stood out to me. And I think that that's a great honor to have for someone to say. So congratulations on your award, and thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, so 27 years. Wow, that's
36. So.
Hey, I know, but you're getting there, right? You're getting there. Hopefully we have you well into the 36 years. I heard you have a contagious get it done attitude. That's one of the first things that Mr. Adams said, and that you're a cheerleader for not only the students, but the staff as well. And everybody needs that, right? Somebody in the building has to be the cheerleader on those bad days. So I'm sure your colleagues and the students alike appreciate that. And that you're committed to student success, and that's the point, right? That's what everybody is here for. So definitely appreciated hearing that you're a trusted leader, and that you always help and you always deliver. So, I mean, what more can you say, right? So I want to thank you for all you do, and congratulations. Mr. Young, I'm back to you. Are you okay now? I'm sorry. So I heard a lot of great things about you too, that you're highly valued, and that your commitment to excellence really shows through. That Principal Pearl really recognized that. So that was really great to hear. Obviously, you have a passion for your work. I heard so many things about your precision and attention to detail that you clearly take pride in what you do, and that you're calm and patient, which is not hard to do when you work around children. So you should be applauded for that alone, right? And your positive attitude and just genuine devotion to your role just really shine through in the words that Principal Pearl shared. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do and have done for CCPS. And I believe we have one of the board members here who wanted to share a few words.
How you doing, Mr. Young? You thought you had got rid of me, didn't you? I know Mr. Young from way back before being on this board, and just to see Mr. Young, because I knew him from St. Charles, from Mr. Mackey, the VP, through Mr. Young, who always helped our organization out, and he was always that person, just to genuine have someone. And I remember the last day I went there, I didn't see him. I saw Mr. Moore, because Mr. Young didn't say he was going anywhere. So Mr. Moore told me he was at Thomas Stone, so I went over to Thomas Stone, and he came to the door. The first thing he said, "How did you find me?" But to know that you have an employee that exemplify everything that Ms. Pearl said is exactly what is that. And I want to tell you, from me to you, thank you for everything you have done for me and will continue to do for me. And I'm still going to be around.
We'll start down here. Mr. Brown, if you'd like to say a few words, the floor is yours.
Well, he told the preacher that he had 2 minutes. I'm here tonight because I have around me exemplary staff, principals, teachers. They support everything that I do, and I'm able to do the job that I do because of them. So I'm here to applaud them for me being here. So.
Ms. Day?
I would first like to thank Dr. Navarro and the board members for this honor. Through my 15 years in Charles County Public Schools, I've had the opportunity to work with some incredible administrators, teachers, support staff who have shaped me into the educator and leader that I am today. First, I would like to thank my building principal, Mrs. Caballero, and the other amazing staff members at Matthew Henson Middle School for selecting me for this award. I would like to thank my former colleague, Linda Breitinger, for her mentorship when I became an instructional resource teacher in 2020. Thank you to all the students and their families who I've worked with over the years. Thank you to the amazing teachers I had growing up in Charles County. I have many fond memories as a student at Matula, Milton Summers, and La Plata High School. These remarkable educators are the reason that I came into the teaching profession. Lastly, I would like to thank my friends and family. To my parents, thank you for always being my biggest cheerleaders. To my husband, Rick, and my daughters, Audrey and Savannah, thank you for always supporting me. Teaching is not a job that ends when the students go home. We spend countless hours in the evenings and weekends working to best support our students. Thank you again for honoring me tonight for my dedication to Charles County Public Schools.
Mr. Pampas?
Hopefully the pollen doesn't win out on me. Thank you, Dr. Navarro and board members for this honor. I would like to thank Mr. Harrington and all the staff at Diggs Elementary for this honor. I would like to also thank Mr. Harrington, Ms. Rifto, and Ms. Guy for their ongoing support. They have helped to create a learning environment where special education students can succeed. I'm still in shock and humbled by this recognition. In fact, when they called my name, I sat there clapping, looking around the room, not thinking it was me. I believe that my role as an IEP facilitator is to lead a team of parents, staff, and students to allow our students to achieve their goals. Over the 6 years at Diggs Elementary, I have witnessed many staff going above and beyond for the special education students at Diggs Elementary School. I am just one of many and accept this recognition for all of the staff at Diggs Elementary School.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
I would like to thank the board and Dr. Navarro for having these monthly recognitions and for receiving that. And thank you to my principal, Mr. Wonderlane, and to the Gwynn Center staff for the nomination and for all the kind things that they said. I'm grateful to Charles County Public Schools for hiring me in 2007. It's been wonderful. And also for all of the learning opportunities I've had over the years. It's been an honor to work at Gwynn, to support so many dedicated administrators and hardworking staff. Gwynn is a very special place, and it takes very special people to work there who are very passionate about students. Lastly, I'd like to thank my husband and my family for all their support over the years. Thank you.
Ms. Elder?
The Webster Dictionary defines exemplary as serving as a desirable model, representing the best of its kind, and serving as an example, an instance, or an illustration. It is truly an honor to be recognized for this achievement and to be considered as an exemplary employee that serves as an example for any of the 543 students and the numerous staff that work beside me each week. I appreciate the hard work of our students, the staff that surrounds me, and the community that we serve, for we are all here to teach and show our students how to communicate, work hard, and aspire for greatness. To truly be exemplary, we all should be examples, to be there for them in times of need and those of happiness, and to provide an illustration of the way people talk and treat one another. I'm thankful to the administration for this recognition, and I'm honored to be a part of the positive changes taking place at General Smallwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oliver?
Sorry, mine's a little longer than everybody else's, so I'll apologize now. So, good evening, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, staff, and families. I am honored to be sitting here today but it wouldn't be possible without the help of a select group of people. Mrs. Adam, thank you for allowing me to join your team for this new adventure at the ELC. You support me, hear me, and trust in me to make necessary decisions for what's best for my students. You make it easy for me to do my job. The entire staff of the ELC, without you, I truly would not be sitting here. You selected me to represent the ELC, and I am proud to do so, but I feel we should all be sitting here together. We took a building full of boxes and furniture and turned it into something amazing. Your willingness to support, collaborate, and listen to one another has created an environment full of happiness, positivity, and thriving pre-K students. It takes a village, not just one person. So thank you for being in my village. To ELC parents and students, thank you for trusting in me and us. Starting something new can be scary. You agreed to allow your children to be a part of the ELC. We have created relationships, bonds, and I hope a love of learning that continues as the children head off to their home schools next school year. Specifically to my students, once a wolf cub, always a wolf cub. No, I'm not happy. Lastly, to my family, as anyone who has a family in education knows, this is not a typical 9-to-5 job. There are always lessons to be typed, lamination to be cut, and Amazon packages specifically for my classroom to be received on the front porch. My family has been patient and supportive. They have allowed me to give up time with them so I can provide my best teacher self for my students. So to them, I am forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
I'd like to thank the board and Dr. Navarro for this recognition. I'd like to thank my administration, the teachers, my family for the support and recognition as well. I love Ryon. It's not the easiest place, but I love Ryon. I love our students and their energy, their passion, their desire to learn, but most of all, I love their potential and our potential as a school. I look forward to being a part of the future of Ryon and what that potential is going to look like. And I just can't wait to bring more great things to Ryon and the school community that surrounds us. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young.
Yes. To start off, I just want to thank my mom and dad that's looking down on me, and thank to God to put me in the position I'm in today. But Ms. Pearl, I want to thank you for presenting me tonight with your announcement, and my work is not always being noticed. But I just want to reach out and just speak on the gift and receiving this award is that I had no idea that you can have two gifts in one day. Is that today is my anniversary of 9 years working with Charles County Public Schools. And last but not least, you know, I enjoy what I do. It's a passion that I wake up every morning to come to for the safety of the kids, but the teachers, and also to work for Ms. Pearl to represent what she represents today, of giving me all the glory. And last but not least, to work for a young lady, the Director of Building Service, Ms. April Murphy. She strived me to be successful and always want to be strong to do my job on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we have some stuff for you, so just stay right there.
Very nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Very touching.
Thank you very much.
Very touching.
No, where are yours? Let me turn that mic away.
What is that?
Did you not have one?
All you gotta do is ask me. I think it was Sheila, because she had the bag. No, it wasn't.
It was yours. She did your bag. Did you get
No,
it?
she took it from me.
You took the bag.
Stop it. That's the
It's
way
a mistake.
I was doing it.
I know, it's okay. You're wrong.
Jamila has more work. Hey. Well, wait, let me I just opened the one to shoot. Dude, I just took the one that you put up in front of me. Oh, I know that. She's trying to play it off. All you have to do is ask.
She said I gave her the wrong one.
The one in front of me was the one I walked up to do. It's all good.
Everybody clear out. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep.
Wow.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
Well, the lady.
Excited.
So it worked out. The lady I gave.
Hello, hello. They're too excited, Dr. Navarro. They're clearing out. They're clearing out. Look at Dr. Jones. All right, people.
About 1 year.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay. I figured the way you were reacting, I figured you knew her. Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz, we are ready for public forum.
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. We have 4 speakers signed up. The first speaker is Ryan Tompkins.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Tompkins, and I'm a senior at La Plata High School. Going into my senior year, I decided, like many of my friends, to take a half day at CSM. In 6th grade, I skipped a grade in math, resulting in having very few options in high school. As a senior, I could only take AP Statistics or a completely online AP Calculus BC. I did not feel I had the support to take a completely online, extremely difficult and rigorous math course. Also, my teachers did not recommend this option. The reason I did not take AP Statistics was that I could not work it into my schedule to accommodate AP Literature, AP Physics C, and AP Statistics in a half-day schedule. This resulted in having to take a math class at CSM. I have a couple of concerns regarding my experience. First off, students should not be accelerated to the point where the county cannot support accelerated courses throughout high school, meaning a physical teacher is needed in these higher math courses. My second concern is a result of information I received this week. I was informed that the 7-week online college-level calculus class I took at CSM was counting as an honors class. This means that this actual college-level class is weighted less than an AP class. As a student who strives to maintain a 4.0 and is concerned with class rank, this feels inequitable. I ask that you please look into how CSM courses are being weighted when you review the grading policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Quint Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
No, sorry. Good evening. My name is Quint, and I am a 5th grader at Walter J. Mitchell. Last year, my parents, teacher, admin, and I had to make a tough decision. You see, I was not reading on grade level. I was reading on a second grade level. My parents gave me 2 choices. A, we could work really hard over the summer and get me on grade level, or B, I could repeat the 4th grade. I did not want to repeat the 4th grade. I worked very hard over the summer with my private tutor and parents, and today I am proud to announce I am reading not just on grade level, but in some categories above grade level. Even though I am proud of my accomplishment, it breaks my heart when I see my classmates and other students struggle to read. I know I am beyond blessed to have my parents and private tutor. That is why I am asking you, the school board, to hire in-person tutors that will use the science of reading and the Wilson reading system to help my classmates and the students of Charles County. I am proof that it works. In a year and a half, I went from a 2nd grade, 2nd semester reading level to 5th grade reading level and above. Reading has opened doors to things I never knew exist. I have researched my family history, making a family tree chart that goes back 6 generations. I have learned all the U.S. presidents. I can even name them in order from President George Washington to President Joe Biden. I love going to the library, checking out books, but my favorite is when buying them off Amazon so I can use my highlighter and write in the books. Thank you for taking the time and listening to me, and have a great evening.
Our next speaker is Shauna Marks.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Shauna Marks, and I am Quint's mom. And last week, he came home, and he was very disappointed. And being his mom, I know how he is. So I'm like, what's going on? And he was like, Mom, there's a lot of students in my class that cannot read or struggle with reading, and that it hurt his feelings. So I asked Quint to come and write something down and read it to you all, and that's what he did. But I know sometimes, kids don't, kids are talking, sometimes adults are not listening, so I'm just here to just show how much I have seen in my own child with using the science of reading and the Wilson method. This is a kid that will take his Christmas money and go buy books. I don't know any kid that does that. We had a book fair last year, and even the teachers and the other parents was like, he's the only kid that's not buying posters. He had 5 books that he came and he wanted to buy, and there were 5 books. He read a Jimmy Carter biography book, 150 pages in one evening. So reading is something that's just not fun, but it's something that we all need. I know on social media, we always talk about kids need to learn how to do taxes. Tax codes change. So what we learned when I was a kid would not work now. But you know what will work? The foundation of reading. Because if you can read, you can do anything. That's why we need to make sure our kids can read, because it's very important. And when other students notice that somebody is struggling to read, kids make fun of kids. And that's how we have kids that are acting out. And I'm not giving them permission to act out, but you're not going to tease me about being dumb when I could tease you about your hair. Then you're going to leave me alone. So I seen it with my own eyes, what a year and a half can do with the private tutoring, using these methods. My child went from 2nd semester, 2nd grade, grade 11 last year, 4th grade, to 5th grade and beyond. Y'all have access. Y'all can look at his scores, his iReady scores. And in some cases, he is above average. So I'm asking you all to look at it. I know we have the private tutoring. We did it. We did that tutoring FETV. He was talking to a computer. It did not work. We need a human body, a person, because it works. He has 2 tutors. He has a math tutor and a reading tutor. We spend 3 nights a week with the tutor. And tonight, he found 3 mistakes on his math worksheet. 3. So I'm asking y'all, I know we have a few dollars left for the CERS. I'm asking y'all with the ESSER funds, please invest in our children. Tutoring works. It works wonders. And I know I'm beyond blessed to be able to afford it, but I also am a CASA volunteer, and I know a lot of kids cannot afford it. It will you will see a change, just not in your kids, but you will see a change in your behaviors in your kids, because they will know how to come to school and read and do the work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Tina Osborne, and I am a mother of a child on the elementary level transitioning to middle school. I am here tonight to discuss the troubling MCAP data in Charles County Public Schools, more specifically transitional grades from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school. According to the 2023 MCAP data in ELA, 68.9% of fifth graders are entering middle school not on grade level. Yes, almost 70% of students are below grade level. 59.3% of eighth graders are not on grade level. The data takes a drastic plunge in math. According to the latest MCAP data, 85.2% of fifth graders are entering middle school not on grade level. 95% of eighth graders are not on grade level, and 93% of Algebra 2 students are not on grade level. If Charles County were to receive a letter grade at this very moment, CCPS would have a grade of a D in reading and an F in math. Students are leaving CCPS severely unprepared for the future, but there is a solution to this problem. Follow Maryland's blueprint. Implement high-quality curriculums like core knowledge and wit and wisdom while using evidence-based practices. Provide meaningful and extensive training to teachers. Hire district leaders who understand educational research, who also possess a sense of urgency regarding student achievement and are committed to having a laser focus on improving student competency in reading and math, much like that seen in districts across Mississippi. Lastly, invest in a comprehensive writing curriculum like Step Up to Writing, Paragraphology, and Empower Writing. These curriculums use multi-sensory writing strategies that have a systematic approach and develops a student's ability to create thoughtful and well-written compositions. While I am here to speak to the board, Dr. Navarro and Mr. Lowndes, I'm also here to speak to the parents of Charles County. It is my hope the current reading and math scores invoke righteous anger, a sense of urgency and action, because our children deserve better than what they are currently receiving. We need to come together and request a town hall meeting that lays out an action plan that addresses what CCPS intends to do in order to significantly increase student achievement. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Okay. All right, so I think colleagues, we're gonna revert back to try to finish up the handbook. Is everyone okay with that? Okay.
I'm looking at the
Oh, I
superintendent.
apologize. You want to do personnel?
If possible.
Yeah.
We would see if we could jump.
Sure.
that action
We just
item.
jump all around tonight. Okay, sure. No worries. All right, so we'll go, before that we do that, we'll go to action items and address personnel. So do we have a motion? Okay. Okay. Motion by Ms. S. Thomas, second by B. Thomas. All those in favor? Unanimous? All right.
So we're just asking
Yeah.
Ms. Nikki Majors to approach.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
quick.
Ms. Majors? Hello.
Good evening, Board of Education members, Superintendent Navarro, our viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to present three stellar candidates to the board. Two are here in person, and I'm going to start with our lady first. So we have in front of the board Dr. McKenna L. Lewis. She is a seasoned education leader with a proven track record of driving positive change in school communities. And Dr. Lewis has been selected to serve as our Director of Elementary Education. We are really excited about Dr. Lewis. She's currently principal of Heather Hills Elementary School in Prince George's County. And during her tenure, she has been at the forefront of school improvement efforts. Under her leadership, student performance has seen significant enhancements in state and district measures. Dr. Lewis is very passionate. Anyone who interacts with her will see that about her. In terms of fostering a culture of continuous learning and development, she has led a lot of professional learning opportunities for schools, including school leaders, teachers, staff, and families, and will bring all of those talents to Charles County. Her commitment to consistency and excellence is really evident in all the sessions she leads with school administrators. She makes sure there are uniform practices in place that enhance instruction. She's a champion for data-driven decision-making, and she has really increased the assessment literacy among her current staff. She promotes responsible use of student data, and she also uses research-based practices to improve feedback mechanisms to make sure that staff members are implementing effective pedagogical practices that translate into tangible student achievement. Throughout her career, she has collaborated extensively with lots of different stakeholder groups, whether it be parents, community members, district content partners. She makes sure that services are expanded and resources are provided to school communities and families. And her focus is really reflected in a way to cater to the diverse needs of students with disabilities who are gifted and advanced learners, as well as multi-language learners. So we are really just delighted to have Dr. McKenna join our team. Next up, we are happy to recognize one of our own, and that is Dr. Michael J. Blanchard. He may look familiar to many of you. Mm-hmm. Dr. Blanchard is a highly experienced leader focused on supporting our schools and making sure our students and families feel connected and they receive the necessary services and assistance that they require. He is currently the supervising school psychologist for Charles County Public Schools, and this is a position that he has held in the Department of Student Services for the past 13 years. So he is a long-term committed leader in our school system. Dr. Blanchard actually supervises over 50 positions, and he has the primary responsibility for all of our 504 related matters. He's leading our mental health initiatives. He's written and captured grants. The grants total over $1.5 million in funding to support our mental health initiatives. So he has some really good accomplishments under his belt. He also oversees the Aspire program and our behavior support programs, which you may be familiar with. And he also works with our community schools to provide resources to students. So Dr. Blanchard is a passionate, lifelong learner. He earned his bachelor's degree in psychology from Lemoyne College. He is a master's and certificate of advanced study in school psychology from State University of New York, and a doctorate in clinical school and counseling psychology from James Madison University. So we are just so proud that Dr. Blanchard decided to step up and assume the position of Director of Student Services. So both of these individuals at the table will be replacing long-serving staff members who have decided to retire effective July 1. So congratulations to you both. We are happy to welcome you. And I just wanted to see if you wanted 1 minute to say anything to the board. Okay.
I could talk forever about how excited I am to be with you all. This was a wonderful opportunity to see the teachers and staff members get recognized, and it was a wonderful introduction to this community. I am really excited to be joining you all. I'm passionate about, and I heard that word used a lot, so I felt, oh, I'm with my people. Passionate about students, student outcomes, seeing students grow. But that comes along with taking care of adults who take care of children, so I want to make sure that I provide those services as well. I am really excited to get the work done. To the point that you mentioned, like, I'm really a numbers person, so my background, you mentioned not being excited about math. I love math, and I pay a lot of attention to numbers. And so numbers tell part of the story, not the entire story, but we can use that as a guide. So I'm excited to really delve deep, do the work with you all, and to support the community. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, Dr. Willis. It's nice to have you with us. I don't know if I can top the young man who read to us a little bit ago, so I'm going to make this very brief. I've let him, he's dropped the mic for us. That was amazing. I just want to thank the board, Dr. Navarro, Mr. Lowndes, Dr. Jones, Ms. Majors, and particularly all of the student services personnel throughout our county. There's about 220 of them. This is a true honor. I feel very privileged to be in the position, and I look forward to being able to continue to provide quality services here in Charles County, as well as, most importantly, to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have one last personnel update. We want to highlight our new principal of J.C. Parks Elementary School. He could not be with us tonight as he is currently residing in another state, but I do want to highlight Hughes G. Valmond, who has 18 years experience in the field of education. The last 3 of those 18 years has been spent as principal at a Title I school in South Bend, Indiana. And that is Muscle Elementary School. He was the assistant principal before he transitioned to principal. And prior to that, he spent 15 years in Norfolk Public Schools in Virginia. I mean, he's really worked his way up in education, from substitute teacher to teacher assistant to many years as a professional school counselor before making the leap into administration before moving to Indiana. And he has a Bachelor's of Arts degree in English and Speech Pathology, and his Master of Arts is in Urban Education, both from Norfolk State University, one of our HBCUs. So we will warmly welcome Hughes Valmond when he does arrive later this spring to assume the helm at J.C. Parks Elementary School. So we also want to recognize him as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. To handbook. All right, so where did we leave off, ladies and gentlemen? We're on number 6, bullet number 6.
7, I believe.
7. Oh, you're right.
No.
Yep. All right. Sorry, I'll pull that back up. I think we did that one. Yeah, so it's the one below that. In the section that discusses a BOE member committing one of the major violations as a BOE member and section title removal of a board member. It was suggested that after the chairperson and superintendent discuss the issue with that member, the entire committee be kept in the loop. I added the following suggestion. I'm assuming this is from Dr. Navarro. The entire board will be kept informed of such issues that arise and the development of any actions taken. So not really a substantial change. Does anyone have any comments, or are we ready to vote on that?
So that's on the top of page 22.
Thank you.
While you're looking for that, Nicole, let me ask Mr. Schwartz something.
Yeah.
Up on the removal of a board, isn't that the ethics and the state of Maryland?
This is state law.
Okay, this is state, okay.
Correct.
Because it doesn't say state law. It needs to probably say that in there somewhere. Because it seems like the board can do this.
It says a member of the board may only be removed by the Maryland State Board of Education, and then like below, before we get to associations memberships, to the next subheading, it says legal reference, section 3-501, education article, annotated code of Maryland. So the law is referenced there. You see that?
I'm on the comment part, I'm not in the.
Oh yeah, so in the actual page 22 at the top, if you go to the third paragraph under removal of board member, that very last sentence says legal reference, and that's the law, the legal reference. Yeah. Okay. So it currently reads, if a member of the board engages in any of the behaviors mentioned above, the board chair and the superintendent will meet with the member to discuss the matter. In the event that the board chair engages in any of the previously mentioned behaviors, the superintendent and the vice chair will proceed to deal with the matter. And then the suggestion was to add the entire board will be kept informed of such issues. Oh, sorry, Ms. Thomas.
Just because I think the deliberation of what's going on vice the result is really what the intent of this piece is. So giving every single portion of a process as you're investigating or uncovering what's happening, I don't think that's the intent here, and I guess I would throw this out to my other board members. I think the intent is more the board would be kept abreast of the outcomes,
Okay.
right? So I think that may be a better way to encapsulate that in all one word, is just the outcomes and not all of the pieces, because I think anybody going through some judicious process, all of the details may not be necessary, nor may the board need to be privy to every detail, but the outcomes are what the important pieces are. So if I could offer that to my colleagues. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, did you have your hand raised?
No, I was pointing to Mr.
Oh,
Lucas.
Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, I'm not sure I completely agree with that. I think.
With Ms. Thomas's comment?
Well, I mean, and I want to make sure I understood her correctly. So somewhere a decision is made by some entity that there's the potential that a board member has done one of those three things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the entire board needs to understand what happened and not just be kept apprised of it.
Of the outcome?
Of the outcome.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
That's where and I agree. The board doesn't need to be kept up to date every minute, but if something is in process, I think the board needs to understand why.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Butler-Washington?
I was gonna say the same thing, because if you look at how our processes are when you go through a whole process, you won't know anything until the outcome, because that's what affects the whole board outcome. And then either you have to find a new vacancy or whatever, that's why they tell you, but going through the whole thing, telling what happened, that's not as complicated, it's privacy, because that's privacy between that individual and Maryland State. It's not between us, it's between them. They make the decision. Once they make the decision, it comes all the way down to Dr. Navarro. Dr. Navarro sends it to the whole board, and then we have it in hand of what way the decision weighs and stuff.
Okay, so you weren't in agreement with what Ms. Thomas said about only apprising the board or making the board aware of the outcome. Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas again?
I'm sorry, just one more point of clarification. Perhaps there, for lack of a better term, stage gates, that maybe there is an opportunity. So, advising the board that there's something happening. And then, with some periodicity, like, this is where we are now. And then giving results. I guess my challenge is there could be something that happens, and we've seen this even in our own deliberations of appeals and things, that it may be unfounded. And then you're dealing with the backlash, or as we talked about earlier, reprisal, et cetera. But it's also the perception that may draw from just accusations so I think we need to find a way to have a balance between ensuring that our colleagues are advised of things that are happening so we're not caught off guard, but then also making sure that we're respecting the deliberation of a process as well. So however we can find a way as colleagues to find a balance would be good.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
So I'm no longer hearing the distinction between what Ms. Thomas has referenced and what Mr. Lucas is referencing. What I'm hearing, and colleague, correct me if I'm mishearing, what I'm hearing essentially is that we need to be apprised on a need-to-know basis. So obviously, we don't need every single detail as an issue is brought forward and it's investigated and it kind of moves forward. We just need to be aware of something is out there, this is how it's moving and being handled. Ultimately, this was the outcome. So am I not, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Lucas?
Well, what?
Or is there still a difference?
Well, to clarify, just for situation, I do believe we need information for situational awareness, right? Because if we are approached by the public media or anybody and they say, hey, did you know something happened, and we are caught completely off guard. So for situational awareness, protection for the process, and then also making sure outcomes. So I think you capture what I'm saying. You're on a need to know basis.
Okay.
So I do agree with the way you've done a summation.
And Mr. Lucas, you're saying it's something different?
No, I think but I need to ask Mr. Schwartz a question. So how does the process work? Let's say somebody does something, okay? How does it get to the state board?
So it gets to the state board by anyone making a complaint to the state board about a board member. It can be the board, it could be any board member making another complaint about another board member, it could be a member of the public raising that issue. So it can get to the state board in any number of ways. This board would not have to act or make any decision, have any local hearing on any matter involving any board member if a complaint is made. It goes right to the state, and then the state handles it as a state matter. And the state decision is a publicly issued decision.
Okay. Yes, then I'm fine with what both of you said. But while you're there, if you could, the last sentence there, the member also has the right to a de novo review. That's a thing?
That's in state law, correct?
Okay, all right.
It's not very typical for the state board to remove a local board member, although it has happened about a half dozen times, and the individual board member has a right to go to circuit court in that county and seek review by that court.
Okay, thanks.
So, colleagues, am I hearing that you're in agreement with Dr. Navarro's recommendation to add the entire board will be kept informed of such issues that arise? Yeah. All right. So by a show of hands.
Yeah.
That's everyone. Dr. Navarro. All right. Moving right along. Bullet number 8. So next to last. There was one question: if the board could have members who exhibit a pattern of not attending PD that the system pays for to be reimbursed instead. In consultation with Mr. Schwartz, the board can do so if it agrees to have it in their manual, which it already is. So that was, okay, so there's nothing that we really need to do there. Okay.
That was a question from a board member.
Okay.
And Mr. Schwartz says,
it's in there, so we're good to go. Okay.
agrees to have it in its handbook, it
All right.
can enforce it.
Which is already there. Okay. And then the last one was just informational. So I think we are done, colleagues, with the handbook. Any final comments? Mr. Lucas.
So, thank my colleagues for going through all that. I think it was definitely worthwhile. There's still a few comments that people made that weren't addressed by what Dr. Navarro provided. So I don't know if we want to go through those or just hold those. So, you know, all the comments that are shown here, there's a few, granted a few of them are mine, but there's some few from other people too that weren't necessarily addressed, and by design, by the superintendent's summary.
So were they comments Mr. Lucas made after the deadline that we set, or?
No.
No, they just
No.
weren't compiled.
No, they just weren't, I think, Dr. Navarro, correct me if I'm wrong, you took on the ones that you thought you could and could come up with something that the board could speak to.
Mhm.
Is that, and then, but there's other ones here that you didn't want to touch.
Ms. Thomas?
Yeah.
So as I looked through the comments, it appears that there's some that, if we, for lack of a better term, bucketize them, there's some that are syntax, grammar types of things that I think, once we pull the document together, we can let those be flushed out by the changes. So I would recommend that we don't worry about syntax, grammar, punctuation types of things.
Sure.
But the ones that are, there were a couple that I think Dr. Navarro unilaterally just addressed. Like I had a few about the difference between assessment, is it student or is it teacher assessment, and things like that. I think if those were clarified and answered in the comments, I also would recommend that we don't need to go through those either.
Yeah, I was under, sorry, Ms. Thomas, I was under the understanding that what was compiled was it to look through. So I guess, Dr. Navarro, if you want to.
I think there's still a couple, there may be things that I missed, just like the page numbers, which I should have put in there when I was going through it. But I think this is potentially the space, if there's anything else that is missed that's substantial enough for this version of the handbook, because, you know, we now have to start working with this handbook as a board. It might be worth queuing it up now, so that, you know, we're on a roll of decision-making.
Right. So yeah, I guess, Ms. Smith, go ahead.
No, I was just going to tack on to Dr. Navarro just shared. I mean, if there's anything, Mr. Lucas, that you see that hasn't been addressed, if we can call it out now,
Yeah,
as
let's
one
do it.
option, or if there are members who see a comment in there that they've raised that hasn't been addressed, they too can call it out. But I say, let's get this done. Let's do our due diligence.
I'm in agreement. So, Mr. Lucas, did you have something?
I do. I have a few things.
All right.
That should be quick, if you'll indulge me. So let's just start at the top on page 3. So on the second bullet there, or number 2, it says establishing and maintaining a basic organizational structure for the school system. So I had a comment that says, does this infer that the board defines the org structure? Because when I see organizational structure, things ring in my head. So, you know.
Sorry, where's that comment? Where are you?
Page
Number
3,
2.
Page 3, number 2.
Does this for organizational structure as it relates to the org charts and positions?
That one. So, because that says establishing, you know, this is governing roles and responsibilities, establishing a basic organizational structure. So, if the board said, you know what, superintendent, you've got 3 people overseas schools, we really think you need 10. Is that our role? I don't think it is, so I just want to have some clarity or definition there.
Dr. Navarro did have a comment there. Dr. Navarro, did you have
Well,
something you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Right, my only suggestion from my reading it, but I understand what Mr. Lucas is saying, is because the board does oversight. I said, because there's the word basic organization structure for the school system, and then it goes including selection of superintendent, adoption of policies, curriculum, there's nothing in that actually the board doesn't have purview over. So it's up to the board if they want to be more explicit, or change it.
I'm fine with the fact that we have policies and series laid out to couple with it. Sorry, Ms. Butler-Washington, I spoke out of turn.
Ms. Butler-Washington?
Okay, I was gonna say establish and maintaining a basic oversee of the school system, because like Lucas said, organization structure doesn't belong to us, that belongs to the superintendent. We just do these 3 things at the bottom. That's what we do. We create the budget, we hire the superintendent, and we create policy. That's it. We don't do the structure piece.
Mr. Lucas?
And I pointed out, because it's been a topic of discussion before, and it's not just, again, not just for this board, but for any board that comes along, the board shouldn't, in my opinion, should not have the purview to define how the superintendent sets up her executive team. And that's what I want to make sure is not trying to be conveyed here. And
Is it worth putting in that language to say specifically the board does not have domain over the, is there something that we should clarify in terms of the distinction between our role versus the superintendent's?
And I'd ask the superintendent if, how comfortable she feels. Again, it's just something that has been.
So could I suggest maybe saying something, because oversight is your lane?
Yes.
Establishing and maintaining oversight of the school system, to include the selection of the superintendent, adoption, because those are your buckets of lanes.
I'm okay with that.
So you replace it with oversight?
So to say establishing and maintaining oversight for the school system
Fine,
to include
fine.
selection
Yeah,
of.
perfect. Yeah.
Thomas?
On before those bullets again, at the very top, it does say board's primary responsibilities aligned to support school system strategic plan include but are not limited to the following. So is that not sufficient, or you feel like it needs to be outlined? Because this, I just don't want us to put us in a position where we lose some flexibility here because the language is too stringent. So that's just my only concern. I thought that part before was a catch-all that kind of helped us guide us to what the bullets underneath, the intent of the bullet and the execution of those bullets thereafter.
And it does say oversight in that first paragraph, right under governing board role and responsibilities. It says the Charles County Board of Ed is elected by the community to provide leadership and citizen oversight of the district schools. Ms. Butler-Washington?
I was just gonna say, that's the term we use, because when you start saying basic organization structure, that goes into her lane. So we responsible for three things. That's it. Create the policies, the budget, and hire the superintendent. There's nothing that says organization structure in our purview. So I don't want to get confused with, after we leave, someone comes in and says, it says organization, and then they fight it amongst themselves because we didn't make it clear for them. So just oversight, that's it. And everything is perfect after you just remove that and just establish and maintaining oversight for the school, and everything else is perfect.
Are we okay with the superintendent's recommendation then? To replace
If you say oversight, that's fine.
number 2, yeah. You good with that, Dr. Navarro? You have the
Yeah,
language? Okay.
It does, yes.
I mean, I'm saying, did you make a note? Okay, all right, so by a show of hands. All right, everybody's good with that. All right, thank you. Mr. Lucas, you had something else?
Thank you. I have a bunch of things.
You
I'm
said
just
you had a
gonna,
few, and then it went to a bunch.
I'm just gonna point this out because I don't think we're gonna get resolution of this tonight, but go to page 4. So, while I appreciate the bullets, I mean, words should have some traceability and mean something. So, standards, set clear standards for students' academic performance. And my comment was, where do we do that? Clear standards. So when I say that, it should point to something, to the strategic plan, something.
Do you have a language?
And even the strategic plan doesn't speak to specific performance parameters. It talks about opportunities. And maybe I'm getting down to the weeds too much, but when you say something like that, it should reference something to me.
Well, I think I read it, Mr. Lucas, as part of the board's roles and responsibilities, so certainly not in full detail or all inclusive as to how we do that, but just that's one of the, board's focuses. That's sort of how I read it. Ms. Smith?
Sure.
Yeah, no, so I was going to say, my co-author here, I think when you see the document, hundreds of times, you begin to pick up new and different things. So I certainly can support your point in terms of wanting to be more specific. What is your recommendation?
I think if it stays in there, it needs to point to say, well, what are the standards? Okay, if we say, if someone asks you, hey, I notice your handbook says you set clear standards for student academic performance.
No, yeah, I get the gist of it.
How are you going to respond to that? What are you going to say? Oh, well, right here, we do that.
So I'm asking, I mean, is there recommended language, or is this
No,
more of a,
no,
I want to open up to my colleagues, you all tell me?
It's a question. Yeah, you tell me what are our clear student standards?
Guided by policies
Somebody
that we
says we have a
pass,
whole
like the
policy.
grading
5,000.
policies.
And 6,000 instruction and
Okay.
students, the
I mean,
policy.
so we when we started this whole thing, we talked about inserting policy to link back to things. So, and I won't say anymore. Maybe we just, as we
They
revise.
refer to
we
policy
revise
series.
it,
As
yeah.
referenced in
5 and
As
6,000?
Yeah.
Ms. Kramer, I'm sorry, may I suggest something? This might be really good for us to work through in our retreat,
Yeah.
because this is accountability, and Mr. Lucas is pointing to a good piece, although what we call today's strategic plan, the board and the superintendent of 10 years from now may call it the district plan, and so I'm always careful about the terminology we use today.
Yeah.
But we may want to use, because our next retreat is talking about board accountability, superintendent accountability, district accountability, and that interconnectivity. And to his point, we may want to talk through what are the policies that the board is focused on passing, impacting, that demonstrate the standards, the expectations, the regular intervals of communicating back on improvement, performance, and all those pieces. I hear his point.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's referenced by policy. I think that's what we do. We point to policy 5,000. That's my suggestion.
And I'm
but-
fine if, we can save it for the retreat. I think that'd be a good thing.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, did you have a comment?
So, Ms. Kramer, I hear two divergent points. One point is we do need to talk about norms, expectations, and that kind of thing. I do perhaps, to Dr. Navarro's point, great to do that at the retreat. But I just want to get to talking about the norms of when we are creating documents. If there's a policy, the norm should be that we refer to the policy whenever applicable, so that we do not have, we have cross-correlation of policy rules and regulations, so that they're correlated easily for review and interpretation. But in addition to that, we want to, I mean, in the spirit of plain language, we want to remove complexity for interpretation by saying, if there is a policy, forevermore, when we create these documents, refer to the policy. So there's no ambiguity, and there reduces the interpretation. So wherever that is in the document, so we don't have to talk about each and every one of them, wherever it is in the document, we just use that as our prevailing guiding principle.
Yeah, that was my suggestion. Just put refer to policies, because there's so many. Right. There's so many policies related to students and instruction. And then, of course, we do have the strategic plan and whatever that could be called. I mean, there's so many things that I feel like set the standards that I don't know that we could include one particular item. So I think if we just say refer to these policy
I think
series.
that's just the most apropos way to handle it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Butler-Washington?
I just was going to say, before Dr. Navarro said policies, when it says standard, and I heard what Mr. Lucas said, it is I was going to say to create policies to set clear standards for students' academic performance. Because that's what we do. We create policy. So, and he asked, how are we going to get there? Creating a policy to get there, to make sure that our students' academic performance is done. So I tied it back to, policy, because that's what we do, to create policies. And then that could be clearly articulated.
Okay. Anyone else? So are we in agreement to leave it as is for now and maybe address in more detail at the retreat? Should we want to make changes? Of course, everyone knows we always can at a later date. But this is up for action tonight. So I want to remind you all that,
If we're going to do the retreat, wouldn't it be best just to go through this stuff with a fine tune and to make sure that we articulate it correct? Because I don't want to approve something and then we get to the retreat and then we got to go through this whole thing again, and then we got to come back and approve it again for those changes. Since we're going through a retreat, why don't we just use this opportunity to dive in it and put policies where policy is supposed to go to make sure that it's articulated correct.
Well, I think that's what we're doing. So if someone has some suggested language, Ms. Smith, did you want to?
No.
Oh, I'm
Schwartz,
sorry,
did you wanna
Mr.
jump
Schwartz.
in?
Okay.
I did want to point out, I'm not sure who drafted this particular part of the handbook, but if you look at it, this is just quoting the key work of school boards. I think this is just saying what the key work of school boards is according to Carl Smith and the others. I used to work for Carl Smith. I can call him and ask him why he wrote it like that, but I think the purpose of this is just to simply say, here's the key work of school boards. And then going from there, we can go into more detail about how we're implementing the key work, which we can do at the retreat.
Mm-hmm. And I also feel like there's whereas that's one of our major responsibilities, policy, right? And that's where I would first go to. I feel like, as I mentioned before, there's other ways that we support it, like supporting the superintendent's strategic plan, which again, in the future could be called so many things. And then in other ways too, by supporting, our staff and educators and, advocating for the budget to provide them with professional development opportunities. There's so many ways that we support standards, I feel like, for children. And I don't know that all of those can be conveyed here. So to me, it was more of a general statement. Ms. Smith?
Well, first I was going to say I'm comfortable with tabling this until the retreat if folks need more time to sort of go through it. I think we do, to Ms. Smith, excuse me, you're not Ms. Smith, you're Ms. Thomas. To Ms. S. Thomas's point, need to come up with some rules of the road for reviewing documents. I think this is like the second or third document that we've created. Mm-hmm. And I think it's definitely indicative of needing more clear rules for how we engage documents of this type. Mm-hmm. In terms of like the timely nature for review, what's expected when we come before the board, before the public, what are we expected to do on our own as board members, just to ensure that we're using this time as a good use of everyone's time and we're ready to move forward with action. Action meaning I have specific questions, I've included specific language, I have an expectation. So I think we just need to figure out some rules of the road, but to the point about tabling this document to the retreat, most certainly I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, all right, so I guess we need to get a consensus on the board for that, because I thought that we sort of had a deadline of April to get this done by. But now I'm hearing maybe we're okay with, extending that deadline. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes, but our original thoughts and what we discussed was having it done by then.
Right.
Before April. So I'm saying if it's a consensus of the board that we table this and complete it at the retreat, although I don't even know at this point if that's going to be possible. Ms. Thomas?
I'm comfortable with saying and getting it done, but I know it's already 7:30.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So I have a dissenting opinion. We've gone through this document several times, and I think there are times when you need to go with the 70% solution, right? We are there now. I believe this document has been evaluated. I believe that we've lifted content from other places. That content is complete as it can be now, and it is, there will be evolution, right? This is the first step. There'll be evolution, but I would like to get to, let's check this off, because if we use our time at the retreat to do this, it's going to take away from us being able to do something else. So if we can get this tonight, and we can get it done. I feel if we all move with speed of purpose and will, maybe we can get there. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
No, I'm good. I got 5 more things.
So we're
settle the standards.
I think we're not ready to do that.
Okay. I'm okay not discussing that, but it just.
What? I'm gonna call Carl Smith.
Yeah, on that one, but I got 5 more quick things that I think need a little attention.
So are you okay then with the language as it is?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
Page number 7. At the very top, it was highlighted, and that highlight, that wasn't addressed by the superintendent, but that was a highlighted thing that we discussed at the last meeting. So this is about the SMOB. It's the very end of the student member of the board, but it's at the top of page 7. So I think it's always been the rule that if the SMOB goes, and I think we should they say it's explicitly here that a parent or guardian has to go with the SMOB,
Okay.
that they cannot go by themselves, because none of us should be responsible for that person. So I think you need to call that out explicitly.
Okay, so right now.
Not just work with the logistics and the support, but some language that says a parent or guardian, it could be an older sibling or whatever, but has to be an adult that goes with, yeah.
So the SMOB's expenses, including hotel, transportation, per diem, and airfare, shall be paid. The school district will work with the SMOB parent or guardian on logistics to support the participation of the SMOB at these conferences. So you're saying add something about, explicitly call out, and that a parent or guardian is required to attend.
Correct.
Okay. Ms.
Correct.
I can support that language. Excuse me. I can support that language. Just want to clarify, would the school system be responsible for the expenses incurred by that adult?
No.
We have never been.
Yeah.
Right now, if the student is underage, they have to have a adult or a legal guardian or an adult that the parent agrees to accompany the SMOB.
And in the event that they are unable to attend, for whatever reason, then the SMOB would be unable to attend.
That's correct.
We're linking the two. Okay. That language is fine for me. Adding that additional language is fine.
Okay, Ms. Thomas?
If we could just add, perhaps that language, the school district will collaborate or coordinate. So instead of work with, collaborate or coordinate with SMOB for guardian accompaniment. I think it makes it clear, you know what I mean? Just those two. The school district will coordinate with the SMOB parent or guardian for guardian, for guardian accompaniment, logistics and guardian accompaniment, something
Okay,
like that.
but
You
that
know,
doesn't say that an adult is required, that language. So I think what Mr. Lucas is saying is that it should spell out that not only are we going to help you coordinate those arrangements, but that an adult is required to attend.
I'm just a little concerned about the financial responsibility that we're putting on the SMOBs.
Well,
parent or guardian.
I think that's always been the case.
it's always been the case, and if I could, I think we just heard the superintendent said that it is required that a parent go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just wasn't spelled out, I think,
Okay.
anywhere.
I'm okay with that. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Navarro, you have that language?
Yes, I will add a parent/guardian is required to accompany the SMOB to conferences, to something like that, if the board's okay with that.
And I guess that, to Ms. Thomas's point, in the school system will work or collaborate with the parents to make those arrangements or something to that effect. We all good with that? Anyone not good with that? Okay. Ms. Smith?
I'm good with that. In addition to the addition, should we spell out that the SMOB is unable to attend if a parent or guardian is unable to attend? Like, do we need to put that language in clearly to create that expectation?
I mean, I think it's by default. We begin to play word.
yep.
If they're required, then
you can't go if
you can't go if the parent or the guardian is not there.
Works for me. Thank you.
If the SMOB is 18, that's fine then.
No, this doesn't say anything about age.
It's not age of consent, it's participation and responsibility and liability of the school board, right?
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
As a student.
Exactly.
Responsibility as a student of Charles County Public Schools is not age of consent. Mr. Swartz, I am not an attorney by any means, but I'm just asking the question.
No, correct. It's because they're a student in our school system attending an event through the school system that we want them to be chaperoned. You don't want to do it, the parent will do it.
Okay.
My legal hack, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lucas?
Page,
next point.
page 13, the very top. This was under handling suggestions and concerns. So I made a comment, and I think that's the superintendent that responded, but I don't think I conveyed what I wanted to say correctly. There are some school systems where if someone from the public sends an email to a board member, it goes to every board member.
Like a generic.
So when they could send it to Jamila Smith, but it's going to go to every board member. So I just made that comment. That is that something that the board wants to consider? You know what? Don't even need to discuss it now. We can talk about it at the retreat, or you can say, no, that's crazy. But
It's an
there's-
easy thing to set up if there's an interest from the board,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure you
I
guys
just
need
put
to
that
have-
comment there. I know a lot of boards that operate that way. So that way, because this is about communication, we talk about everybody knowing everything, and that way one person's not getting something that everybody's not getting. So that's,
Okay, so do we want to discuss that now
Yeah.
or no? Ms. Thomas?
Well, I think this is an easy fix to Dr. Navarro's point. I think there's just, there could be some language that says we will use technology to ensure transparency of all communications with board members and just be done with it.
I don't even know that we need any language in there.
Well, just to make sure that if something comes to me, that we make sure that everybody gets it, or vice versa, whoever it is.
Well,
you know what I
usually
mean?
we send it to Dr. Navarro. When we get something, we just send it directly to her.
Yeah,
Because
so
we don't
that-
answer it.
Well, I'm thinking of a couple of scenarios where, okay, so if the member of the public or anyone wants to send all board members something, one, they could just put all our names on it, or two, we have the board, what is the email? Board members at CCPOE, is that what it is?
Yes, but board members are not, that board members is not accessible to the public. So what Mr. Lucas is talking about is, like, in other school districts, we just create a link that says, if you want to contact the board members, you don't even have to look them all up. You just send an email to board members CCPS, and we just create it, and then it gets to all of you. So if you have a constituent
Yeah.
concern, you forgot to copy Mr. Hancock because there's 10 board members and you forgot, it just directly goes to you. And we begin to market that. So that's what communications and the board office uses when there's constituent concerns. I know it's very easy for us to
Yeah.
create that.
The distribution
The board,
list.
I misunderstood Mr. Lucas, because the board members one is an internal one, so even staff can't email you using board, it's linked just to several people to just connect with you.
Okay, so I think
Technology.
that is
We-
easy enough to.
We kind of forget that we're in districts. And if my district wants to email me something,
Well,
you
they can.
They can.
directly to me. But you're gonna put on the if you want to contact the board, hit this.
Well, you can put both. I mean, you can have, right now you have your individual information in there. You can do, if you want to contact all board members. One thing that does happen when you don't have that technology is that somebody forgets somebody, and I may respond, and if I'm not careful to check that all board members are part of it, I may miss, Ms. Warren, because the community member just forgot about Ms. Warren, was trying to get through all the board members. So that makes it easier, but it doesn't necessarily stop people from your district saying
Emailing you directly.
Directly, because you will have that access as well.
Or people who don't know what district they're in. I mean, there's many people that walk up to me in the public and say, you're in District 1, well, what is District 1? What does that cover? So I think if we have the alternative, if you want to do individually, you can.
Yeah.
But to create something for the public so that they can do everybody if they want to, and they still have an option.
I just wanted to
I'm in
make sure
agreement.
that wasn't the only option, and we still have ours. That's the only thing I'm trying to clarify.
Ms. Smith?
Okay.
I was just going to say, let's press on. I think that makes sense. I think we can have that sort of general listserv. I think we could put it on the website. I don't know that it needs to be in the handbook per se.
Yeah, I agree.
But sure, if folks want to have a listserv for the public, I think it's great.
Yep, absolutely. Mr. Hancock?
I just have a real quick question. Maybe Mr. Schwartz can answer this. If we do that, and does that set us up for a risk of open meetings violations if one board member responds to email that's sent to all of us? Is that a violation? And I mean, we get them like that as it is, but we generally don't respond, and we don't advertise it in the way that's being proposed.
I think the expectation should be established that only the chair respond to board, emails sent to the board members or all board members, because that way you're not getting into each board member responding and getting conversations going, as you're saying, that could be a concern under the Open Meetings Act. So we can discuss that and work on that particular piece of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Really quick, from a technology perspective, if we create that email, we could have an email that goes back. This is technology piece. We could have an email that goes back that says individual board members do not respond to this email box, right? Because if it's a catch-all email box, you know how you get an email box like from a help desk ticketing system at the bottom, and it will say, don't respond to this email address because nobody's responding back to you. That's really easy to do. So just so we can eliminate that issue, I think if that resolves the problem.
Mr. Lucas, next.
You know what? I think I'm good. I think the rest of these we can talk about. Well, I mean, I'm fine with the document because you mentioned voting tonight. I don't think we're ready to vote tonight.
That was the plan, but I don't know that that's gonna.
Well, I mean, I
Can we take a tally to see who's ready to move forward?
well, I mean, what are we going to vote on? Because
The document as it is, and the suggestions that we made to Dr. Navarro tonight.
if we can form it that way, fine. Yeah, I mean, generally we like to have a document we can show somebody, but we don't have that. That's the only reason I say it. But
And I'm okay with tabling it to next work session or the April meeting. So what is the consensus of the board? Vote on it tonight? Who's in favor of voting? Who's ready to move on tonight and vote for it tonight?
A motion that we vote.
So you want a motion to,
I would like to put a motion that we vote
on the
on
handbook as it is?
The handbook with the things that we've already discussed.
With the revisions that we discussed tonight? Okay.
Second.
Second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? So we have 5.
You need 6.
So we don't have enough for tonight. So the motion.
Make a comment. I just want to see, not just for myself, for the public, a clean copy with no edits or anything else, so everyone can look at it. It's
okay.
It's the way that we've always done things, and we shouldn't deviate from that. And it's not going to hold up anything. We'll have this in plenty of time for the retreat.
So I want to ask Dr. Navarro, when do you think that you could bring forward the document with the revisions that we discussed tonight? Well, that's why I'm asking her.
So I will try to work on it next week, but I would be okay, since we're not meeting for the retreat until later in April, if I could bring it to the April board meeting. I will have it to you all next week. I mean, I'll have it to the 2 subcommittee members to look at sometime later this week. But just in case we missed, there's a couple of typos, and I wanted to clean up. Shelley's been dying to change those first 2 pages, which drive her nuts.
Yeah,
that
the
are
formatting.
all PDF format. So we got to put a little lipstick on the pig. The actual changes of tonight doesn't take very long. It's more like those first 2 pages are like PDFs, and no one can change them, and they don't even have the right. So if we can bring him in April, I think I can have and I think I'll work with Ms. Smith and Mr. Lucas, and I think we'll have as clear as a document as we can.
So
and I think we're still okay for the retreat.
So bring the final to the April board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, and yeah, because the first page now looks like it's missing some board members'
Yeah,
names,
it's just
and
a
There's some up top, and then there's some.
Oh, okay,
It's a
okay.
formatting mess.
It's
broken up.
yeah, and then we need to update the chair and the vice chair, and then I think Miss Thomas is still not. Her name is still not there. Miss Samisha Thomas is still not there. Okay, so it's gonna come forward at the April
I will
meeting.
have it here. Yep.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for that. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, what's next? That was
New
unfinished
business.
business, so we have new business. So we did have one item that was posted to Board Docs Policy 9100 that the reason it's under new business because we were going to take action on it tonight. It was just a very slight change to the policy, changing the word from 7 to 9 voting members just to go in line with the new law. So everyone's good with that. Mr. Schwartz, did you need to say anything?
To drag this out further, we actually need 2 votes. One is to make this an emergency change.
Okay.
So we can take final action tonight. That's the first vote.
Okay.
And then the second vote will be on the change itself if the first vote passes.
Okay, so do we have a motion to make this an emergency change?
I move to make this an emergency change.
All right, and second?
Second.
Ms. Smith, Ms. Butler Washington, Ms. Smith. And all those in favor?
Any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. And I just want to ask Mr. Schwartz. So I don't know if this matters or not, but it says we're going from 7 to 9 voting members for terms of 4 years. As of this moment, we have one member that has a 2-year term.
Yep. But
Does
that's
that change
ending, right?
anything?
No, the term of that position actually is a 4-year term. The first term was only 2 years, but it's actually a 4-year. So all board members serve a 4-year term. So I think that's okay. I appreciate that question, but I think it's okay to go with 4 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
No.
Any
It's
further
okay. It's
discussion?
okay.
No. Okay. Now all those in favor.
Okay.
Ms. Thomas, are you, okay. So that's unanimous.
Okay, so now we can actually have a motion on the change itself.
Okay, so now a motion to accept the changes. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the changes.
Ms. Bella Washington?
I second that.
Ms. S. Thomas? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so that's done. Do we have any of future agenda items that anyone wants to?
I know I emailed, but I need to say it out loud. I wanted to bring a resolution for Grandmother Day. It's in September the 8th. It's on every Tuesday, second Tuesday of each year. So the dates change, but this year is September the 8th.
And what is it again?
Grandmother Day. I'm sorry, Grandparents' Day.
Okay, a resolution for Grandparents' Day?
Yeah.
In September.
It's September.
Okay. All right. So this is a new item. So then this will be, it would have to come on the agenda then in the future. And so what we've typically done is draft the resolution, draft the language, and then that goes to Dr. Navarro, and she will have staff review it.
Okay.
And if they have any suggestions, language changes, things like that, they'll let us know, and then it has to come back, as a report item and then action. Did I miss anything, Dr. Navarro, Mr. Lucas? Okay. Any other future agenda items? All right. Thank you. Moving right along.
Technically, you have correspondence.
Yep. So, updates from board members, correspondence from board members. Want to start on the end, Ms. Warren?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm
Good, okay. Ms. S. Thomas?
Thank you. A couple of things. We went to visit Indian Head Elementary School, which was really awesome. I'm going back to read in the classroom at the request of this 4-year-old students in their classroom. They didn't want to let me leave, so I promised I would come back to read. So after spring break, I'm coming back to read in their classroom. Myself and my board colleague, Ms. Smith, have been going to the MABE Conference Committee meetings. I'm excited to be able to influence and or shape what happens with the MABE conference. Also did a visit to Milton Summers Middle School, which was pretty interesting. I was very pleased to attend the Bunkyo, am I saying that right?
Bunkyo?
Bunkyo, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Event as the students left. I didn't get to go to the opening, but I did get to go to the closing ceremony, and I thought that's the first time I had been to that, but I also am excited to perhaps maybe support students next year as we go through that. And I was excited to also talk to a couple of the principal of Indian Head. I think she's doing an amazing job down there, and also I think that she, in her open classroom concept, she's doing what she can, but I hope that at some point we can get her on the list, because it's amazing to walk through a school that has completely open concept like her school, and to see what they've done to decorate and make things, bright and shiny, but also knowing that there is something to that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep. We're closing that school, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
I know
already-
we're working on it, but it is good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, it's classrooms, closing in
We're
closing
not
class.
closing the school, not closing the school, not closing Indian Head.
But great to see the flexibility that our educators put into being able to make it still feel like it's meeting the need for education. Thank you.
I have nothing at this time.
Thanks, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Smith.
I will be super brief. Also attended the MABE Conference Planning Committee meeting. The majority of us serve on MABE committees, so even though you see us here twice a month, obviously we're also in schools, we're all around the county, but we also serve on a variety of additional committees, both within CCPS in terms of all the pillars in the blueprint, but also with MABE as well. So on the Conference Planning Committee, we are preparing for our annual conference. Smisha Thomas and I brought forward a variety of recommendations in terms of topics that we believe our colleagues across the county would be interested in hearing and learning more about, from social emotional learning to mental health to effective board strategies and engagement, things that will further develop us as professionals sitting in these seats and providing insight on policy and guidance. We were also talking about like who might be engaging and sort of moving plenary speakers and open session speakers, excuse me. So trying to pull people from across the state who might be great speakers to our board members in terms of galvanizing them in the work that they do and helping them understand sort of their role in education. Also attended the Bunkayo, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, so apologies. The Bunkayo event with our students, and even though they were only here, I believe, for just 2 weeks, to see the connections that they made with their host families was just moving. Like I was crying as if I had hosted a student. It was very moving just to see how much they appreciated sort of, our community members, our educators opening their homes to them, allowing them access to their children and to their schools. So it was definitely a moving experience for them, but also the families who hosted them and the children who had an opportunity to host as well. So just wanted to share insights on those two events. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. As we speak, our North Point girls are playing. Any update, Mr. Paoli, as you're out there? 10-4. Okay, just started, so early on. So we wish them luck, and the St. Charles boys are playing tomorrow night. I went to the game last week at St. Charles. That was the best, I'll say one of the best sporting events I've been to in a couple years. That's how exciting the game it was. So good luck to both of them. So this weekend was the HITS Festival Exhibition. I have to say that's one of the best things that this system has done. Like everybody else, we used to have just a science fair. Well, now it's history, industry, technology, and science, and you can still do your science fair thing if that's what you want to do, but there's so many options available. And to see what these kids can do and how enthusiastic they are and how appreciative they are, too, when they got their awards. And I'd just like to thank everybody that is a part of that, because that's all day and a weekend for a lot of people, and appreciate them. A couple of my colleagues and I attended the DI award ceremony, and congratulations to the teams moving on to state. Had the opportunity to go to the band festival at North Point. Stayed there for a couple hours and listened to some middle schools, and that was really a good time. And Bunkayo was mentioned. I did go, attended a state board meeting, which was really interesting. The state board and the AIB together in a room. It was quite the sight. But I encourage my board members, if you haven't watched one of those, to watch it sometime and to go there if you want. But it was just very interesting, a lot of the things that were discussed. And obviously that affects us and every other school system, but there was a lot of professional contentiousness, and I'll leave it at that. It was very interesting. But that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Lucas, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. I would like to start out by saying I offer my condolences to Katie O'Malley Simpson, who was the former director of communications, had Shelley's job previously. She lost her son a week ago at a very young age. And Katie's been through a lot since leaving us and retiring. So if she is watching, or her family is, I just want to say you're in my thoughts and prayers. And other than that, I went to career day at General Smallwood Middle School, and that was a lot of fun. And, a lot of us talk about the principal, Orlena Watley. And, last year we heard a lot of things about Smallwood. And it's a completely different school now. And she gets a lot of credit, and she deserves all the credit. And I'm going to give her some more. Her and her senior staff there do a fantastic job. She knows how to interact with students. She has high standards, and she knows how to help those students meet those standards. She's the right person at the right time at General Smallwood. She's doing a great job. Other than that, along with Mr. Lucas, we attended the Malcolm Elementary School marquee sign ribbon cutting ceremony with, of course, Mr. Hine was there as well as some others, with Senator Jackson and Delegate Harris. That's the first time I actually got to speak with the new delegate, Harris, and he seems like a really nice guy. And Senator Jackson, as always, is just a class act, and he really cares about his district, and it shows. And he's a state senator you can be proud of. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Ms. Butler-Washington?
Just got a few. I attended the La Plata Black History play. That was the first time they ever did it. And they invited the D9 orgs to come to be outside so they can ask questions and stuff. So it ran over because I don't think they planned for it to be that long. And so people didn't get to talk to us for like a few minutes. And then it was time to go and stuff. But it was really, really good. So kudos to La Plata for putting on their show and making sure that, they are looking at our resolutions and they are participating in things too. The College of Southern Maryland had their college fair. So again, my org was there. It was just so plentiful because so many of the kids was there. They was asking for all of these scholarships, and we was able to not give them that. My organization is giving a scholarship. I have already pre-made a scholarship with a lot of scholarships on there. So we had it on the table so the parents can just take it and they can go apply for others. Because I thought that I had this for my sons, and I was creating it for Brookie when she get ready to go. So I said, let me just share the wealth because everybody else need to know about these scholarships now also. Attended the MABES and my blueprint meetings, of course, doing that. And attended North Point basketball game last week. And I want to shout out Maya. She's my soror's daughter. And she's the starter there. And she's doing so well. So we followed them to Baltimore. They won. They playing tonight. And we're going to keep cheering them on. But I just want to shout her out because it's her heart. And she plays to the heart. And she pumps her team up. So it's a team effort. It's not a one person. It's a team. So I like the collaboration of how she pumps everybody up to make sure they win and stuff. So that's mine.
All right. Ms. Perkins? No updates? You sure? Yeah. Okay. All right. And lastly, I'll be brief. I love basketball season, so I attended a lot of basketball games. Got to see St. Charles play. Tremendous team, so I wish them best of luck tomorrow night. I have another obligation, so I won't be able to attend, but best of luck to them and to North Point girls tonight. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. And I want to congratulate Westlake's cheerleading team for becoming state champs this year, and that was a long time coming for this team. So appreciate everybody who supported them, even the other teams that went and traveled with them to support them. So congratulations to them, and I guess we'll be seeing them soon, to shake their hands. I just want to, just kind of reiterate some things for the public, like when things are coming up and we need to hear from you, the redistricting hearings that are going to be coming up. So just want to, make sure that the public is aware. We're going to have, is it 2 or 3? 2 redistricting hearings, and the dates are posted on the website, correct? So let us know, your feedback. As some of my colleagues have mentioned earlier when we were discussing redistricting, we need to hear from you. So if you're not able to attend the redistricting, feel free to reach out to the board and let us know your feedback and your thoughts on that. I know that the Equity Task Force is seeking members. And so if you're interested in serving, getting involved with the school system, that's a good way to do that. Also, I think CCAC is going to lose a couple of their board members. This I don't know when their term ends, I think at the end of the school year. So if anyone is interested, parents in the school system, reach out to them. It's a great organization, a great advocacy organization, a great partner of ours. So it's ways that you can get involved. I got to attend a couple of schools for Read Across America Day, which I really loved. I went to Wade and I went to Mitchell, so thank you for having me there. The students were great. I got to read a book about like when the crayons like come alive or something, which was so funny. It was hilarious, and I had never seen. Apparently, it's a series. Anyway, love that. Really enjoyed that. So thank you to those two schools for having me. Of course, in February there were tons of Black History Month programs, and I really want to give kudos to our schools who put on some tremendous programs last month, and many of them for the first time. And I just want to say I know it's a lot of work. But the talent was tremendous, and I know that that doesn't, happen without the support of the staff and the principals, the leadership at those schools. So just, phenomenal job on that. And finally, I got to do some senior interviews again this year, which is one of the, my favorite things to do at Thomas Stone. And I was at Lackey yesterday morning, bright and early. And so I always enjoy that, because if you need some sort of renewed faith in society or in the community, it's a good way, because these kids are full of promise and full of their dreams for the future, and they're just ready to tell you all about it. And so that was truly a mood booster for a Monday morning. So appreciate those schools for having me, and that is all I have. All right, moving on. I think we're finally almost to the end, colleagues. So in action items, minutes. Is it just, we only had one set of minutes in the folder. So it was the minutes from executive session from the February meeting. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve? Ms. S. Thomas?
Second.
Ms. Smith, second. All those in favor? All right, unanimous. Okay, and then we already did personnel earlier. The handbook, we are not.
Madam Chair,
Tonight, I'm sorry, yes.
we have to do the regular minutes from.
Oh, we have regular minutes, sorry.
Sorry, two sets of minutes, from the regular meeting and from the work session.
Okay, from the February meeting?
Yes.
Okay, from the February work session or the February meeting?
Both.
Okay, so February meeting regular minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Lucas?
Second.
Second, Ms. Bella Washington. All those in favor? All right, and then the work session minutes. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Ms. Bella Washington.
Second.
Second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor?
I was not here.
Okay. Are you okay? All right, everybody but Mr. Hancock. He said he wasn't here last week. All right, is that it for minutes? We did executive, we did meeting, and we did work session. Okay. So now moving on to, we did personnel, we did policy 9100. So the last thing we have is eligibility policy. Do we have a motion to approve? Treasurer, Mr. Swartz, is she allowed to? Yes. She is? Okay, I wasn't sure, Treasurer. Okay. Motion to approve by Ms. Perkins. Any second? I'll second.
Okay.
Any discussion?
I do.
Ms. Bella Washington?
Y'all know I struggle with this policy. We ran on to make sure that every child succeed. And we just saw a young fifth grader talk about that he was in a second grade level, and now he's all the way into a fifth grade, which is wonderful that his parents could get him to tutoring, get him where he's supposed to be, which is where we want to be. The last board had this policy in front of them 2 years ago, and it did not pass. I did not want to think about how we can put in the work and come up with a plan to ensure all students succeed so that they can prepare to be in sports and clubs. I want us to really think about if we lower our standards to allow students to participate in sports and clubs. We do not even know how many students would take advantage of this policy. The impact of this policy change is bigger than allowed a student to participate in sports and clubs. But the mere fact that their lives begins after high school, what happens to students who do not get a chance to go to college to play sports? Their GPAs were not high enough to be considered for college. We do not know, we do not want our young adults to be on the backs of the community. We want to prepare our students for life after high school. We should think about our future leaders and want them to be prepared for the real world. By allowing our students to get a failing grade and allowing them to participate in sports and clubs is not realistic. We all know in the real world, we cannot be allowed to fail in our job requirements and be able to keep our jobs. My ask is, can we table this until we complete the grading policy? Because Dr. Navarro stated that we should have done the grading policy before voting on the eligible policy to be eligible. To be on the eligible policy will have to be changed to determine the outcome of what we pass on the grading policy. I want all of us to think about our future leaders and want them to have more than know what they want to support in the future. We should prepare them for the real world by allowing our students not to have an F to be able to participate in school, but in fact, to follow the rules and allow them to get the passing grades that we know they can get, but we have to put in the effort to be able to prepare them to do it, so they will be able to do sports and clubs. Thank you.
Any other? Ms. S. Thomas?
As you all know, this is a labor of love for me because it's keenly important. I have talked to many students across this county. I've talked to many coaches. I've talked to athletic directors. I've talked to former students. I've talked to college coaches. And I've also talked to thespians, and I've talked to Model UN students. And at the end of the day, if we cannot help our students to find themselves by something other than a GPA, if we cannot listen to the very people that the policies that we are creating impact, and not their parents, but the students, because they are sitting in those classrooms. They are doing homework on the bus. They are the ones that are doing homework in a track meet. They are the ones that are sitting out in the theater and doing homework in between practicing for a play. If we cannot give these students grace, if we cannot understand that we're not talking about a failing grade for the year, but for a quarter, the board has done the work. I think we've all made some concessions. I am comfortable that this policy is a place where we can vote on it, and I was very pleased to see that my colleague, Ms. Perkins, was ready to vote. That tells me that she is also listening to the students, and she's bringing the students' voice. So I would motion that we vote, and that we've gotten this, again, I'm gonna go with the 70%. We have to do something, because this is affecting students now. And so if we can get this vote now, we can provide something to students that shows them that A, we're listening, B, we care, and C, we are with them on this journey for educational experience that includes the whole child and just not the pieces that we want them to care about because we don't care about their pieces. So that's my perspective.
Any further discussion? Ms. Butler Washington?
I think Ms. Perkins also said that she talked to the students, and there was 50-50, and some students said that the GPA should be higher. And if we would think about doing the grading policy first before we do this policy, because depending on what we do on the grading policy, this whole eligibility could flip and we have to go back and redo it anyway because of the grading. And that's the determinator, is the grading policy, not the eligibility, it's the grading policy. So that's why I say, why do double work, and why can't we just do it the right way and to make sure that we get to where we want to? I understand the students, and I understand what is required. What you're proposing, the world is not ready for it, because they are not gonna let me fail in my job in going to let me keep my job. It's not. We setting our kids up to fail on fights, on things that are not factual. The real world does not work like that. So when you send a child into the world to be able to think what we're doing and go out there and say, oh, they did it for me in school, now I can't do it here. We're not setting realistic ideals. And when you say stuff like that, if the world does what we're proposing, it's fine. But they're not. It's not realistic. You cannot have kids thinking that I can not do something and still get my way. It does not work like that. I know we want to make sure that all kids have this, but where is it written, or where is it even thought of, you don't do your part and you still get your way? It doesn't, the logic doesn't line up. It just doesn't line up with me.
Ms. Perkins, did you have something?
Oh, I was just going to speak on the GPA just to put it out there. Like Ms. Butler-Washington said, I did speak to students, coaches, athletic directors too. Like I said, it was a 50-50 thing, so some of them said they think the GPA is fine where it is. But when me and my council had met, we said, well, some, was 50-50. If the GPA were to get raised, we said at least a 2.25. We thought that a 2.5 was kind of a little bit too high. And some people think a 2.0 is too low. So just to put it out there, those were the discussion. Because some people think that we're held at a lower standard and that we should have a higher standard as far as when it comes to education and curriculum and everything like that. So the 2.25 was a conversation.
Ms. Warren?
I noticed that this is only dealing with, well, let me back up. I do agree with what Ms. Butler-Washington is saying. I think that we should have started with the grading policy. I don't understand why we started with the eligibility policy. Secondly, I'm curious to know, and I know it's a whole bunch of science and math or whatever to how grading policies work. When we do get to the grading policy, how much will that make a difference in what we're talking about here? Is it by a point, a system? So I feel like that's going to be a whole nother process. That's just, it's going to be interesting. And so I wish we would have started there because it just makes sense. So I don't know why we did the things that we're doing, or how and why we did it this way. Secondly, I don't see anything in here about attendance. Did we take that out? Because I don't remember.
It stays at the existing policy, which is 4.5 days.
Oh, okay.
Permitted.
I don't know how I missed that, but yeah, so that's all I have to say about that.
Anyone else? Ms. Smith, I saw your hand.
Trying to follow my colleagues in terms of the correlation between the grading policy and the eligibility policy. Dr. Navarro, would you please sort of educate us on the correlation between the two and how starting with this policy versus the grading policy might upset the apple cart?
So the grading policy, so I think it's going to be important for the board to understand what level of governance the board has on grading anyways, because there's superintendent rules that govern how many assignments you can miss, you can make up. The board at the highest level is looking at the 50% rule, right? This question of what's the breakdown of grades, A, B, C, what does that look like? So again, I remind the board that the grading policy is a high-level policy. The implementation of the standardizations of a question around what percentage of the grade is made up versus a product versus a process grade, that is at the superintendent level. However, for you to make an informed policy decision at a high level, you need to understand what grading looks like overall. So a lot of what is going to be coming to you from Mr. Lowndes is discussing this idea of what does grading look like right now. Similar to how we started this conversation, about eligibility. What does grading look like today in Charles County? And what does it look like across the state? Because one of the things that we need to be thinking about is, you know, there is a lot of discussion, rightfully so, around value systems, around policy decisions. But I also would one of the things we're going to have you think about is decisions around grading policy, and by default, decisions later on around grading regulations in the system. If there's not an alignment, if we're too easy or too hard or too different, then students in other jurisdictions, it's important to understand where the entire ecosystem is. So we will be spending time talking around a lot of enhancements that we plan to do procedurally with, based on the conversations with our work teams that are right now working through this. You need to understand those as well, not because you have oversight on it, but what you do have oversight, you need to understand the entirety of it. Now, for the eligibility policy, I see this question of, you know, who has earned a 2.0 GPA or a 2.25 GPA. You know, that calculation actually comes really around the oversight of the superintendent, which is what does the grading look like in terms of how many assignments do you need to have, what's the difference between schools, what's the flexibility, because that really does make up the GPA. But where I think it'll be interesting to take a look at is I would say eligibility as we compare to the rest of the state matters. I mean, I understand that there's conversations the board around your thinking, but when kids apply to colleges and everything else, they're competing against this district. So, you know, as unique as we are, so is everybody else, and you got to look at where everybody else is. So you put them in the right standing. And then the other thing that is interesting is we'll have to come back. We're going to make some decisions of which we're bringing to you both for information and action around what do the summer programs look like. That will have an impact on eligibility to talk about the opportunities to make up classes during the summer, so that you can become eligible through the summer, which currently you are not able to do.
And Dr. Navarro, just a quick follow-up, so thank you for that. I'm still struggling to see where they are mutually dependent, because while you have the grading policy, and we need to understand kind of what is comprised in the grading policy, like what is comprised of, you know, processed product, like how do you get an F essentially versus a C versus a D? I think that's definitely helpful. We need to understand that in relation to the state. However, in this policy, if a student has no more than one failing grade, an F, for a quarter, I don't see how that's mutually dependent upon us needing to unpack the grading policy.
Yeah, at that level, it's not.
There's a total disconnect.
At that level, it's not.
That's all I wanted to know.
What I needed to clarify for everyone.
That's what I wanted to know.
There's no correlation. An F is an F.
However, I do think the conversation on the grading policy, and just to complicate matters, Mr. Lucas mentioned that the board members, and I need to do a better job to keep you abreast. One of the things that the state board is entering into is they're defining college and career readiness using a GPA. And so they put forward a required GPA of 3.0 in a math class, in a specific math class. Well, the next step that the state board is going to be engaging in is, so what's a 3.0 in Frederick County versus Charles County versus, so we're going to start this discussion now here locally, but I would say in the next 6 months to 9 months, the state will be having a discussion, and it might be very good timing that we are diving into our grading policy, because I think the state will also be talking about inconsistencies across the state as it relates to grading policies within school systems. Just to complicate it.
I think the point that you raised about there being divergence, and it's fine for us to move on this and then explore the other at a later date. To me, makes sense.
That's what I was going to just clarify. So what I'm hearing is they're not dependent on each other and not related in the way that I think some of our board members think.
It will, I think the grading policy, right now will have us going back and just looking at the summer programs for the eligibility policy, but not the full blown of what's a 2.0, because a 2.0 is going to be a 2.0 at any point, regardless of how it's calculated.
Mr. Lucas?
So, to the superintendent's last point, there is a correlation because, and it's if you have an issue, whatever your issue with the F is, it could change. You could make it a better F, right? So there was, and I have no idea what the superintendent wants to discuss, but there's practices in other systems where the lowest grade that you can earn, even if you get an F, right, is a 59 or whatever it is. It's not a 0. She mentioned how, how a grade is composed, which is under the superintendent's purview. So, yes, an F is an F, but under the revised grading policy, if a student still gets an F, then that speaks more to their I'll say lack of understanding of a subject area, because the only thing that a revised grading policy is going to do is make it harder to get an F. That's because right now an F, you can look at our policy, if you score between 0 and 59, you get an F. So the only thing that a revised grading policy is going to do in terms of whatever your numerical calculation is going to make it more difficult.
Okay.
And so that, I think that's a point that everybody has to appreciate.
Okay, Ms. Thomas.
So, to my board colleague, Ms. Smith's point, I think that the question is, these portions of eligibility, an F and a 2.0, those are a point in time or a specific measure. That specific measure will remain the same because the composition of what makes a grade, how many products, what kind of assessment, all of that is what will happen with the grading policy. But these specific marks and measures, which is F and 2.0, that seems to still stay consistent. And again, I would like to remind my board colleagues that if we make no decision, we are impacting students. If we make a decision now and revisit it later, there is a ability to benefit students and not negatively impact students. So that is the reason why, the work of a board is to continuous improvement. It's in the handbook, we just talked about it, right? So this is just along the line of continuous improvements. We know there's state level changes and policies that we'll make, and those state levels may even come back down and make us change again and again and again. So because we know that to be true, that change is constant, we have to have some decisions. We can't ruminate without making decisions. So that's why, to Ms. Smith's point, the grading policy and this, they're not, the correlation is not as closely tied as I think it may seem at first blush.
Okay. Final point, Ms. Warren, and then we're going to have to move on.
So, Dr. Navarro, thank you for the clarification. So what I'm hearing is basically how we vote on the grading policy pretty much has nothing to do with, it won't impact this eligibility policy. Basically, it won't impact the F and how things are, how the grades are created, because that is in your purview. You make that rule on how grades are created.
So, Mr. Lucas brings up a good point, that one of the things that the school system has right now is the definition of an F. And the definition of an F, we don't have equal intervals in grading. We have equal intervals up to a D, and then we have an unequal interval that goes from 0 to 59, and that is an F. Everything else is in equal intervals of 10. So if it is brought forward to revisit that, the question around what constitutes an F will be that 50% rule is going to be the purview of the board, right?
Yes, so.
It's in the policy. It's in the policy, so it will have that impact of, as Mr. Lucas said, defining what an F is and tweaking it and defining what that is. And I also think that the discussion on grading policy may also have some impact on opportunities, maybe even expanding opportunities for students to be able to make up credit, which they don't have here to become eligible. So it plays both ways. It could have some impact. Could have some impact depending on where your value system is, both negatively and positively, if you will. But I think there will be other things coming forward. I mean, I think the eligibility discussion of the first change that the board, or the most recent change prior to this, that the board was able to agree on was to bring the GPA to a 2.0 because of the rationale of the 2.25 being tied to the NCAA requirement, of which we know that most of our students we want them to participate in athletics, but we know that not all of them are going to continue, because the value of participating in athletics is not necessarily so that you become a pro. It's everything that you learn by participating in that. So there could be, I can't say that it's not. There could be some significance of which you would have to go back and revisit your eligibility policy, but you may not want to, depending on how you tackle grading.
Okay, and you also mentioned something about later on, like to your point, Ms. Thomas, I do understand that we do need to move on and we could come back to it, and that's a reality as well. And you also mentioned something about looking at eligibility for the summer, like based on what we do here, we can look at some possible summer
Well, so depending on the grading policy, that might come back and request us to look at eligibility no matter what because of the summer opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. I'll just have a couple of points that I just wanted to raise. One, I just want to encourage my colleagues. The way I look at this is, we've talked about, saying things like lowering or reducing, and I don't see it as that. I see this as increasing access for students. That's the point, right? Because all of the data that we received from Mr. Paulet and Dr. Jones showed how many more students would be eligible if we do this. How many more students would be eligible for programs and not just athletics, but for clubs, for whatever it is. And that was broken down further by certain groups, And so to me, if we don't do this, it's sort of stealing opportunities away from students that we could provide. And when I saw that the farm students, that still stuck with me, that they were the most impacted by this. There's a correlation there for a reason, and we can't ignore that, and I think we owe it to our students to Ms. S. Thomas's point, show them some grace. Because the real world is harsh, but right now they're students and they're learning and they're growing. And, sure, sometimes in life you don't get second chances, but a lot of times you do, and again, holding them to a different standard because they are students and they are learning and they are growing. I just want us to keep that in mind, right? They're not our peers, okay? They're kids. And lastly, another thing that stuck out in all of these conversations we had is when we have students that have a 3.5 GPA, you should not be ineligible for anything, in my mind. If you can get an F and still get a 3.5 or above or whatever, over a 3.0, whatever it is, you're excelling. And kudos to you, because with an F, you still were able to do so well that, what I'm saying? It didn't impact your grades that significantly. You're not you're still promotable, all of those things. To me, those things really speak to the importance and the significance of this. And I said that was my last point, but one additional thing that I thought about is the data that we received on the classes, and a lot of them, their students are challenging themselves, right? Taking AP classes. I fear that if we don't give the students some grace, we're gonna see a lot of students withdraw from AP courses. They're not gonna wanna challenge themselves because they do really wanna be eligible to play sports or be in that club or whatever it is that they wanna do. And they're not gonna be willing to risk not being able to do that because high school is not infinite. It ends at some point. And, we just have to really think about this. We have a motion on the floor, and, I think we should just take a vote. So, reminding everyone, this is the superintendent's revised recommendation from the last meeting. The absences remain as they are in the current policy at 4.5. The 2.0 GPA remains. The only difference is the recommendation from the superintendent is to allow 1 F per quarter. So all those in favor of the recommendation, raise your hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and the motion dies.
Madam Chair? If I could, I don't know how my fellow board members that voted the same way that I did feel. My only issue that I have, and I appreciate everyone's comments, and I said this last time, I could accept this, except there'd have to be some language about a student who is a senior not having an F in a class required for graduation, because I could not in good conscience have a senior that took a class the semester before, that took a class their senior year that they need to graduate, and they get an F, and we're saying, that's okay, go do something else, when they need that class to graduate. So I don't know how my board members that did not vote yes feel, but that's the one thing that's a holdup for me, because I've seen it in other things. When kids had to take the HSAs and they, not just here and everywhere, and they failed them, and this is their whole school career in taking, this test, and miraculously in, a couple of weekends going to a recovery program, they somehow master it. And it's because we want them to graduate. I'm not convinced that they ever really knew the subject matter area. And it wasn't just us, it was every county. But I just don't want to put a kid in that situation where if they have an F in the class they need to graduate in their senior year. So if that would be something that my board members did not vote, if that was something that would cause them to vote in the affirmative, I'd like to get their opinion on that.
Well, Mr. Lucas, if I can respond to that, the policy also says you have to be promotable. They have to remain promotable. So I think that covers what you're saying.
No. You can be promoted from one grade to another.
But they're graduating. So this is it.
So you're graduating.
So it's either you meet the criteria to graduate or you don't.
But that's
right?
After the fact. You can't get an F in a class you need to graduate, correct?
A class or a quarter? A quarter or a class? That would be I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
So the policy says you can get 1 F per quarter, but you also have to be promotable. So in your scenario, what could happen, in my mind, and Dr. Jones, you correct me if I'm wrong, a senior could get an F first quarter, right? Still be eligible, because they're still promotable at that point, because they still have time to recover the grade.
Correct.
But if they got an F, I guess, second quarter, so then for the semester, they have an F. Do they then fail the class, so then they're not promotable and then not eligible? That's how I would understand. So there have to be more than one time in a class that's required for graduation to be not promotable.
It's possible to have 358s in the first, second, and third quarter and still pass for the year. With a 69 in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Right, so
So
it
it
is.
would have to be not getting an F all 4 quarters then, is what you're saying.
Right.
Then they wouldn't be eligible or promotable, so then they wouldn't be eligible.
right.
Okay, but then also I think it's getting into the weeds, right? A lot, Mr. Lucas, and we've heard from like EACC and a couple other individuals that have, from our educator community that have said a class is a class is a class, and they don't think that we distinguish between classes. It also makes it difficult to enforce, the policy or implement the policy.
I don't think it makes it difficult. I mean, what
Well,
class.
we're not implementing it, so I would defer to the folks that are.
What class a kid needs to graduate, and if they have,
Well,
if they're failing a class.
One student. We're talking about thousands of students.
Well, I think.
The counselor is the one who, you know what I mean? I think it's so personally dependent on an individual. It's not the same for everybody.
Right, so it
And
would be
it's not the
difficult,
same
is what I'm
so
saying,
it's
yeah.
difficult to track, and in addition to that, if you meet the requirements for graduation and eligibility, then I feel, to Ms. Creamer's point, it's incorporated. I mean, I just don't understand.
Yep.
I'm
At this
trying
point.
to understand, Mike, your point is class to be eligible to graduate, or the F? Because that's a totality, right? It's cumulative over the year versus at one point in time for a quarter. So because cumulative over the year, when you get to the very end, now you can't graduate. That's independent of what's happening in each quarter. And you could have the summation of that doesn't always equal failure. I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify with you.
If you have an F in a class that you need to graduate, okay, which is easily identifiable for any student, and you're a senior, okay, so you're a 12th grader, I'm only talking about one grade, and you get an F that you need to graduate, I could not in good conscience say, go do whatever, instead of focusing on this class that you need to graduate. That's what I'm saying.
So, Mr. Lucas, are you trying to put a motion on the floor to edit the language?
Well,
Because we've already had discussion, we voted, it died. I mean, at this point.
Well, I'm
trying to figure out where we're going.
That's what I'd like to do, but I'm trying to gauge how my board members that did not vote, how they feel about that. Because that's the hang up for me.
Well, who didn't vote for it? So you, Mr. Hancock, and you have Ms. Butler-Washington. Did you either want to comment about what Mr. Lucas is suggesting? Because we need to move this along. I'm sorry. Oh, and I'm sorry, Ms. Brenda Thomas.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brenda.
My thing is, if they got an F on all 3 quarters, then bring that grade up at the 4th quarter. They could bring it up at the 4th quarter. They could have did it the other 3 quarters. They just because they can get away with it. That's why they didn't bother about really concentrating on it until that last quarter where they needed it to graduate. So that's where my conflict is.
Okay. Mr. Hancock?
Sure, this is something that, this policy came before us a couple years ago when I was on my other term, and we did make some concessions to the GPA, and I was very reluctant to do it then. In fact, the first time we took the vote, I voted against it. Then concessions were made to get it down to a 2.0. And after taking that vote, I remember talking to my son and his friends, and they're like, we work so hard to be eligible, and you have just basically said you don't care about how hard we work. We're going to make it easier for, in their eyes, folks that don't work so hard. And I swore that I would not do that again, because I feel sometimes we forget about the students that use this as a motivating tool to be eligible. And we could take that away from them. And we often forget about the kids that, it doesn't come easy to them to be eligible, but because they have to meet these standards, they somehow become eligible. To me, I understand and I respect where Mr. Lucas is coming from, but I think adjusting the weight of certain classes is something I'm not in support of, and I'm basically a hard no on changing the policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. All right, so Mr. Lucas, I think you don't
I'm
have
good.
any.
Yep.
All right. Well, I think that was the end of our agenda. Did I miss anything, Dr. Navarro? Okay, motion to adjourn. All right, Mr. Hancock, seconded by anyone? Oh, Ms. Perkins? Okay. All right, I assume everyone's in favor? Okay, have a good evening.